मैं अपने कैमरे को
Very good morning, everyone. We'll start our session in just 2 minutes. We will start our session in 2 minutes. Kindly wait for 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. We'll start our session by sharp 9. A mesmerizing morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the International Conference on Veterinary, Fishery, and Animal Husbandry, organized by BioLeagues in association with Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, India. BioLeagues welcomes you to join International Conference on Veterinary, Fishery, and Animal Husbandry on 27th at South Africa, which is being held virtually today. The conference with the theme From Land to Sea Advancing Veterinary, Fishery, and Animal Husbandry Sciences serves as a global platform for experts and professionals to coverage and exchange insights on crucial topics. Focused on advancements in aquaculture, sustainable fisheries, and animal husbandry, the conference features keynote speakers, presentations, and workshops. Attendees engage in networking sessions, fostering collaborations and partnership across the borders. Exhibitions showcase cutting technologies and research outcomes, while publication opportunities contribute to dissemination of knowledge. The conference emphasizes international collaboration, promoting a global approach to address challenges in the fields. BioLeaks is a non-profit professional association which prominently promotes research and development. We at BioLeaks share what a revolution in the field of worldwide conferences which helps in engaging the skill set of people from diverse industries and also form a common platform for eminent personalities, physicians, researchers, doctors and academicians, professionals, business figures and much more. We work with a motto of creating a better tomorrow by organizing conferences and creating a network which helps grow a better tomorrow with the help of advanced technologies and achieve. Now, I would like to say a couple of words about Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, which is an academic partner for ICVAF. Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, is recognized today as the premier institution of agriculture research and education in India. It dates back to 1893 when a small school was started to impart training to revenue officer. It rose step by step to the full-fledged government agriculture college, the UP Institute of Agriculture Sciences, and finally to CS Azad University of Agriculture and Technology in 1975. The university has created with the merger of its two constituent college, the erstwhile Government Agriculture College, Kanpur, and UP College of Veterinary Sciences and Animal Husbandry, Mathura. The present status of university was attaining through phase of growth of its constituent colleges. At present, there are 8 colleges in university which is College of Agriculture, College of Forestry, College of Horticulture and Science at Kanpur, and College Engineering and Technology, College of Dairy Technology, College of Fishery Sciences at Itawa, College of Agriculture at Lakhimpur. The university caters to the needs of farming communities spread over 29 districts of 6 divisions of Uttar Pradesh. Faculty of Fishery Science is a young faculty of Chandrasekhar Azad of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur. At present, the faculty is offering 4 years BFSc program with intake capacity of 48. The admissions in this program is through state level examination and JRF examination conducted by ICAR. Students are well placed in corporate and pursuing higher studies in various reputable institutions after completion of this program. Now, I would like to welcome our honorable dignitaries, keynote speakers, and session speakers of the day. Mr. Rudrabanu Sarpati, founder and CEO, BioLeaks India. Dr. Anand Kumar Singh, Vice Chancellor, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh, India. Dr. Vincent I. Manalo, DDM EG Frieder Srimsom, Program Chairperson, School of Graduate Studies, ILO State University of Fisheries and Technology, Philippines. Dr. Roy C. Vinilla, D. Fishtech, Director, Resource Generation, Associate Professor, 3, ILO State University of Fishery and Science Technology, Philippines. Professor Dr. Bhaskaran Manimaran, Founder, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Jayalalitha Fisheries University, Founder and Chief Technology Officer, Sophos Aqua Consulting, India. Dr. N. Felix, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fisheries University, India. Professor Dr. Bernard Malva Fulanda, Dean, School of Pure and Applied Sciences, Professor of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Department of Biological Sciences, Fani University, Kilifi, Kenya. Dr. Dan M. Arisgado, Dean, School of Marine Fisheries and Technology, Mindanao State University, Navan, Philippines. Professor Dr. Nagendra Kumar Sharma, Dean, College of Fisheries, Science and Research Center, Etawad, Dean, Faculty of Technology Campus, Etawad, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, India. Professor Dr. Benjamin Obquaho, M.K., Professor, Department of Pathobiology, School of Veterinary Medicine, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi, Ghana. And our last keynote speaker of our day, Professor Dr. Sehu Latunji Akintola, Dean of Faculty of Science, Professor of Fisheries, Department of Fisheries, Lagos State University, Nigeria. And our session chairs of the day, Dr. Rajendra Shivaji Gadkar, Sectional Head, Assistant Professor, Veterinary Medicine, Maharashtra Animal and Fisheries Science University, Nagpur, India. Dr. Amit Ranjan, Assistant Professor, Fish Nutrition and Feed Technology, Institute of Fisheries, Postgraduate Studies, Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fishery University, India. Dr. Sachin Omkar Kainkar, Associate Professor, Fish Genetics and Breeding, College of Fisheries, Bihar Animal Science University, India. And our last session chair of the day, Professor Dr. Nagendra Kumar Sharma, Dean, College of Fisheries, Science and Research Center, Etawah, Dean, Faculty of Technology Campus, Etawah, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, India. Now, I thank all the keynote speakers and session chairs taking out the valuable time and joining us now. Now, I take a moment to welcome all the attendees who are attending this conference across the globe. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, founder and CEO of Technorates Group, to address the gathering. Sir, over to you, please.
Good morning, one and all. Thank you, Roshni, for this introduction and invitation. And I apologize to everyone here for malfunctioning of my web camera. Esteemed dignitaries, revered speakers and chairpersons, presenters and delegates from nook and corner of the country and the Asia. We welcome everyone to International Conference on Veterinary Fisheries and Animal Husbandry. I extend my hearty welcome to Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, particularly for partnering with us to organize this scientific program. I express my gratitude to all overseas speakers to spare their valuable time to add values of education to this conference. BioLeaks is relentlessly focusing on connecting professionals to our scientific communities where we work together towards sustainable development goals. We partner with universities across the globe to foster global collaborations. I believe this conference will be a fruitful event and we all will get opportunities to connect with each other, network, learn from each other, and share our knowledge and excellence. I wish everyone very all the best for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Anand Kumar Singh, Vice Chancellor, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh, India, to address the gathering. Sir, over to you, please.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all of you. I'm really delighted to be here to speak on the International Conference on Veterinary Fisheries and Animal Husbandry. And when we are going to inaugurate this function, we have with us Mr. Satpathy, who is the founder and CEO of the BioLeaks India, Dr. John Vincent, who is the program chair, Dr. Roy Villanueva, Fish Tech Director, the the director, and Dr. BL, other vice chancellors, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, maybe some students are also present. And this is such a wonderful thing that we have extended our hand to take part in the conference like this on a sector which deals with the veterinary, fishery, and animal husbandry, which is contributing significantly in Asia, not only in Asia, but in other countries and other continents also, to the small and marginal farmers to raise their income and play a very vital role in removing the malnutrition across the communities, particularly the low income group people in the world. And I must thank the organizer that we have come together on this platform. So first of all, as a chair of this prestigious event, I strongly appreciate the initiation and effort of Dean Faculty of Fisheries Science and Research Center, Etawah campus, which is about 2.5 hours drive from Kanpur city, central India, which is the constituent college of this Chandrasekhar Azad University, which is the oldest university in India in agriculture. More than 20 participants, including the research students and scientists, are actively participating from this university. Are all the organizing committee members from the BioLeaks and CSA has an untiring efforts and a nice cooperation for success of this conference since long time back. I'm very happy that we are joining this conference and as an academic partner and jointly organizing this splendid scientific conference. I see VFAH 24 on these 2 days, starting today and tomorrow in South Africa. See, this sector is so important. Actually, the objective of this conference on fishery, veterinary, and animal husbandry is to create probably a global forum to bring together professionals, researchers, and experts in the field of the veterinary or the respective areas. And this is a recognized field actually by the planners in various countries. I believe this conference will be a breeding ground to investigate the relationship by bringing together experts from these fields to explore the interconnectedness between animal health, environmental sustainability, and aquatic biodiversity. The conference will be an unique platform to discuss the emerging diseases, it's so important, affecting both aquatic and terrestrial species, advancement in the veterinary treatments and aquatic animals, and strategies for sustainable fishery management and its application on animal husbandry practices. Ultimately, this collaborative effort seeks to promote the holistic approaches to animal and environmental health, driving innovations that benefit both terrestrial as well as aquatic ecosystem alike. But then why South Africa? South Africa is a distinct combination of the marine and terrestrial ecosystem, which offers a wealth of the opportunities for research in the field of veterinary medicine, fisheries management, and animal husbandry. The nation is a focal point for talks on the sustainable resource management and biodiversity conservation because of its vast coastline and inland water bodies, which are home to a variety of aquatic species essential for both commercial fishing as well as the conservation efforts. To join our hand and minds work together and not only generate new knowledge, but also ensure its application by linking science with society. I believe these 2 days conference will provide a very potential platform to share the knowledge experiences, particularly the students. And once the symposium or conference completes, I think once they go back, they will go back with the new ideas and they will contribute in a way which will be much better than yesteryears or times. I wish the conference a grand success and thank you so much for being with us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your words. Now I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker of the day, Dr. John Vincent I. Manalo, Program Chairperson, School of Graduate Studies, Iloilo State University of Fisheries and Science and Technology, Philippines. Sir, over to you, please.
Good morning. Okay, good morning. Allow me first to change my background. My apologies for my background. Am I audible, please? Can you
Yes,
please
sir, you are
confirm?
audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. First, allow me to change this background. All right.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay. Some technical issues here. All right. I think I'll be using this. All right. Okay. So would you please allow me to share the screen because I prepared a presentation for my keynote address.
Yes, sir, you may share now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Can you see the shared screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. And before I start, friends, fellow researchers, I would like to first greet you and give you a warm welcome. Okay, mabuhay from the Philippines. And this international conference in veterinary, fisheries, and animal husbandry organized by BioLeagues. It is an honor to join you today as a keynote speaker. So this conference centered around the theme from land to sea, advancing veterinary, fisheries, and animal husbandry sciences promises to be a crucial platform for sharing insights and fostering collaborations across the essential fields. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to BioLeagues and Chandrasekhar Azar University of Agriculture and Technology for organizing this event and, of course, for having us the keynote speaker. It is a mere privilege to connect with experts like you and practitioners around the world. So to discuss the advancements and innovations that can shape our future of our industries, I am glad that I was selected to be the keynote speaker. So without further ado, I'm going to present to you the research project that we have uh, in our institution, which is the Tinori and River Community-Based Eco Tour, a sustainable approach to resource conservation. And today also, I want to highlight the findings from a research study conducted in this barangay. For the information of everybody, this is a barangay in the province of Iloilo, and of course in the municipality of Barotac Nuevo here in the Philippines. So I'll be focusing on the stakeholders' knowledge engagement in environmental conservation within the community-based ecotourism, and as related to the aquaculture practices, and of course the river health assessment as well. So okay, so first let me give you a bird's eye view on the geographical location of the Tinorian River. So I called out this image from the Google Earth, and as you can see, there are the Tinorian River is manifested by fish ponds, and the yellow one is the fish pond, the green is the mangrove area, the red is are the oyster rafts, and of course, the line here, the white line, is considered to be the Tinorian River. Okay, now, as part of the reasons why this project exists, because of a strong foundation on this EO, or Executive Number 111, emphasizing the establishment of guidelines for ecotourism in the Philippines. And as you know, I mean, for the information of everyone, Philippines, our country, regarded as the top 25 university hotspots in the world. Also, Republic Act 9593, or also known as Tourism Act of 2009, this Republic Act aims to develop an action plan in terms of tourism to establish the industry as one of the principal instruments of growth in the Philippines. And lastly, ISOFIST, where I am connected with, is dedicated to be the research university to develop sustainable and socially just ecotourism project through research and development, of course, community engagement and partnership. So let me now proceed to the key findings. So as we mapped the area, The area is a mangrove, manifested by mangrove. We have 61.61 hectares of land area. We have also fish ponds, which has 1,287. We also have river area, which is 28.2 hectares. And lastly are the oyster raft. So you can see we have a data from 2016. That's 0.1767. But right now it has increased. No? Our latest data from the profiling is from 2020. It's 0.29 and 76. So there is an increase of oyster raft for the past 4 years. So the gaps we have identified: no complete biophysical data of the Tinuri and river, and resources like mangrove, fish, water, soil, commercially important species were not mapped. And one of the gaps as well is that no inventory of resources in organisms in the area, lack of data and report on resource utilization exploitation, no complete listings and assessment of tourism products. And the needs, we identified that science-based resource management intervention is needed. Community involvement, education, resource conservation also is noted to be a need. Resource mapping, development river resource software, and of course, an alternative livelihood through tourism. So the key objectives or the objectives of the study is we have divided into 4 objectives and composed of 4 projects. So first is, since we have identified the gaps, I'd like to share to you that we have this biophysical assessment as part of our project. So specifically to determine the physical and environmental resources along the river. This includes fish ponds, mangroves, water, and other flora and fauna. Number 2 is to triangulate what is really the status of the river health when it comes to, and then as we map the resources, we want to know or to triangulate or to validate if there is an influence. If this knowledge, skills, and attitudes and practices of these stakeholders in Barangay Tinurian influences these results of our assessment. Project E involves our intervention, which is policy review based on the results of our study course. And project 4 is capacity building. Okay, let's proceed. So these are the detailed research project and activities. It is very comprehensive, and our trajectory is that it will be an impactful research output, which is we are targeting to have a sustainable tourism, which is economically viable, environmentally sound, culturally appropriate, socially just, humane, and gender equitable, and of course, focusing on the outcomes of the 6 Ps, which are the patent, publication, of course, products, people, services, places, partnership, and of course, policy. So we have also divided this project into phases. We develop, as promised in my in the teaser video in your conference, I promised to discuss about CBET models. So we develop a tourism product development paradigm, which is the phase 1, composes of the mapping, and which includes the natural resources and culture, because it is reflected in our Republic Act 9593 that Philippines is rich in natural and of course culturally rich to promote tourism in our country. And also for the phase 2, we have GIS mapping. We have structures, bamboo walks as part of tourism products, and of course we have the river cruise to be established as part of the our intervention to have an economically viable at ecotourism activity. As well, for the phase 3, we have the community-based ecotour, educational and recreation. So we are targeting also that this research will revolve to be a knowledge center. ISOFIS will position itself to be the knowledge center. And of course, for mobility and application. Okay. So we have proposed a mangrove walk, Tinorian River. So this is the perspective. No? It was developed by our team. Actually, Dr. Roy will be as the second keynote speaker. He is my colleague and is also my co-project staff here. He's in charge of the fish pond assessment. And this proposed mangrove walk was developed by the current dean of the former director of the planning office of the ISOFIS, and currently he is the dean now of the College of Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences. So he developed his perspective through through their efforts. Okay, so this is the dock, the pavilion. This is the mangrove walk, riverside viewing deck. And as we map out, as we also have this mapping in these products, local products, seafoods as well, as part of the tourism products that we are going to offer. This one, no, I mean, we are going to package as an ecotourism. So we have here the local terms of the resources. We have Batol Sisi, we have Litog, we have Tahong and Punao. Also, we have Alimusan. We call this as okay. Actually, my expertise or my domain is tourism, so that's why we have a team. And Dr. Roy is as one of our keynote speaker here. Is actually in charge of this identifying what kind of species is this. But in terms of, the limitation of my presentation right now is to provide you the local terms of these fishes. Okay, we have also gamya, we have tilapia, we have alimango or the mangrove crab, we have orang, and we have also shrimps, pasaya. And we also mapped the fishing gears that they are using. So kimming, spot collector, we have pukot, garab, and other fishing gears. So since we mapped this, we identified also their this provided us the right the data on why is it they are skillful when it comes to their livelihood in terms of providing them the tourism products. So let's proceed to the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and practices. So it explains here, in general. So the key findings and applications that the study revealed that stakeholders in Barangay Tinurian possess a moderate level of knowledge regarding environmental conservation. So, however, there is a clear need for comprehensive education and awareness programs to deepen their understanding. So this is crucial for ensuring legal compliance and fostering responsible ecotourism practices. The parallel for us in veterinary fisheries and animal husbandry is evident. Sorry. And continuous education, training are vital for sustainable practices. So this reflects the community. So let me just explain this very briefly. As you can see, ideally, we need to have a high level when it comes to their knowledge, skills, and attitudes and practices. But it turned out that the results are moderate. So we want to triangulate this through our river health assessment. So let's proceed. As we conducted the total organic matter analysis, we have here the data, which is 4.56% to 10.54% total organic matter. So there is a finding that high organic matter indicates high anthropogenic activities in the area. So as you can see there in my previous slide, it reflects that the study confirmed, or the results confirmed in terms of social sciences, that their practices needs to be improved, because through their anthropogenic activities, the rivers are actually polluted. So as you can see here, let's go back to the slide here. The yellow line, the broken yellow line is the yellow broken line rather is indicates the thresholds or the limits of the ideal situation where the total organic matter should, the ideal thresholds. Next, ideal level rather. Okay, next for the moisture analysis, soil moisture analysis, okay, of sediments in Tinorian River. So there is a finding. There are the findings rather are high total organic matter results to high percentage of moisture, and high moisture promotes bacterial growth. So here is the evidence of the grain size analysis that we conducted. No? So you can see the color is darker, and the data here also, it has 79.11 gravel, and the sand has 20.93, and of course the percent rather, and uh, based on the laboratory analysis results of the sample, 0.47% is the silt. So for the grain size analysis, here are the data. Okay. And the water parameters as well, we have the pH. So it luckily we are in the neutral zone. The pH level as to the water quality parameter of the river, as to the quantitative measures of the acidity or basicity of water, we are in the levels of neutral. Okay, and as to the salinity, the amount of dissolved salts in water, okay, in the levels of fresh water, okay, and for the dissolved oxygen, a measure, it means that a measure of how much oxygen dissolved in the water, okay, it has dissolved oxygen level, which is, sorry, okay, sorry, I lost the screen, okay, excuse me for a while, okay. So according also to the filter nets or saloran, or what we call saludan, there are the rivers is the river I mean the picture is, I mean the image is telling us or giving us information that there are saludans or filter nets can be found in the river, which is considered to be an obstruction in terms of navigation. So the project actually intends to promote ecotourism. So we are planning to provide a river cruise tourism activity so that we can provide other alternatives of alternative livelihoods, because one of our key findings there is that the river health, based on a river health assessment, which was performed by the project team, which is in the biophysical assessment, we realized that due to their anthropogenic activities, the river was polluted. And also, these filter nets are also called the saludan, contributes again to the I mean degrading more about the degrading more to the river health of the Tinorian River. That's why this project targets to provide them alternative livelihoods. So as a result, okay, let me explain it further. So since the filter nets or the saludan are fixed in the river, it is recommended that the saludan should be regulated. Some regulations that could be implemented is the number one, okay, modification of the gear wings. Number two is to implement an open and closed season. And three is to designate appropriate areas for the fishing gear. So for the fish pond assessment, okay, these are the map. These are the map fish ponds. 15 ponds were assessed. Okay, and the key results are all caretakers of the fish ponds are males. They have an average household size of 6, and the fish ponds are located in Barangay TV in Barotac Nuevo and Barangay Culubadyang Seralyo and Pantalan in Anilao. So these are the barangays located in a municipality of Anilao. All of them are into monoculture or milkfish, and 10 out of 14 ponds are assessed are utilizing natural food. All are using fertilizers to grow natural food, and harvest is usually 1 to 3 times a year. So culture period is 1 to 2 months for fry and 3 to 5 months in nursery and grow out. So as our intervention, based on the results of the study, so while stakeholders demonstrate engagement in ecotourism practices, there is a notable gap between theoretical knowledge and its practical application. So practical training sessions and experiential learning opportunities are recommended to encourage the active implementation of sustainable practices. So which means to say that um, environmental conservation is one of the critical areas of identified is to there's a need to deepen stakeholders' understanding of conservation principles and legal frameworks. Promoting responsible practices through targeted educational initiatives will be essential. So this mirrors the necessity in our fields to stay informed about the latest regulations, conservation techniques, and sustainable practices. As to their skills, technical skills enhancement stakeholders exhibited high levels of technical skills relevant to ecotourism development. Yet there is room for further specialization. For us, the emphasis is that the importance of specialized training programs to enhance our technical capabilities, whether it be in advanced, sustainable fisheries management or innovative animal husbandry practices. So as to community engagement, notable gap identified in this study was between theoretical and knowledge and practical application. So bridging this gap requires practical training sessions and experiential learning opportunities. Now, in our sectors, this could translate to hands-on workshops, field studies, and community-based projects that enable practitioners to develop or to implement their knowledge effectively. And as to cultural preservation and socioeconomic development, another key aspect was the development rather of tourism products and that highlight local traditions and cultural heritage. So this concept can be adapted to our practices by incorporating local knowledge and cultural practices to our work. Additionally, encouraging entrepreneurship or micro-entrepreneurship development within our fields can drive socioeconomic development and livelihood diversification. That's why we have capacity building initiatives here as reflected in this slide. We have developed ecotour, we have tracers and sagada. No, not only, I mean, involving the social aspect. I mean, yeah, focusing on the social aspect, the economic aspect, to as a result to environmental impacts like resource conservation. So to end, to end this presentation, may I share the milestone of our project, which is I'm going to share this the video, a short clip for that. This is just for 3 minutes only. Okay, for a while, please. Okay. Is this audible? May I know if this is audible? Sorry. Okay. So may I confirm if the video is working well? Excuse me, ma'am. Sir Josiah Roshini. Sorry. May I hear from the host if the video was working well? Okay, I think it was working well. Okay. So in conclusion, in closing rather, the research from this barangay itinerary underscores the importance of continuous learning, community engagement, and the integration of local knowledge into our practices. By embracing these principles, we can advance the fields of veterinary, fisheries, and animal husbandry, ensuring they remain sustainable and beneficial for future generations. I look forward to the discussions and collaborations that this conference will undoubtedly inspire. So thank you once again for the opportunity to speak at this esteemed gathering, and let us continue to advance our knowledge, sharing our experiences, and work together towards a sustainable future. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable information. The floor is open for questions. If any of the participant is having any further queries, you may drop your queries in the chat box or unmute yourself and ask the queries. I guess there are no queries from participants, sir. Thank you. Have a good day, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker of our day, Dr. Roy C. Vinolgad, Director, Resource Generation, Associate Professor, Ayalo State University of Fishery Science and Technology, Philippines. Sir, over to you, please.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay. I'll be sharing my screen. Can you see my screen already?
At the moment, the screen is not yet shared, sir. Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay. Before I will start, thank you so much to our STEM participants and colleagues. I am Dr. Roy C. Villanueva of Iloilo State University of Fisheries Science and Technology, College of Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences, former Dean, and now the Director of Resource Generation. And as you know, our College of Fisheries is recognized by the Commission on Higher Education as Center of Development in Fisheries, and DHEI by the Commission on Higher Education. Now, I would like to thank the BioLeague for inviting me as one of your keynote speakers in this activity. So I'll be presenting to you the innovative technology in hatchery production of freshwater prawn and African catfish. What comes into my mind when I start doing this research is that there are so many problems in the aquaculture production, in that area. So I have to think a solution to at least address one of the problems and give solution to this one. So number one is the slow growth of the freshwater prawn or even other species. So it comes to my mind that since male species of the freshwater prawn or the tilapia grow faster than the female, so why not produce a breeder that can produce 90% of the stocks to be male? But that doesn't stop there. So let me first introduce to you my study. So 6 reversal of the freshwater prawn macrobrachium dakiti through androgenic gland ablation. So next, why macrobrachium? So macrobrachium is one of the emerging species that has caught the attention of among local fishermen living near the rivers and estuaries. So this species can be alternative commodity for tiger prawn and easy to culture, and it's good substitute for fishes whose price is getting higher and the demand for Penaeus species is increasing. However, the supply is limited, as being cited by Taberna et al. In 2015. Now, the objectives of this study is to find out if the androgenic gland ablation induces sex reversal. And then number 2 is to produce all male progeny from the sex reverse breeders. So now the result will be provided to the fishermen, aquaculturists, student researchers, and local government units. So for the methodology of this study, we will be using the macrobrachium species, the commercial one. So the andectomy process was performed by removing the fifth walking legs together with the androgenic gland. In part, the sperm duct to ensure that the androgenic gland was completely removed. So now this is the process. So you have to identify first the male macrobrachium so that your experiment will be successful. And then the removal of the ablation or the ablation of the androgenic gland. So as you can see in this figure, the ablated androgenic gland on your far right. Now the result will be the successful neo-female. So how to identify this one is the presence of the ovary and the absence of the appendix masculina. Next, the result and the end findings. So the ovarian development. So neo-female prawns develop an ovary. The ovary is located distal behind the eyes and is dorsally visible on the prawn's cephalothorax, as you can see here. As female prawns mature, its orange color is noticeable compared to the male one. Next is the appendix masculina, is accessory male organ located on the second pair of leopards between endopodite and appendix interna. It was observed within 70 days of culture that the ablated prawns did not have the appendix masculina and the second pleopod as indicator of suspected new female prawn. So if you have observed this one, these two distinct characteristics, your experiment is successful in producing the new female macrobrachium. Results of the study showed that sex reversal of macrobrachium is possible through androgenic gland ablation. And sex reverse macrobrachium dakiti will be used further to produce all male progenies. So I think okay, that's it. So recommendations, the researchers recommend that further study of the juvenile macrobrachium dakiti should be used as an experimental animal. Yes, of course, you should need a lot of experts to identify the male macrobrachium when they are still on the larval stage or the juvenile stage. And then EG ablation of macrobrachium dakiti is recommended for sex reversal. As we all know that some hormones have a negative effect on human if being consumed. Now you can cite this study and on Yoson Koyel University Journal of Agriculture Science, the sixth reversal of the giant freshwater prawn. You can cite it or visit the site to further read about the sixth reversal of this microbrachium. So this is my first presentation. The next one will be on the catfish propagation. Okay. So an alternative solution for induced spawning of African catfish, a comparative study of pituitary gland extracts from common fish species. So we also identified problems, regarding the production of of the African catfish. So one of the problems is that high cost of inducing agents. So now it comes to the mind of our students and the other faculties and other stakeholders when we have our meeting with them, extending our projects. So they have asked that, is there any alternative solutions for the high cost hormones or inducing agents? And then I suggested that we will be having study on the alternative source of the pituitary gland or the hormones to be used in the propagation of African catfish to reduce the production price. So now it comes to this one. This one is already on the process of publication. So, but the result had not yet gone out. So, fish maturation and spawning are regulated by a number of hormones and have been used to induce maturation, spawning, and ovulation. So, hypophysis is still the most widely used method and remains the only realistic choice for the rural fish farmer. In 1994, Haussey became the first to show the crude pituitary extract could be used to stimulate breeding. So using normal pituitary gland involves sacrificing of potential breeders. And the use of synthetic hormones could give additional expenses for the catfish hatchery owners due to its expensive and unavailability in local markets. So this one, you have solved two problems: the sacrificing of your potential breeders and to reduce the cost of production by using alternative pituitary gland. So the general objective of this study is to aim to determine the effectiveness of alternative pituitary gland for induced spawning of African catfish. And then specific objectives will be the effectivity of the alternative source, the Nile tilapia, ill-tailed catfish, and the African catfish as the control. And then we have to differentiate the effectiveness or the time, and then compare the price of the hormones with the common viand fish. So for the methodology, we have here the breeders and the donors. So we have the potential breeders actually, and then this one is the common fish viands, mostly found in the coastal municipalities of Iloilo, that are being found in the most of the households and the public markets. You can also, the availability of this one is whole year round. And then for the result of the post hoc test for multiple comparison, so the treatment showed that the difference is significant at 0.05 level of significance. And according to Cortes and Ruasa in 2018, that the pituitary gland of Nile tilapia showed no reaction during stripping. But in this study, the tilapia pituitary gland took effect within 17 to 18 hours after administration. Although it is beyond the 12-hour expected time of effectivity, it is still give a result, but in a longer time. Now, the result also, this study revealed that the pituitary gland was effective in the induced spawning of African catfish with a mean value of 17.58 hours. Then the pituitary gland from African catfish is more effective with a mean value of 11.87 hours. So these are the common pituitary gland used in the breeding of African catfish. And now the other alternative source of pituitary gland is the ill-tailed catfish that can be used as a replacement with the normal PG used in induced spawning of African catfish with a mean value of 13.54 hours. So results revealed that African catfish and ill-tailed catfish were comparable in terms of the duration of the spawning. And then tilapia is significantly different from African catfish and ill-tailed catfish because of the duration of the time. But the two catfish species have a comparable result. So 11 point or 12 hours and 14 hours. So next, to compare the result or the price of the donors in the hormones. So for the Nile tilapia, so we have 100 pesos to 160 to 180 pesos per kilogram. And the ill-tailed catfish, 200 to 250 per kilogram, and African catfish is 200 to 300 pesos per kilogram. The overprim in the human chorionic gonadotropin have 600 to 700 pesos and 1,000 to 3,000 depending on the IU or the international unit of those synthetic hormones. Now, the alternative PG derived from Nile tilapia, ill-tailed catfish, and locally available food fish by hand showed to be advantageous for catfish hatchery owners due to its lesser cost and availability in the market. So I think this one is the last slide for me. I still have the conclusion and recommendation. So for the conclusion, Nile tilapia and ill-tailed catfish pituitary gland were effective in induced spawning of African catfish. So the alternative pituitary gland ill-tailed catfish is comparable to the catfish PG. Therefore, it can be a replacement for the other hormones in induced spawning of African catfish. The pituitary gland derived from PG donor was proved to be advantageous for hatchery operators. Yes, and then for the recommendation, ill-tailed catfish pituitary gland can be alternative pituitary gland in the induced spawning of African catfish. Nile tilapia is also effective, but with longer latency. And then you have to adjust the dosage to attain the 12-hour duration of the induced spawning. Then the use of other sources of pituitary gland to lessen the cost of production on induced spawning of African catfish is also recommended because I don't have any idea what are the most common fish viand found in the households in South Africa. So I think our researchers or young researchers should do a research on this one. You can mimic this study and have better results than this. And at least you have to think about the sustainable production or aquaculture production, which is could help our sustainable development goals. Yeah, the responsible production and consumption. So I think before I end, so I have to share you this from Oprah Winfrey. Doing the best at this moment puts you in the best place for the next moment. So thank you. And for further information, you can contact me on my email, which is plus on the screen. So ma'am, thank you.
Thank you so much for your valuable words. The floor is open for questions. If any of the participant is having any questions, kindly text in the chat box. I guess there are no questions from the participants, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker of our day, Professor Dr. Bhaskaran Manimaran, Founder, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Jayalalitha Fishery University, Founder and Chief Technology Officer, Sophos Consulting, India. Sir, over to you, please.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
can you hear? Are you able to see my screen?
You're audible, sir, but the screen is not yet shared.
Oh. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. We are able to see your screen. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to associate with biologs at the ICVFA Conference 2024. Today, I am presenting a topic on RAS. What is RAS? A recirculating aquaculture system. RAS is a resource efficient and climate resilient farming system. It is emerging as a disruptive technology in the field of sustainable aquaculture development. Now let us see what is RAS. As I told that it's a recirculating aquaculture system. It's a land-based intensive aquaculture system. In the system, water is reused via mechanical and biological treatment. Circulating water is reused multiple times. Only a small portion is replaced with clean water. Reduced consumption of water is noted, yet this system maintains adequate water quality. The idea of RAS originated from the Japanese biological purification in the 1960s. RAS utilizes the modern knowledge of biology, environmental sciences, mechanical engineering, and information technology. Hence, land-based RAS is a driving change. It is set to disrupt aquaculture sector. It is bringing the way for the aquaculture 2.0. This slide, let us analyze what is the RAS technology concept. You can see the fish tanks. From the fish tanks, water is discharged. It contains large amount of waste products, both in particulate form and dissolved form. In the first step, in the recirculation, 5 steps are involved. In the first step, solids are removed. The second step, biological filtration, dissolved fractions are removed. The third step, aeration is done to adjust the pH. In the fourth step, oxygenation is done. In the fifth step, the microorganisms present in the water are removed and it is completely now treated. Again, it enters into the fish tank. This slide tells about what are all the basic equipment loop for the RAS. The 5 major basic equipment. They are the mechanical filter, biofilter, trickling filter, oxygen cone, and UV disinfection chamber. Let us see how these equipments are working and giving the solution for the RAS technology. In a RAS technology, there are 2 sections. One is the aquaculture section, another one is the treatment section. In the aquaculture section, we feed the animal also consumes the oxygen and it grows and it converts the feed into the fecal matter, and again it also releases the metabolites, ammonia and carbon dioxide. the fecal matter is removed through mechanical filtration, that is called drum filter. And then the dissolved fractions of metabolites, ammonia, is removed through the biological filtration. And the degassing is the process which is removing the carbon dioxide and adjust the pH. And then the oxygenation is done to enrich the oxygen which is required for the animal. And finally, the treated water passes through the disinfection chamber where the UV is used, the microorganisms are screened, and this is how these are all the functions of the different equipment loop. This is how the recirculation is happening. Now let us see what are the species which are cultured in the RAS. Salmon, trout, tilapia, sturgeon, striped bass, barramundi are all the popular fish species cultured in the recirculating aquaculture system. Apart from this, shrimps like Lithopenis venami, Pinus monodon, and Macrobrachium prawn, freshwater prawn Macrobrachium are also cultured in the recirculating aquaculture systems. This slide gives you an idea about the RAS map of the global region. You can see how the RAS is mushrooming across the globe. Top 5 countries in the adoption of the RAS technology is the leader is Norway. 44 projects are running. Next to Norway is the USA. The 40 projects are coming up, running. And the next is the third one is the Canada. These are the 14 projects. All these are in the western part of the world. In the Asia Pacific region, China and Japan are each is running the 13 projects in the utilizing the RAS technology. This is an important report published by the Undercurrent News. It clearly indicates how RAS is disrupting. It is going to disrupt the aquaculture sector in future. It clearly tells that the major targeted species are salmon and shrimp. There are in this RAS development, there are many stages. There is a conceptual stage, permitted stage, operating, and construction stage. And as per the 2022 record, salmon is the leader. Around 126 projects are either under preparation or under running. And the shrimps, as far as the shrimp is concerned, it is 42. And for other species, a total of 88 RAS projects are coming up. And this slide tells about the global scenario of the RAS production. RAS-based technology, fish produced in the RAS-based technology. USA is the #1 leader with 310,000 tons. Norway is the #2 and is the 165,000 tons. China is the #3. It's 137,000 tons. You can see that who are all in the map. In the Asia region, China, Japan, and the Middle East are coming up in the RAS with fish produced in the RAS. This bar chart says that in the 2022, the revenue generated through adoption of RAS technology, through fish production, the RAS technology was the 5,000 million, and it is estimated to reach 8,246 million in the year 2029. So normally RAS is grouped into two. One is the fish RAS and another one is the shrimp RAS. The fish RAS, salmon is the dominating one. You can see that what are all the species which are with different species cultured in the adapting the RAS project. Salmon smolt or post smolt is the number higher, having the higher number of projects, followed by the Atlantic salmon. So salmon is gaining. Salmon industry is fast in adapting the RAS technology. RAS technology compared to other fishes. As far as the fish RAS is concerned, the carrying capacity of fish RAS is 30 to 50 kg per meter cube. The vast difference is depending upon the species sensitiveness and the hardiness of the species decides the carrying capacity of the fish in a RAS system. And this is the salmon RAS. You can very well understand from the 2020 the salmon RAS projects were 90 and 2021 110 and and 2022, 126 projects. You can assess that how rapidly RAS systems are adapted in the salmon farming, particularly in the Europe and Chile and the USA. As far as the salmon production is concerned, in the year 2019, it was 3,000 tons only. It is expected to reach 2027 2 lakh tons. If all these 126 projects are in operation, the production is expected to reach 7 lakh metric ton by 2030. It would be equal to 25% of the total current salmon production. As far as the salmon RAS is concerned, it is increasingly used. I told you that it is increasingly used in Northern Europe and Chile for producing the Atlantic salmon smolt before transfer to the sea cages. Because going smolt in RAS improves the growth and reduces the subsequent sea lice infestation problems in net cages. Environmental concerns of salmon farming contributed to the RAS adoption. An increasing number of intensive RAS are constructed globally aimed at producing the primarily Atlantic salmon. In a large scale salmon, the very important thing is production cost. Production cost is only $3. This low production cost is the promising factor in adoption of the RAS, but you have to go in a large scale. As far as the RAS machinery market is concerned, it is 500 million in 2020, expected to reach 1.5 billion in 2028. The average growth rate is 16.7. What are the major drivers? Increasing demand for the high quality seafood and the need for the sustainable aquaculture practices are the major drivers for the salmon adoption of RAS technology in the salmon sector. North America and Europe is leading in the salmon sector. Next to fish RAS, shrimp RAS, because shrimp is a very important product. It's the most consumed product, seafood. RAS is revolutionizing the wider shrimp sector. It could address the shrimp sector's recurring pain points like disease outbreaks, antibiotic residues, and weak transport links. Indoor-based RAS are going to be the next generation tech it is going to disrupt the shrimp farming sector. There's a potential to interrupt the shrimp sector status quo. As far as the carrying capacity of the shrimp RAS is concerned, it is very less compared to fish. It's 11 to 15 kg per meters cube only. And as far as the market of the shrimp RAS machinery is concerned, it is around 400 million, and it is expected to grow up to the 1.196 million in the 2027. Average growth rate is 17.3%. Asia Pacific is dominating in global RAS shrimp production. The major drivers, you know that it's a demand for the shrimp all over the world. The increasing adoption of RAS technology. In the shrimp RAS sector, China and India is taking the lead globally. This slide tells about the comparison of the different technologies, industrial farming technologies of L. vanami. The world widely farmed shrimp is called the L. vanami. Here I have compared the 4 different farming technologies. One is the flow through, another one is the biofloc, another one is the generic RAS with the 5% discharge. The final thing is electrochemical RAS with 0 discharge. I'm not going to explain all these parameters. I'm going to explain only the 2 you will be able to understand. As far as the yield is concerned, in the flow through it is 3 kg. The biofloc it goes up to 7.5 kg. The generic RAS 11 kg per meter cube. In the case of electrochemical RAS, the maximum of the 15 kg per meter cube. And another point I'm going to tell you is the sustainability point of view. You can check that environmental sustainability of the flow-through system is poor. At the environmental sustainability of indoor biofloc is good. At the same time, if the technician's knowledge is very poor in the handling the nutrient chemistry, definitely it will also become the poor, sometimes even worsen, because you have to handle properly the nutrients. In the case of generic RAS, environmental sustainability is high. In the case of electrochemical RAS, very high. That's why, because of the sustainability point of view, this RAS is gaining day by day importance and getting a lot of funds for adaptation of the RAS technology. And every technology is having its own challenges. Yeah, in the case of RAS also is having its own challenges. Challenges are there in the operation, particularly in the biofilter-based generic RAS. I have given the many number of points, but the important point is the limited nitrate removal by the generic RAS, and you have to add another biofilter called denitrification. This biofilter leads to the production of the N2O. We all know N2O is the dangerous climate. Global warming potential of N2O is 290 times higher than that of the carbon dioxide. Further, if we don't have the denitrification filter, nitrate will accumulate. It is dangerous to the shrimp. It cannot be adapted in the shrimp sector. And what are the recent advancements? That's why people are going for the RAS 2.0. What is RAS 2.0? It's the indoor RAS powered by cutting-edge electrochemical wastewater treatment. In this indoor RAS, biofilter is removed, electrochemical filter is added. This electrochemical streamlined electrochemical process directly converts the ammonium ion into the nitrogen gas. You know that nitrogen gas is the major atmospheric gas. And the key features are it's a zero discharge, no biological process, no nitrate accumulation, no denitrification, no N2O production, and hence it offsets the carbon. That is the very important part. It's a carbon offset project. All these things are happening in a single pass, in a single apparatus with a smaller footprint of land, water, and carbon. This solution, this electrochemical RAS is serving as an ideal solution for greening the blue. This slide tells about the comparison between the generic RAS and the electrochemical RAS. Here in the generic RAS, it's a multi-stage process. In the electrochemical RAS, it's a single process. It's a complex equipment loop. It is a single apparatus. It's a containerized. You can see that a container in which all the equipments are fitted. It's a 40-foot marine container. And the productivity comparison is the 10 times of the pond production generic RAS. Here it is the 15 times of the pond production. Here there's no denitrification, no N2O production, and here there's no denitrification, and it is N2O free electrochemical RAS. Hence, this is electrochemical RAS is serving as the most sustainable technology in the adoption of the RAS technology. So, like every technology adoption, here also there are many risks involved in RAS adoption. Financial risk. First thing is financial risk. It requires high investment and high operational cost. So bigger is better. Time between initial investment and revenue is typically long. Anytime it may go wrong before system generates profit. Regarding the social risk, site selection, permits, and licenses are typically a time-consuming and a costly affair, particularly in the western part of the world. It may involve a high degree of stakeholder involvement. Getting permit in the USA adds up to the 5% of the total budget. You imagine that. It's really a nasty thing. In Europe, obtaining license, a lot of interactions happens between the local, regional, national, and the EU legislation. So it has become the cumber solution as far as the social risk is concerned. Regarding the market value of the cultivated species must justify the higher production cost. In such a way, you have to select the species. And again, the RAS product quality is very, very important because often produced in the offer may lead to the off flavor, which hampers the market. Above all, operational risks are very, very important in the adoption of the RAS technology. Here, the operating costs are higher due to the expenditure on oxygen, carbon dioxide, stripping, and electricity. Risk of failure should not be overlooked. In a saltwater RAS, corrosion is the big problem. Biofilter performance is hampered always at the higher salinity. Hence, we are focusing on the industry is focusing on the alternative solution, that is the electrochemical RAS, particular in the salinity based seafood which is produced in the salinity based systems. Accumulation of sludge may lead to the HDS production, and finally the system management and the quality stuff are the very, very key parameters for the successful running of the RAS operations. These are all the points. This slide tells about what are all the keys to success. Species and location choice, system management, and qualified staff are the key factors that mitigate the 4 types of risk. A seafood, in the species choice, you should be very specific. The seafood category of high price should be selected. When you select a location, you should know, you should understand that location should give importance to the know-how of the aquaculture, and that should fetch the market for the selected species, that location, and the operational attributes of the region, particularly subsidies, infrastructure, and access to resources are should be supported by the government. Above all, system management and quality staff are the key to successful RAS operation. Many RAS operations are failed because of the technicians. So key skills of the technicians are very important. The water quality management is very important, and operating different treatment technologies handled by the technician is very important. Above all, you should have a ROS technology. When you adapt, you should have the managing surveillance. Always should have a backup system. And now, finally, I'm going to tell about why the tide is turning in favor of ROS. When you tell that why the tide is turning in favor of ROS, we have to go to the market. You know that aquaculture is a market-driven activity. Keep it in mind always. The aquaculture production by Asia is 88.7% of the whole world production. You imagine that. One side Asia Pacific is producing, another side USA is consuming, and through the global seafood market. The edible seafood import by USA is the 6.1 billion pounds, and the seafood import value is this 25.5 billion, and more than 94% of the seafood retail are imported into the US. So US is the major consumer of the seafood produced in the Asia Pacific region. Among these seafood, farmed shrimp, it is one of the most popular seafood in the US, 27% of the value. But the problem is 70%, 71% of it is rated avoid because of the food safety issues. Nearly 98% of the farmed shrimp from India is rated avoid by Seafood Watch. India is the second largest producer of the white leg shrimp. That is the 13% of the global production. India is the top exporter to US, accounts for the 41% of the warm water import. Now this slide tells about why the tide is turning in favor of the RAS. With reference to food safety point of view, yes, FDA, everybody knows. What is FSMEA? Food Safety Management, Food Safety Monitoring Act. This FSMA clearly indicates that food safety is the shared responsibility of different actors in production and supply chain. Farm to fork supply chain, the major food safety issues arising from the farming practices. It directs modernization of the both production and supply chain. Hence, the modernization of the production system, that is infuse the RAS technology into the production system. Existing pond-based production systems are not assuring the food safety. It will not help establishing the traceability. In a global market, traceability is the biggest point. Only modern systems like RAS could enable AI and IoT. RAS can generate the real-time traceability data. This slide tells why the tide is turning in favor of RAS. With reference to the FAO Sustainability Development Goals, aquaculture potentially challenges the environment and thus sustainability. Technological solutions like RAS are believed to address many of these issues. Nowadays, there is an increasing focus on the sustainability by international organizations and as well as by the consumers. UN sustainability goals, many of the out of the 17 goals, many are related to food production, fisheries, and aquaculture. Social license to operate is become the very important for the aquaculture value chain operation. RAS provide opportunities to meet sustainability issues because of reduced water and very good waste management, and it also satisfies the consumer perception. It also meet the demand of the healthy foods. Hence, there is a potential for the disruptive RAS technology to change the aquaculture game over the next decade. Finally, the ESG is the financial metric. Regarding the ESG point of view, why the tide is turning in the favor of RAS with reference to the ESG? Value chain operation in aquaculture is gaining importance. It is a time to decide investing in RAS as this technology matures, grows, and disrupts the market. The future of RAS is RAS operation is positive. ESG, what is ESG? Environmental, social governance. It's a metric, it's a pathway to attain the sustainable development goal. So nowadays, ESG impact investments are available for RAS projects globally. In India, also government is giving so much importance to the ESG impact investments. If the risk within the RAS operation, where is the risk? Only it is there in the RAS operation. If the risks within the RAS operations are managed effectively, RAS is going to disrupt the aquaculture, trade flows, supply chains, and the marketing in the future. Thank you very much for patient hearing. Excuse me.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Did I take extra time? 5 minutes, maybe?
It's okay, sir. Not an problem. The floor is open for the questions. If any of the participants is having any further queries, kindly drop your queries in the chat box, or you may unmute yourself and ask. Oh, I guess there are no queries from the participants, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Roshni. Yeah. Bye.
Now, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker of our day, Dr. N. Felix, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Lalita Fisheries University, India.
Good morning to all.
Good morning,
Am I
sir.
audible?
You're audible, sir, but your voice is a bit low.
Not clear.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Now my voice is clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good morning to all. I am Dr. Felix, Vice Chancellor from Fisheries University. I am going to present the strategies to improve efficiency in aquaculture. And 2022, for the first time in the history, aquaculture surpassed the capture fisheries, and the global aquaculture production reached 130.9 million tons. And FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization, projects we can have that increase in the world production, as well as the per capita consumption will increase for the period up to 2032. Apparent consumption will increase by 12% to supply an average 41.3 kg per capita in 2032. And the aquatic animal production is expected to increase by 10% by 2032 to reach 205 million tons. So we are anticipating increase in the world fish production. So for that, we should go adopt. Transformative and adaptive actions are needed to strengthen the efficiency, inclusiveness, resilience and sustainability of aquatic food systems, and to address the food insecurity, nutritional insecurity, poverty alleviation, and sustainable governance. So, to increase the production, what are all the present challenges we are facing? The first one is high labor intensity. So now, currently, aquaculture relies heavily on manual labor, and the high labor cost is inevitable. And the second point is environmental impact. Some of the farms, there is no functioning of effluent treatment system, and this has negative impact on the surrounding environment such as water pollution. The third point is difficulty in disease control. And when we go for large scale aquaculture, the disease and parasites are becoming a challenge, and that should be controlled. And lack of data, since the aquaculture, the animals are in the underwater, the collection of the data and analytical methods are hindered the improvement of aquaculture efficiency and productivity. So to overcome these challenges, we should go for best management strategies. And the best management strategy, the first one is seed management. So for any aquaculture system, for fish farming or shrimp farming, the quality seed is very, very important. That is fundamental. So when we have a high quality fish seeds and stocked in the pond system, that will result in better growth rates, disease resistance, and overall health. And it will also further, when we stock the quality seeds, it will give a good performance so that the production cost will be lower and the consumers will also get for lower prices. And it is evident that high quality seeds will increase yield by up to 30% of these aquaculture systems while maintaining the same management level. So what are all the strategies for the seed management? The first one is brooder selection. Now in the seed, that is in fish hatcheries and shrimp hatcheries, some of the fish and shrimp hatcheries, they are using the same breeder for long breeding. So the breeders should not be used long, and it should be used only for 1 or 2 breeding. The same brooder should not be used. And when we use the brooder, the healthy brooder should be used. And we must ensure that frequent change of brooders in our hatchery. So that will ensure a quality seed production. So another intervention we have to make it is genetic quality. So genetic improvement is possible only by gene mapping, hybridization, selective breeding, and genetic characterization. So what are the purpose of this genetic intervention is? So when we go for genetic improvement, that will enhance the growth rate, survival, disease tolerance, and that ultimately lead to the production of good quality seed stock. And the second strategy to be followed is feed management. So at present for fish and shrimp farming, we are the production cost, the operational cost for the feed is 50 to 60%. For some of the intensive farming, even it goes up to 70%. So the feed is the largest cost factor in any production system as far as aquaculture is concerned. So that choosing the right feed is very important in aquaculture to reduce the cost of the production. So what are the strategies to be followed for the feed management is the first one is nutritional composition. A well-balanced feed should be given for the fishes and shrimps. So only when well-balanced feed, which contains the major nutrients like protein, carbohydrate, lipids, vitamins, minerals, and trace elements in an appropriate quantity, that will result for proper growth, development, and immune function. And the second point is species and size-specific feed. So in aquaculture, there are number of species available, and the nutritional composition differs from species to species. So we must understand the feeding habits and behavior of the different fishes. According to the fish species, we have to formulate the feed. The nutritional requirements should be studied. Accordingly, the feed should be formulated. Not only that, and also we must see that the size specific feed. So what is the mouth size of the fish? Or what is the size of the shrimp? So that based on that, we have to prepare the feed. The size of the feed, size of the pellet should be prepared in such a way that should be given so that the wastage can be minimized. And the third point is ingredient quality. So when we prepare the feed, the quality of the ingredients are very, very important. The ingredients should not be adulterated, and the ingredients what we are using should be digestible and palatable, attractive, and it should result in good feed intake, and also it should yield maximum growth potential. And then another point is high quality feed. So when we prepare the feed, we should be free from the harmful contaminants such as pesticides, antibiotics, and mycotoxins. And the next one is feed assessment. So when we give the feed, because the fishes are under the water and shrimps are also in the water, we may not be knowing how many number of fishes are available in the system. So what is the biomass in the aquaculture system? So for that, we have to do frequent sampling. So based on the sampling, not only based on the sampling and the feed what we are giving every day, whether the fishes are taking the feed within the specific period of time, or the feeds are not taken by the fish, and also based on the different parameters like stocking density, oxygen availability, water temperature, health condition, stress state, feed injection, and excretion, and spreading of the feed and split meal delivery. So all this has to be taken into account. Based on that, we have to find out the quantity of the feed required for the fish or shrimp aquaculture system. So based on that, we have to give the feed. And the next one is sustainable novel feeds. So sustainability is an important aspect. And now the fish meal is being replaced by several plant meals. And in that, some of the novel feeds ingredients are the yeast, insects, algae, and also some of the seaweeds and marine yeast. And also one aspect is the waste to wealth aspect. We should also see that the seafood industry byproducts are being utilized as a feed ingredient for preparing fish and shrimp feed, so that it will uh, have a significant stride towards a more circular and eco-friendly food system. And nowadays, the insect meal is an important an ingredient, and it is an alternative ingredient for fish feed, which is being used for fish feed as well as shrimp feed. And the third aspect is health management and surveillance. So disease prevention and regular surveillance is the primary method in fish health management. And we must diagnose early, and also the accurate diagnosis is also very important, and that will help us to mitigate the impact of infectious diseases. So what are the stages? It is always better to go for disease prevention, and we must boost the natural defense of the fish and shrimp. So for that, what we have to do is we have to use the bioactive immunostimulant, probiotic, some of the additives we must use. For example, in the case of bioactive immunostimulants, some of the bioactive immunostimulants like FOS, butyric acid, propionic acid, polyphenol, phytosan, soybean isoflavones, lentinol, nicotinamide acid, lactoferrin, and picoidin. So these are some of the bioactive compounds being used as immunostimulant, so that when we improve the immune system, that will help the fish or shrimp to withstand or to protect themselves from the diseases. And probiotic naturally these probiotics are being used in water as well as in the feed. There are water probiotics and in-feed probiotics. So the purpose of these probiotics is it will eliminate the pathogen bacteria. Not only it will it eliminate the pathogen bacteria, it will also enhance the boost the immune system so that we can prevent the diseases. So some of the additional diet additives are we can also go for health promoting additives such as vitamin C, vitamin E, and beta glucan. So that can also be used. So the purpose of these bioactive compounds, probiotics, additives, and we can also go for herbal stimulants and phytobiotics. So all these can be used to enhance the or to boost the natural defense, and in such a way that these fishes and shrimp can improve their immunity and so that the disease can be prevented. And another important aspect is surveillance. So we must have a regular surveillance of the stock culture. So we must monitor. So what is any fish disease is there? If fish is not coming for the feed, or if it is not taking the feed, or some abnormal behavior is observed, then we must take into consideration all these criteria and parameters. Then accordingly, we must diagnose. Early diagnosis is the better one, and finding the early diagnosis, we can prevent the disease. And the fourth one is water quality. So water quality is creating an optimal ecosystem. So the ecosystem, the water is the ecosystem for fish and shrimp. So it should be always clean. You must ensure that clean water. So of course, the water can have the phytoplankton and zooplankton, but it should be free from the fecal matters and uneaten feed. So when we are maintaining a clean water, that will result in the good growth and good survival. Of course, the poor water quality will lead to disease outbreak, reduced growth rate. Sometimes, even if the worst water quality will result in the death of the fish. So, what are the strategies as far as water quality is concerned? We must go for proper feeding practices. Thus, we already told that overfeeding should be avoided. So, what is the biomass available? What are the number of the fishes and shrimps are available? Accordingly, we have to give the feed. Overfeeding at any cost should be avoided because these overfeeding will lead to accumulation of uneaten feed and fecal matter. So simultaneously, it will degrade the water quality. So we must ensure the proper feeding practices. And the next aspect is aeration. The aeration is very, very important. Aeration is not only increase the oxygen of the water, it also bring the or it also circulate or the waste particles to the central drain system so that we can remove the waste particle also. And appropriate stocking density. Always go for see the carrying capacity of the particular aquaculture system. So accordingly, we must go for the stocking density. Overcrowding should also always should be avoided. That will result in the good poor water quality. Then it will result in the disease and reduce growth rate. Then maintaining the water quality parameters. So what are the important parameters? Temperature, dissolved oxygen, pH, ammonia, nitrate, and hardness, alkalinity, and in the case of saline fishes, salt water fishes, salinity. So all should be maintained at desirable levels for a specific to the particular species. Regular monitoring should be done. Every day the DO should be checked, and some of the parameters should be checked every week. And maintain adequate flow. Water flow should be sufficient. Water flow should be maintained, and sometimes we may go for water exchange also. For some of the fish culture system and shrimp culture system, they need water exchange. So daily or once in 3 days, we have to remove some part of the water. 25% to 30% water can be removed, and fresh water can be added to have a good water in the system so that the fish will grow very well, and we can also maintain the good quality water quality parameters like dissolved oxygen and filtration system. And this filtration system, there are different types of filters: mechanical filters, physical filters, and biological filters. So all these filters are being used to remove the uneaten feed and fecal matter. Thus, it ensures the good water quality in the system. And some of the system where we can have the good water quality is recirculating aquaculture system, in which these aquaponics and also biofloc. So these are the three advanced aquaculture system wherein we have the zero or limited water exchange, and the recirculation is there, and reuse efficiency, because you know that water is a potential element and that should not be wasted. And in these systems, we are going for reuse efficiency. The water is being recirculated. The fecal matter, the uneaten feed, the waste are filtered in the filtration, and we use this water. So these are all the advanced aquaculture system wherein the water can be potentially safe. And these recirculating aquaculture system, as spoken by the previous speaker, and it is it's a system that is being followed for high value species, and this is also being practiced in our Tamil Nadu Fisheries University. Aquaponics, it is an integrated system wherein fish and the plant are integrated, and the important system is biofloc. This is a wherein here there is no water exchange is being taken place, and for good biofloc technology, we should maintain a more water quality, and microbial community is very, very important. We must check the microbial community at repair level. The microbial community should be maintained in the biofloc system, and the waste and feed management must be very proper, and we must use the right engineering and tools. That is, proper aeration should be ensured, proper sludge removal should be ensured, and the drain system should be efficient in such a way that the drain system removes the fecal matter, uneaten feed frequently. So that we can have a good water quality in the biofloc technology, the biofloc system, wherein we can have a double or triple production rather than the normal aquaculture system. And the fifth one is waste management. So waste management is a very important in the case of the fish and shrimp aquaculture system. We should see that the solid particles like uneaten feed, fecal matter, or excess feed should be removed from the pond system through the drain pipes, and also dissolved substances like ammonia, nitrate that are released by the animal should also be removed. This is so that we can maintain the health of the aqua ecosystem, and we can ensure the long-term sustainability of the fish and shrimp farming industry. So again, for waste management, we can go for raw system wherein the filters are filtering the fecal the waste, and we should also go for nutrient recovery. That is, nutrient recovery technologies such as anaerobic digestion and composting can convert organic waste into biogas or nutrient-rich fertilizers, and we should have a regulatory framework and best practices. So in aquaculture system, we should have some regulatory framework. We have to implement and enforce regulations that promote sustainable practices. And integrated multi-trophic aquaculture system, wherein the fish is integrated with seaweed, mussels that shellfish also, so that the fish waste, organic and inorganic waste are being utilized by the seaweed and shellfish. This can also be used in the marine water system, wherein the marine environmental, there won't be any environmental impact in the marine ecosystem. And pond and tank design. The tank and pond design should be in the proper way, so that all the waste particles are collected in the drain pipe and they are removed. And as we already pointed out, filtration, and that is especially the biological filtration, is used to treat the dissolved waste, wherein the beneficial bacteria convert toxic ammonia into less harmful compounds. And the sixth point is biosecurity. So we must ensure a biosecurity to prevent the diseases from occurring and spreading by isolating as much as possible. We should go for proper quarantine of stock, isolation of affected stock, maintenance of personal hygiene. That is very, very important. We should also have control over the people. Other, except the laborers, others should not come into the farm. And we should also have the control over animal and vectors. And these are all some of the important essential biosecurity measures. We must ensure these biosecurity measures so that we can protect our stock from the diseases. And what are the strategies for biosecurity? Stress level reduction. The stress of the animals should be reduced, and handling of dead animals. The dead animals are likely to be contagious. So what we have to do is that carcasses should be handled with care to avoid the spread of pathogens. Employee hygiene should be ensured. The farm workers must regularly wash their hands, and quality input. Whenever we use the inputs like feed, anything, fertilizers or any inputs, so the quality input should be ensured. The water should be maintained. The water quality should be maintained, and inspect of the equipment. What all the equipment we are using for these farming activities, that should be disinfected. And seventh one is energy use. So energy consumption is a very important primary contributor to the cost of the operation of water. So because we are pumping the water, we are pumping out the water, and we are using aerators. So these are all the major machineries which consume more energy. So this is a primary contributor to the cost of the operation. So responsible aquaculture practices, use of clean energy technologies can decrease the impact this growing industry has on energy, water, food resources. So what are all the strategies? We should go for energy efficient plan. We should go for energy auditing. So energy auditing is very, very important. We must measure the energy consumption along the production cycle through an energy audit. Differentiating consumption peaks can help in the design on an energy efficient plan. And good practices both in the design and management of the system aid in a more energy efficient framework, reducing energy losses, and by using more energy efficient systems, environmental impact and monetary cost can also be reduced. And sustainable point of view, we should switch over from non-renewable energy to renewable energy. We can go for solar energy, we can go for wind energy. So these solar and wind energy power can be used to operate the our aerators in the fish and shrimp culture system. We can use this energy for the operation of the farms. And the way forward is precision aquaculture with artificial intelligence. So why we are going for all these strategies? The purpose of this strategy is to reduce the operational. So all these strategies, we can increase the efficiency. That is possible. That is by reducing the operational cost, and when we reduce the operational cost, it should also result in the increase in the production and increase in the productivity, and simultaneously it will result in the increase in the income and the profit. So this is possible nowadays. The smart aquaculture with artificial intelligence, we can go for precision aquaculture. What is needed for the aquaculture? So the fish, whether the animal requires the feed for a particular period of time, or the fishes are not required. So all these can be easily monitored by the artificial intelligence. So what are the challenges now we are facing with the aquaculture is, first one is inaccurate manual biomass. So biomass cannot be accurately measured. What is the total quantity of the fishes available in the system? What is the total number of the fishes available in the system cannot be accurately measured manually. But when we go for this artificial intelligence, the artificial intelligence automates biomass monitoring. It is easy to monitor the biomass. So, and another challenge we are facing now is difficulties in maintaining fish health. So, our fishes in the water, we may not be knowing how many fishes are affected, whether the onset of the fish diseases cannot be found out. But the AI will help to ensure fish health or fish diseases. And the third point is implementing sustainable practices is little difficult in the conventional method. But when we go for artificial intelligence that supports sustainability in aquaculture. And the fourth and last one is data collection and quality in aquaculture is a challenging aspect. But when we go for artificial intelligence that analyzes the aquaculture data so that we can get accuracy, according to the accuracy in biomass, and we can go for the water quality system, we can predict the diseases, we can predict the biomass so that we can decrease the operational costs so that we can increase the profit. The last point is adopting industry 4 technology. So this is about again about artificial intelligence. When we talk about artificial intelligence, we should also talking about machine learning, and we are talking about IoT, then unmanned aerial vehicles, unmanned underwater vehicles. So all these technologies are going to help the aquaculturists to have a precision aquaculture. So thus we can have a more production in sustainable way, more productivity in sustainable way, and that will result more profit when we go for all these technologies with the drones, cameras, and sensors. These will monitor the fishes and shrimp in the system. So based on that, we can go for a precision aquaculture. So with that, I am completing my talk on this aspect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable words. The floor is open for questions. If any of the participants is having any further queries, you may text in chat box. I guess there are no questions from the participants, sir. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Okay.
Next, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Bernard Malva Fulanda, School of Pure and Applied Sciences, Professor of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Department of Biological Sciences, Wani University, Kilifi, Kenya. Sir, the floor is open for you. Professor Bernard.
Yeah, just a minute. I will upload my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yesterday about
Yeah. Good morning.
commercially important.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. My slides are visible.
Yes, sir. Your slides are visible, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, and a good morning to all the participants. And I'm glad to be here. I would digress slightly from the aquaculture veterinary area and take you into fisheries. And in this case, my presentation will be based on fisheries access agreements and partnerships. and looking at the best practices in terms of how we give our resources within the exclusive economic zones for exploitation by the distant water fisheries. So to start, fishery resources are significant to the lives of, let me just change my slide view. Okay. So fishery resources are significant to the livelihoods of many coastal or shoreline communities, as well as the economies of many coastal states. Traditionally, the approach has been a multi-species, a multi-vessel, multi-gear approach, and made was by the high levels of poverty with low level of investments to establish viable enterprises. Most of our fisheries have remained or hanged at the small scale. And therefore, the offshore waters often are left or underexploited. And these would present wasted or resources or opportunities for the coastal states, as outlined in the UNCLOS 1982 law for marine resources. And therefore, the exploitation options we have, access agreements with the distant water fishing nations. And the question is whether this is a benefit and whether it actually enables us to manage the resources sustainably. So looking at the decades of fisheries management, and by definition, fisheries management involves the process of information gathering, analysis, planning, consultation, decision-making, and the key thing, the allocation of resources and formulation, and then implementation with enforcement as necessary of regulations and rules, with an overall goal of ensuring the continued productivity of the resources and the accomplishment of other fisheries objectives. And from this, you will agree with me, we do very well in terms of the issue of the information gathering, that is the data, analyzing the data, planning, consultation, decision-making, and even formulation of the fisheries management plans. But the key drawback in most of our fisheries has been the question of whether we allocate resources for the management of these resources or the fisheries resources, implementation of these fisheries management regulations, and also the issue of monitoring, control, and surveillance, patrols to enforce the regulations or the rules set in place. So if I look at the traditional fisheries management approach, since FAO and most of the states actually moved into fisheries management, they were traditionally community managed. And from there, for most of the countries which were colonized or fell under the colonial rule, the colonial state management of fisheries took over from our traditional fisheries management approaches. And from there, once the colonial fisheries governments left, then there was a period of open access, free for all period, which was quite a teething period in terms of fisheries management for most of the countries. And then from there, in terms of, for example, with Africa, the African government now took over the management of the fisheries through a top-down approach, restricted access using licenses, and then with the introduction of marine protected areas. And then we move from there now to what we are calling the government community management of the fisheries, or the government community co-management. And then sat down again and asked ourselves questions, and we said, without the communities owning these resources, they might not manage the fisheries resources well. And therefore, we are again pushing for community resource management. Back to square one. When you look at where we started with the traditional community managed fisheries, that's where we are headed to. And we are saying we want them to manage their resources with the government support. And in this approach, you have the fisheries co-management given to beach management units. You have the introduction of community conservation areas. And then we also have what we call locally managed areas. So when you look at the offshore fisheries, on the other hand, traditionally the fishing grounds beyond, when you go to the lakes, the rivers, the point where you could actually set your trap, the maximum trap setting depth in rivers and lakes were considered the internationally or public waters, open to all lands. And then beyond there now, anybody could fish within those areas. And then, therefore, post-colonial period, what happened? Fisheries severely depressed at independence. Management was handed over to what we would call the departments of fisheries. And the fisheries departments lacked comprehensive form of legally endorsed regulatory measures. There were no fisheries plans, no fisheries acts. And the impact on the fisheries at the post-independence period was actually limited. Therefore, we did little. Immediately, the colonial governments left. So looking at the coastal and marine resources management trends, came in the United Nations Law of the Sea in 1982, which modernized the resource management at the start of this law, what we call the Law of the Sea. This came up with the territorial waters, 12 nautical miles, which we would call the traditionally the fishing grounds for the small communities. And these are all set within the entire UNCLOS outline of the oceans. You have the territorial sea up to 12 nautical miles, the contiguous zone, the EEZ, the continental shelf, the ICs, and even the deep ocean. And all these have clearly set rules by the United Nations Law of the Sea, or the UNCLOS 1982. So when it comes to these areas beyond where the small-scale fisheries can exploit, fisheries access agreements came in as guided by the UNCLOS. The question is whether they are necessary even in the utilization and management of coastal and marine resources, or they are a blessing. And what happened was a widespread declaration of EEZs by coastal states towards the end of negotiations for the UNCLOS 1982. During this period, many nations, for example, Poland, Norway, China, were still exploiting the apparently or otherwise international waters. Before 1982, these waters were still free for all. And therefore, with entry of the United Nations Law of the Sea, it was one of the main institutional impetus for the start of access agreements, as guided by the lack of capacity to protect or exploit the EEZ by the developing countries. So, UNCLOS 1982, what do we have in this law? Article 56 recognizes the right of coastal states to manage their marine resources. And in effect, what this means is a conversion of the coastal and marine resources up to the 200 nautical miles from an open access to a state property. And then Article 61 goes again and tells us we have the obligation as coastal states to ensure through proper conservation and management measures that the living resources are not endangered or overexploited. So 56 gives us the right of use of the 200 nautical miles. 61 gives us the responsibility of managing these resources sustainably. And then 62 talks of the surplus principle. That is, if you have deficit domestic fishing capacity, then you have to make available to distant water fleets through access agreements what you are not able to take. And this does not mean a legal right of access. So 656, you have the full 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone to manage. 61, you must manage that area sustainably. And 62, if you cannot exploit the resources, then you have to give them away through access agreements. So theoretically, the UNCLOS allowed the coastal states to exclude distant water fleets from the EEZ waters, but in reality, numerous access agreements have been signed, which formalize the exploitation of the coastal and marine waters of developing countries. And the question is, are the coastal communities protected as envisioned by the UNCLOS 1982 law? The fisheries access agreements were mainly economic motivated, and they became the key driver of the access agreements as guided by Article 61 on conservation. And in this case, the question is whether the law or the guide on conservation and sustainable management was ignored or violated, because we cannot do monitoring, control, and surveillance of these vessels. So currently, with population increase, livelihoods of millions of coastal communities still depend on the fisheries, but there is uncertainty over the sustainability of the fisheries due to resource use, management, and conflicts, which are evident between the local fishers and even the distant water fishers. And the situation gets worse with undefined harvest strategies. We don't have most of these plans in place. Poor fishing gears and vessels for the small-scale fisheries means they cannot go offshore. And then you have the use of deleterious fishing practices for survival by the small-scale fisheries, which now causes a lot of issues in terms of conservation. And then overexploitation of the offshore resources by the distant water fishing nations. The UNCLOS 1982 and EEZ gave the option to exploit the resources themselves or allow the vessels from distant water fishing nations or both. And the best practices is either option would adhere to the guidelines of Article 61, which states that coastal states must ensure through proper conservation and management measures that the living resources are not endangered or overexploited. And therefore, all the options for the resource exploitation must therefore combine the aspects of socioeconomic gain, resource sustainability, and management of ecosystem integrity and conservation of the biodiversity. Under the fisheries access agreements, we have options, for example, for foreign nations which pay a lump sum compensation. You can have fleet tax, or the fleet pays a tax on the catch. That is the number of tons caught and or the effort. We tax the gross rated or the gross registered tonnage of the vessel. We can also do a catch tax which serves as a means for the coastal states to earn resource rent. But under reporting of the landings and catches is the norm for most of these vessels. And therefore, the additional costs of MCS fall on the coastal communities. Then we can also do a tax on the GRT, the gross rated tonnage of the vessel, which serves a dual purpose. We can extract both resource rent and regulate the effort and therefore manage exploitation in a fairer option. But the question is, what are the fished hours? What are the gear restrictions can we impose on these vessels? And therefore, the best options for exploiting of the distant waters while maximizing resource rent are wide. The question is, do we enhance local capacity? Do we do catch taxes? Do we do effort or gross rated tonnage taxes on the vessel? Do we import fleet capacity by contracting their services, where you just bring in the vessel and you put in your crew? Do we include our local crew, or what are the socioeconomic gains, or the inclusion of crew, just a sort of public sympathy? Then we have the SINCU or unified negotiations, especially for shared stocks, where you have several countries bordering an area, and the targets are mainly the tuners. And therefore, which way to go? Do we go as a nation or do we go as a regional bloc? The issues of concern, there is uncertainty of the distant water fishing fleet effort due to variations, for example, in the gear sizes and the technology. Today, we are talking about artificial intelligence and the use of fish finders and all kinds of advanced technology in exploiting the resources. And that means they can actually fish a lot of catch within that area within a shorter period. Our fisheries are mainly multi-species nature, and therefore we have the mussel, we have shrimp, we have fish. When we license them to target a certain fishery, damage also goes to the other kinds of fisheries. Then we have the target effort on the keystones. How do we deal with the issue of bycatch? How do we deal with the issue of discards? We can go the quota allocation way, by fleet or vessel. Do we work this on the raw, on the processed products? And what are the ecosystem conservation issues? When we look at the cost of infractions or infringements, that is law breaking by the foreign vessels or by the local vessels, the asymmetry between the vessel technology and local MCS capacity, you realize that vessels are even more advanced than the monitoring, control, and the surveillance capacity we have at the local scene. So what are the other costs? For example, the illegal, unregulated, and the unreported fisheries, in terms of both catch, data, and scientific information. The illegal distance water vessels also occur and unlikely to land catch at the local ports. We are looking at the loss of catch, the value addition, data, and information. We also have the illegal distance water fishing nations, which are unlikely to purchase inputs from the local ports. For example, drinking water, food supplies, all these kinds of things. They don't also employ the local crew. and they don't sell the catch to the local dealers. And therefore, when you look at a distance water vessel breaking the law, it actually brings more losses than a local vessel breaking the law in terms of the value addition and the chain infringements. Then what of the illegal local vessels fishing? You realize the local fishing will get input supplies, they will land catch, they will have crew locally, the data and info can still be traceable. And therefore, for generations of lots of upstream and downstream value addition given by the local vessels, multiplier effects throughout the economy, similar to legal catches. The only thing we lose when the local vessels break the law is actually the license fees. But these are again just lost and or covered by the cost of infraction if we were to run MCAs on the distant water vessels. The key motivation for the fisheries access agreements, therefore, most of the governments are looking to fix their budgetary deficits, which also aggregates the public debt. Then we have sectoral capital constraints for investment. For example, the exploitation by the distance water vessels with some compensation to the government versus the fishing by domestic fleets, which builds up or grows by tomorrow. Then we have the politics of cooperation and international relations. For example, you might have Japan, you might have South Korea, you might have the European Union wanting to come and fish in your waters. And they want to give your students scholarships. They want to give you training. They want to give you funds for development. Secondly, IMF also comes in, the World Bank comes in, and you realize now you're actually ceding your waters for fishing due to the politics of cooperation and good relations with your international neighbors. Then we have access to markets for catches from the local fleets and other products. For example, you don't give them access to your fishing grounds, then they say they don't buy your flowers or fruits. And this now becomes a catch-22 when it comes to the management of the resources. But the question is, why do the distant water fishing nations sign fisheries access agreements? The reason is while they can just import the fish or catches from the local vessels or from other distant water fishing nations. And this again comes to the politics of regional dominance. With those vessels in your waters, you can be sure if anything happens, then they can easily be converted into war vessels, just like the way the vessels were converted from the war vessels into fishing vessels after the Second World War. So if we look at Kenya, for example, we have had an issue where you have the nominal declared catches going down. And when you look at, for example, between 2012 and 2014, the nominal declared catch came down from about 12 million tons to about 744. And then the revenue from the licenses remained the same. So the question is, if the catches are going down, why would more vessels still be coming for, or why would the vessels still be hanging around and paying license fees? Looking at the license as a percentage of the nominal declared catch, you realize between 2012, our licenses were about 8.3%. By 2013, the licenses were about 155% of the cost of the declared catch. And by 2014, it was 145. So definitely when you look at this, you realize there's something, there must be something fishy, because a country would not be, you would not go to buy licenses to fish when the fish is actually not there. Same case here, 2012 to 2014, same scenario in terms of an increasing revenue from the licenses while the nominal catch is actually declared as going down. So when you look at the Kenya distance water fishing vessel tuna story, the question is whether it adds up or there must be some lie somewhere. We have an increasing license revenue while they are reporting declining nominal catches, a case of underreporting. That's the question. What is the effectiveness of reporting or tracking of the location and catches of the vessels in the Kenya EEZ? Is IUU fishing apparently being legalized? Because if people are getting licenses and they are saying the fisheries is going down, why would somebody be getting new licenses to fish waters which are no longer having an adequate catch? Then we have the EU vessels fishing over the wider Indian Ocean, landing in Kenya Same happens within the wider Indian Ocean, Kenya, Eastern Africa coast, all the way to Bangladesh, India, down to Sri Lanka, and to the eastern coast of the Australia. But they prefer other ports. For example, you have Antsiranana in Madagascar, we have Victoria, Port Louis, Seychelles, and Mauritius. These are the areas where the cost and taxes and supply chains development are very well developed. So they'll fish into your country and then go and land the fish in Seychelles and into these other areas. So what options do we have? New markets in Asia? We develop, strengthen the local fishing vessels. The question is whether this is a Kenyan problem, and you realize it's not. An analysis of Kenya, Mozambique, Tanzania, and the three countries shows you generally you have a declining nominal catch for all these countries, but the licenses are going up. So when you look at, for example, the case of Kenya, you can see the blue one going down. When you look at Mozambique, you can see increases between 201 and about 208. When you go to Tanzania, very high increase. And therefore you realize they would be fishing in Kenya, landing in Tanzania, or landing in Mozambique, or they fish in Mozambique and Tanzania, land in Kenya. And therefore we have same amount of licenses and catches are decreasing in your country. That is the catch reports. And therefore this kind of scenario tells you the approach would not be a country by country case when we are negotiating these fisheries access agreements. Probably a regional approach would be better, where whether you fish in Kenya and land in Tanzania, it doesn't make any difference. We will still tax you on the catch. So in terms of the regional equation, can we have a regional approach to the fisheries management, monitoring, control, and surveillance, vessel monitoring systems to solve the fishery questions within the Western Indian Ocean? Can the regional approach work? What are the constraints to regional approach and the agreements? Would the EU and other trade blocs support a regional approach? Private licenses versus the policy of divide and rule. Other regional issues, for example, dominance politics, regional agreements, trade-offs. The East African community versus the case of SADC, the Southern Development Cooperation, where Tanzania straddles between both the economic blocs. Then we have the legal issues or harmonizations, the views of the IOTC and the need for reforms. State, regional, and international laws come to play in this case. And therefore, when negotiating or signing fisheries agreements, I think the questions we need to ask ourselves is, why does a distant water fishing nation or a trade bloc like the EU want to sign a particular fisheries agreement? We need to dig deep. What are the other interests are inherent or hidden behind the agreement? What are the legal binding issues in this case? What are the threats to sustainability and conservation? Looking at Article 61 of UNCLOS and other guidelines. What does the future hold for our local fisheries in terms of capacity, management, and other fisheries access agreements? And with that, thank you very much for the audience, and I'm glad to be in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable information. If any of the participants is having any further queries, you may text your queries in the chat box.
Okay, just a minute. Let me see. Just.
I guess there are no queries from the participant side, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, and a good day too.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon our next keynote speaker of our day, Professor Dr. Nagendra Kumar Sharma, Dean, College of Fisheries Science and Research Center, Etawah, Dean, Faculty of Technology Campus, Etawah, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Uttar Pradesh, India. Sir, over to you, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible, Rosani?
Yes, sir. You're pretty audible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, first of all, I would like to thanks or to congratulate this BioLeaks, a non-profitable organization. He basically offer, or a very big offer, I can say, in the interest of the students, faculty member, researchers, and scientists at Chandrasekhar Azad University, Kanpur, for offering me to an academic partner of this international event. So really, I thanks to a very good platform of this BioLeaks, and I really thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anand Kumar Singh. He is also the chair of this conference, and according to their global recognition, not only in the academics, but also as a administrator, he continuously guide me that how we have to organize this event, especially in South Africa, on this very important topic like veterinary fisheries and animal husbandry collectively. As you can see in the morning, that through his welcome message, he has deliberately cleared the conception of this important conference, that why this veterinary fisheries and animal husbandry is considered collectively, and what is its important role, especially in the interest of the nation, or as well as a globally, what we can do by exchanging the ideas between the veterinarian, animal husbandry scientist, as well as the fishery scientist. So once more, again, I thank to our organizing committee member like Professor Ramji Gupta from Chandrasekhar Azad University, Professor Dr. Ved Prakash is also from the Animal Husbandry Department from Chandrasekhar Azad University. And my one of the colleague, Dr. P.K. Upadhyay, is also having the responsibility as a registrar of the Chandrasekhar Azad University. And he is also a organizing committee member and actively engaged with me just to organize this event as an academic partnership of this BioLeaks. So thank you so much. Now I have to coming to our this keynote talk. So I'm again thankful to this BioLeaks to offer me this offer for this interesting talk. Especially the topic of my talk is the recent trends and advances in the aquaculture. So before starting my talk, I would like to share that why I have to go through this kind of the academic, this academic partnership to organize this international event, especially to those at the moment, those who are in participating actively right now at this conference from Chandrasekhar Azad University. In the interest of the university, this particular partnership is very, very useful for enhancing the university QS ranking as well as its reputation. It also very helpful to establish a global network, and it is intentionally recognition and the visibility. And as per the opportunity they have given to utilize at least 10 minutes introduction slot during the conference for promoting our university. So we have to cover up this part also. So there are so many university benefits, or we can say this is the faculty benefits as well the students benefits. We have taken the approval from Honorable Vice Chancellor to having this kind of the academic partnership with the BioLeaks, which is really a very important platform for organizing or the exchanging the technical ideas in the varieties of the sector, not only in this veterinary fisheries and animal husbandry. So before starting my presentation, because you have given me the opportunity to use this 10 minutes introduction, in this introduction, I would like to just tell you, this is the organizing chair. As already all the BioLeaks families knows, he is very, dynamic personality. At present, he is serving as a Vice Chancellor of this Chandrasekhar Azad University. It is a very reputed agriculture university in India. At present, he is serving as a dynamic leader of this university. Under his dynamic leadership, we all are working, and the he's having a very wide exposure. Recently, he has to be retired from a very high, administrative assignment like the DDG horticulture, and then he joined the. I think this all we have to be elaborate on this BioLeaks platform just for, this popularity of this conference. Next, please. So this is a few points about this university at a glance, because as academic partner, it's my pious duty to be get introduce what actually the Chandrasekhar Azad University and what is happening there. So this university, it is one of the very leading university in India, as already I talked. It's serving not only the nation, but also since 115 years to its research, education, and technology dissemination to the farmer in over 22 districts in Uttar Pradesh. It is also a first NAC accredited agriculture university in India. This is also a very important, point to be share with you, that this NEC accreditation started amongst agriculture university, and this Chandrasekhar Azad University is the first who basically try for this NEC accreditation has got the, this grading, proper grading. Next is CSA researchers, that's really playing a very key role in developing and improve the crop varieties and the production technologies to enhance the production and profitability of the farmers. So at the part of the farmers, this university is not covering this university headquarter, which is also covering these 22 districts nearby to this Kanpur. So it is having a very wide, expansion area. That's why this university is a very, very, useful to serve the farming community in India, especially in Uttar Pradesh. We are producing the quality human resource generation for the holistic growth of the farmer community. For example, whatever the technocrats we are producing from this engineering faculty, and whatever the fisheries graduates we are producing from the fisheries faculties, they are not only serving in India, but they are having a good reputation, and they are just participating in the higher learning education, not only in India, but abroad also. So university is also getting an ample support from the state government, as well as this ICR, that Indian Council of Agriculture Research. And the alumni of this university, you will be surprised. It's a very remarkable point to present before the audience, that whatever the alumni are associated with this university, they are basically recipient of Santi Swarup Bhatnagar Award in the year of 2023, and at present he is serving in the Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Gujarat. His name was Dr. Vimal Misra. He is really a very young scientist and contributing a lot in the climate change issues and how we can mitigate all them. So he was one of the alumni of this Chandrasekhar Azad University. And another very interesting thing which is we want to share with you, and the recently a very aspiring project in India is the Chandrayaan mission 23 that has been completed, and I have a proud that my one of the alumni from this technical faculty, CV Patel, is participated in this team, and I think that mission is successful, and it's a great endeavor to the India. So that is basically the university outcomes. Now, next, because I just got the opportunity to just having this academic partnership to organizing this event because of a fisheries college. And at present, I'm serving as an additional responsibility as the dean of this faculty of fisheries science. So I immediately just accepted this offer. So before the presentation, I would like to share my small, achievements or the activities related to this fisheries faculty. On the earlier slide, I have shared all these things related to the Chandrasekhar Azad University, which is basically a campus in Kanpur, and that fisheries faculty is near about 165 kilometers away from Kanpur headquarters. So there is a big gap. Also, our chair informed in the morning at a welcome speech that this initiative is quite interesting, just to familiarize the people nationally and internationally in different area in the College of Fisheries also. So this Science and Research Center, basically it is announced in the 2008 and incepted in the year of 2015. And we have to start a 4 years undergraduate program by taking the 40 students intake. And at present, about 5, 6 batches have been passed out. And it is not only providing the quality education, but our students just following the student ready program, they are basically involved to their new inventory technologies, especially in the area of aquaculture. As far as concerned, our sole mandate of the university is to cover up the part of the teaching, research, and extension. So the same is adopted at this fisheries faculties. We are working at the part of the teaching, research, and extension activities also. The total department to run this faculty is proposed as a 5 in number, and the total course we have to taught in undergraduate program they are 67, and the credit allotted to this whole degree program is 180. And in addition to that, just for inspiring our undergraduate students, we are just giving them is the extra knowledge by offering them the value added courses. They are 5 in number. So this is some small information about this fisheries faculty. It is really a newborn faculty of this Chandrasekhar Azad University. Not only the fisheries, but also a dairy technology as well as the engineering faculty is also at this Etawah campus. This is some slide. This slide shows some kind of view of the fisheries college. So there is a separate fish farms having the 10, ponds, especially we are using for them the different kind of the cultures. So no doubt the infrastructure is quite appreciating of this fisheries college campus. Next. Ultimately, achievements has already have to be discussed. Outgoing batches are 6 in number. Majority of the students they are placed not only in a government job but also in the corporates. And the major students I just noted the fisheries sector they are basically interested to pursuing their higher studies in the reputed institution like ICR etc. all over the India. Many of the students are involved in entrepreneurship, especially they are so motivated by these studies that they start their own fish farming, having a very small area, and they are just having their own livelihood, but also they are providing the employment opportunities for the rural community. Now, with the kind efforts as well as the global exposure, our Honorable Vice Chancellor or the chair of this reputed conference, we have the three very major important memorandum of understanding with the various prestigious ICR fisheries institution like ICR CFA, that's called the Central Institute of Fisheries Education, ICRN, NBFGR, that is National Bureau of Fish Genetic Resource, ICR DCFR, Directorate of Cold Water Fish Researches. So it is a big achievement that not only to this fisheries faculty, our exposure is quite large. That is, we are to be associated with so many reputed ICR institutions to cover up their student ready program. It is some kind of the achievements. It is a very important index parameter to judge the recognition of any institution. That is the placement record, especially in the area of the fisheries. So what we have to be noted, just accepting the period of corona tragedy, in the recent years, our displacement record is increasing, and we have a very rapid growth in the placement in fisheries in the year of 2024. About our 15 students have to be joined in the corporates in Gujarat as well as the Dayal Group, etc. So no doubt it's a very encouraging course, and we should adopt it, especially to the bio students. They can do a well, especially in the students from the agriculture background, also can do a very interesting thing, especially in the respect of the farming. This is the student ready program recommended by the ICR. So we are following all the mandate of the ICR to run this 4 years course at this fisheries faculty. Next. So now we are coming to our topic, that is the recent trends and advances, especially in the area of aquaculture. So why the aquaculture is, and why the innovative technologies and whatever the deliberations going on since morning, they are emphasizing that we have to go to not only the academic intervention but also the technological intervention to grow the aquaculture. So why it is to be needed? Because the population of the world is increasing. Nobody can deny this thing tremendously day by day. So this population growth really needs a quality food as well as the nutrition. So there are very two important major aspects, that is the quality food as well as the nutrition. So the food security as well as the nutritional security. These two things can be covered up just by considering the new kind of the revolution in the area of the agriculture, that is called aquaculture, or you can say the fish farming. It's not only fulfill the usage of the scientific and the new technologies, and the fisheries and aquaculture is one of the best method of the good quality food production. And we know that about 70% area of the earth is to be covered by the water. So no doubt we can just take a maximum output by these type of the outlines or the informations we have. And the world fisheries and the aquaculture production really hitting a new heights. And we can say that in the year of 2022, that is real about 223.2 million tons of production is there. It is in prospect of this Indian context. And also, so far as concerned to the India, it basically ranked the second in aquaculture, aquatic animals production, with 8% of the total production of the world. So it's really amazing that this India is still, I mean, having some kind of the place, especially in the production of these aquatic animals. And this is ranked first in inland fisheries production with 1.9 million tons. So now, in the next, I will just try to clear that what is the inland and what is the marine fisheries are there. This is a very good, data. Just we have to got it from the FAO information in the year of 2022. That basically giving the clear-cut concept that why we have to move from capture to culture. Means the trend is entirely changed. We have to come up from capture fisheries to the culture fishery. So this kind of the data is quite informative. That two kind of the fisheries sector is there, inland and the marine. And we can say that in case of the capture fisheries, in inland, the year of the growth is not too much. But in the marine fisheries, it is having about 81, something like that. And finally, if we have to collect all these things, we have to plus them, that the total capture fisheries is roughly increasing. And that is between 90 and 96.5. Similarly, when we have to talk about the aquaculture, in aquaculture, inland fisheries is really having a lot of growth. In the year of 90s, it is roughly about of 12.6, and in the year of 2020s, it is 54.5. How it's possible? Why this type of the dramatic change we are observing right from 1990s to 2020. It's a dramatic change in the inland fisheries. Really, we cannot do all these things without the, this technological intervention. So there, now the time is just to increase this inland fisheries production day by day, or in the coming years, we have to adopt new kind of the technologies, especially in the area of the agriculture. Our esteemed keynote speaker in the morning share a very valuable information. They have to give in a detailed elaboration of the different kind of the technologies basically involved in increasing the production of this aquaculture in inland aquaculture sector. Similarly, in the marine is still existing. So the total aquaculture at present, it is about 87.5 million tons in the year of 2020. And no doubt it will be increased day by day as we have to implement the new technologies in the area of these fisheries. Similarly, this slide is also giving the quite interesting information about the utilization as well as the exports in India. So these all valuable information is really appreciated, not only to us or the scientists, but also this type of the picture is basically incepted in the minds of the young students, that why we have to adopt the fisheries, because it's really a very growing sector. It is really a very applied sector in which we can do a lot, because there is a very brief a big gap just to bridge the consumption as well as the production. So this blue revolution or the blue economy is also playing a very important role that we cannot be ignored the part of this. So this slide is really giving a very insightful information that why this different kind of the culture, why different kind of the fisheries sector in land marine are important, and why we have to go to the aquaculture. Next, please. This is again a kind of the presentation which really impact in the minds that there are number of countries are involved in aquaculture and the global capture producers up to the 2020. So what I noted that this China is the first, and at the lowest you can say it's the Bangladesh. So no doubt India's growth is still not satisfactory. So we have a lot of opportunities just to involve ourselves in this capture producer. As a capture producer, this capture may be of different type of the capturing like inland and marine maybe, but still we have a lot of scope. This particular slide having a information like that, and no doubt this China is very fast by this production point of view. Next, please. This is again a fish production scenario in context of the India. In 50s, 51, you can say it is about 752, and right now at 21, 22, it is about 16,187,000 tons. So it is damn, it is too large. It is enhancing day by day. So this type of the enhancement in the production in Indian context is required in kind of the science and technological application or the intervention in the especially in the area of the fisheries. So that's why this type of the information is quite useful, and it really I mean having the impact to the youth minds that is why this fisheries production is important and how it is to be increasing by using the different type of the technologies. Next, please. Again, it is a kind of information because we have around 50 plus, I mean, states all over the India, but only the 10 fish producing states in India has to be seen on this slide. And we see, according to the fish producing states, this Andhra Pradesh is one, and at the last, we can say it is Maharashtra, and this West Bengal and Gujarat. So no doubt these are the coastal areas, but still by promoting this aquaculture or the inland fisheries, now this is possible in each and every states of this India just to increase this fish production. So this is again FAU information, blue transformation vision, and really it saves the leverage aquatic food system, basically to enhance the food security and it to improving the nutritional requirement, which is a very, very important aspect for the uh, food security point of view. These are several objectives we have to mention in this, which we have to fulfill in future. Sustainable aquaculture in our most of the speakers have to be highlighted about this sustainable aquaculture. Its expansion really to meet the global demand. So definitely we have to need the effective fisheries management and different kind of the healthy stocks for the fair livelihoods, upgraded aquatic value chains for ensuring the social, economic, and environmental sustainability. So they basically required by the blue transformation, especially in action mode. Next. These are various, aquaculture industry trends. We are just not having this rural aquaculture, but urban aquaculture in existence nowadays. Waste water aquaculture, data-driven fish breeding. So there are so many, aquaculture industry trends are there up to the 2024. Smart feeding, fish therapeutics, marine genetics, precision aquaculture. I think most of our keynote speaker have shared the recirculatory aquaculture system. That is Professor Merriman having a very nice, keynote talk on this RAS in detail, and it's a very important technology which we have to adopt just for increasing the production. Next, please. Now, what are the trends actually, and what are the advancement? I would like to uh, share these experiences in a very whatever the time is allotted to me. I will try to finish that. This aquaculture, that is the forming of the aquatic organism. We all know that's having experienced a remarkable transformation recent years. As already I told by the several slides, that has to be driven by the growing global demand for the seafood and the need for the sustainable food production. This industry really witnessed significant advancements shaping the future of the food security and the marine ecosystem both. Now, the technological intervention or the innovations, coupled with a growing of emphasis on the environmental responsibilities, having revolutionized the way we cultivate the aquatic access. From the advancement really in fish breeding and the genetics is very important to innovative approaches in aquatic plant cultivation. So this presentation really deals into the latest trends and developments in aquaculture, highlighting its vital role in shaping a more sustainable and resilient future. These are few important practices, and we can say they are the sustainable farming practices, that is eco-friendly aquaponics. It's nothing but simply aquaponics, a symbiotic system that basically integrates the fish farming with the hydroponic plant cultivation is gaining the immense popularity. And this closed loop system minimizes the waste and maximizes resource efficiency, offering a sustainable alternative to conventional aquaculture. So this type of the practices is having a wide opportunity, established just to consider the sustainable farming. Similarly, the next practice is suggested that is regenerative aquaculture. Regenerative aquaculture basically focuses on restoring and enhancing the health of aquatic ecosystem by incorporating practices like seed cultivation and oyster farming. This approach not only produces food but also it helps to improve water quality and biodiversity. So this regenerative aquaculture may also be considered under the sustainable farming practices. Circular economy in aquaculture is really a new concept. The circular economy model that emphasizes the resource optimization and the waste reduction. In aquaculture, this translates to using the fish waste as a fertilizer for plant cultivation, creating a closed loop system that really minimizes the environmental impact, which is really very important for any aquatic species. Now, the organic aquaculture, it is also a new kind of the practice for the sustainable farming. That is organic, basically it's adhere to strict standards that prohibit the use of the synthetic chemicals and antibiotics. So these practices promotes healthier fish production and reduces the risk of environmental contamination. So it's a new practices which generally we have to adopt, and we should adopt, especially in context of the sustainable farming. Next, please. As in the morning, I'm in a constant touch with this conference, and we have to go through the new type of the information by our esteemed keynote speakers, not from only from India but from abroad, and they have to be suggested all these things, and they basically all are working. They have discussed in detail about these emerging technologies, that is the precision aquaculture. No doubt, a real-time monitoring of a fish ponds is very essential just for the survival of this aquatic species, as well as to for their good health, as well as for their protection. So, no doubt, in this precision aquaculture, data analytics as well as the sensor technology incorporation is quite essential. And basically, it's not only useful, but it will optimize the fish health, growth, and the production, etc. So this approach allows for the real-time monitoring, as already I told, environmental parameters and precise adjustment to feeding designs. I think our one of the keynote speaker, Dr. Felix, have emphasizes all these things in detail through his presentation. Now, another important technology is the RAS, that is recirculating aquaculture system. It's nothing but in brief, I can just tell our all the participants, younger participants, this is basically a closed loop system that basically used to recirculate and filter the water. So it's minimizing the water uses and waste generation. So this system basically offer the increased control over water quality and allow for efficient fish production in confined spaces. In the morning, I really appreciate the talk of Mani Madam as a founder vice chancellor of the Jalalita University. He has given a very wide information about this RAS technology, and one important conception in the mind of the youth should be that this RAS technology is basically a integration of mechanical engineering, computer engineering, and so forth. And other type of the technologies are also involved just to improve this recirculating aquaculture system in future. Now the third one is very important, and it is new technology, that is biotechnology in aquaculture. Why? Biotechnology applications basically they including the genetic modification, and its new area of research, that is genetic modification is essential. Not only the genetic modification, that selective breeding, basically helpful in improving the fish growth, their rates, disease resistances, and overall productivity. So these advancements really contribute to a more sustainable and efficient aquaculture industry. So now is a time just to work with these emerging technologies, especially in context of increasing the production, as well as just to conserve our this aquatic species just by using these latest technologies. They are called the precision aquaculture, RAS, and biotechnology. So these are few points which basically helpful to understand that this aquaculture's roles in a global food security. It is really having a role in meeting the growing demand, as already I suggested. It's playing very crucial role in meeting our growing global demand for seafood. As wild fish stock face increasing pressure, so the aquaculture provides a sustainable source of protein and essential nutrients. Similarly, this aquaculture role is very important for improving the nutritional aspect. Aquaculture produces the high quality protein sources. Everybody knows these things, and this is highly rich in omega 3 fatty acids, which is really essential for the human health. So, highly nutritional food. This is particularly important in regions where access to other protein sources limited. So that is why this particular aquaculture role in global food security scenario is very useful for improving this nutrition. Similarly, the economic growth is also a very important role of the aquaculture. That's not only having the production, but also it's creating a new jobs for the youngsters and stimulates the economic development, especially in the coastal communities. The industry contributes significantly to the local economies and supports the livelihood in the many parts of the world. So this is highly impactful slide that where this aquaculture playing a role in global food security point of view. Now, finally, I have to come to the important aspect of this presentation, that what are the challenges and the opportunities, especially in this aquaculture industries, or you can say this aquaculture sector. Environmental sustainability. No doubt, this is a very important issue, and whatever we are discussing about the climate change issues, they are really affecting the environment so lot. So, ensuring the environmental sustainability of the aquaculture is paramount. So, this basically involves minimizing waste generation, reducing the use of the antibiotics, and mitigating the impact of fish farm on surrounding ecosystem. So this is one of the important challenge and opportunity to our industries. Disease management, very important issue in the fish farming sector. Aquaculture faces the challenges in managing the fish diseases. Or already there are so many important information has to be shared, which can lead to significant economic losses. So the research and development efforts at the part of this disease management, they are crucial to prevent and control diseases, ensuring health fish populations. So this is really a challenge for us, and this is really a challenge for the industries also. Now the consumer confidence, that is building consumers' confidence in aquaculture is quite essential for its continued growth. It requires the transparency and the clear labeling practices to ensure the consumers are aware of the sustainability and ethical practices of the industry. So we have to focus on that. These are really challenges or the trends and advancement on which we have to focus. Our researchers, scientists, or we can say the academician, those basically who are involved in this sector, they are really the challenges and the opportunities in industries to be keep in mind in future, and we have to work on them collectively just to improve this fisheries sector in future. Next. So this is the advancements in fish breeding and genetics. As already I have to already share with you the new precision, sustained forming technologies, that is uh, application of the biotechnology. So no doubt the advancement in the fish breeding and genetics are still here. Selective breeding concept with the gene editing and the improved feed efficiency. So far as concerned to the selective breeding, the thing, but it is selective breeding programs are that is implemented to announce desirable traits in fish, such as the faster growth rates, diseases, resistances, and improve feed conservation efficiency. So this all is comes in the part of the selective breeding, which we have to be follow or which we have to be keep in mind as an advancement in fish breeding and genetics. Now the gene editing is also an important criteria. Gene editing technologies are enabling scientists to modify fish genomes to improve traits like diseases, resistances, cold tolerance, and growth rates, leading to the more sustainable and the productive aquaculture practices. Now, the improved feed efficiency is also is a quite important advancement in the area of the fisheries. That is, the genetic advancements are leading to a fish with improved feed efficiency, that basically reducing the amount of the feed required to produce a given amount of the fish, thus minimizing the environmental impact of the aquaculture. Now, this is the future of the sustainable aquaculture. Increased automation and robotics. Really, it's come in the part of the precision agriculture, automated feeding system, robotic harvesting, and AI-powered monitoring that really improve the efficiency and that will reduce the labor cost. So, no doubt, the sustainable aquaculture or the future of the sustainable agriculture lies just to increase the application of the automation as well as the robotics in the area of the fisheries. Now, the closed loop system is already, we have a long discussion by the eminent speakers. Closed loop system like this RAS and this IMTA that really become more prevalent, minimizing water uses and waste. Circular economy model, already we have to discuss consumer education that efforts to educate the consumers about the sustainability and the benefits of the agriculture really will play a crucial role for the industry's continued growth. So this is the particular future, and I think this whole presentation is really cover up that what actually at present scenario of this aquaculture and what is the coming advancement on which we have a lot of opportunities to work. And I would like to share one more important information in Indian concept. The Indian government as well as the state government in UP is promoting this fisheries sector more by providing the facilities in a different type of the modes for, serving for this, promoting this fish farming, especially at this district level. A separate department in Uttar Pradesh is established for which a senior officer like this additional director of fisheries is appointed, who is basically look after all the fish farmers that what is their problems and how these problems can be shared at the district level or the government level. So no doubts, it's a very good future, especially in the area of the fisheries. And now once again, I am thankful to this BioLeaks. It's really a non-profitable organization who provide his platform to this Chandrasekhar Azad University, Kanpur, to share and to just exchange the knowledges, not only in the fisheries, but also in a veterinary animal husbandry. And I think our more than 20 participants from Chandrasekhar Azad University is participating actively in this international conference. And again, I am thankful to our honorable chair of this prestigious conference, Dr. Anand Kumar Singh, who really taken a very sincere initiatives, and he is also in close touch with me just for the successful of this international event, not only in fisheries but also in veterinary and animal husbandry. Thank you so much. Now I have to wind up my this presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable session. If any of the participant is having any further queries, kindly text your queries in the chat box.
Sure.
Uh, Mr. Professor Bernard, I guess you had
Yeah.
a question. You may unmute yourself and ask the question.
Yeah, thank you, Prof, for the good presentation. I was just wondering with the question of automation and robotics in aquaculture, what happens to the issue of creation of jobs and labor within this sector, noting that most of our developing countries are highly rich in terms of the local labor. Thank you.
That's nice. Yeah. So far as concerned to this labor, I mean, or the employment opportunities, no doubt, whatever the things is observing in context of the specifically farmer community, they are less aware about the different type of the things. So when we have to introduce the technology and we have to prepare our small technicians just to, I mean, apply their a IoT based system at the ponds, then they can just get the information and communicate to the I mean this less literate farmers. So no doubt our this agriculture aquaculture is to be improved. That's our perception in this context of this AI and other type of the technology implementations.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If any other participants is having any further queries, kindly unmute yourself and ask the queries, please.
You can share in the chat box.
I guess there are no further queries from the participants, sir. Thank you. So next, I would like to call upon our next keynote speaker of our day and the last one, Professor Dr. Sehu Latunji Akintola, Professor of Fisheries, Department of Fisheries, Lagos State University, University of Cape Coast, Ghana. Sir, over to you, please.
Yes, thank you, the moderator. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay. It's a beautiful morning from Lagos State, Nigeria, where I'm here making this presentation. I want to thank the organizer of this conference for deeming it to invite me here. My presentation is looking at changing the narrative in inland fisheries and enhancing sustainable growth. As introduced, I'm Professor Shehu Latunji Akintola with the Lagos State University Department of Fisheries. I'm also a visiting professor at the Africa Center of Excellence in Coastal Resilience, ASCOR in Ghana.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it is a great honor to be here today to discuss this topic. Inland fisheries have long been an integral part of our economic development, and communities will find them all around. And it provides food security, livelihood, and heritage, among others. In spite of the contribution of inland fisheries, it's been faced with some vulnerability which tend to impede in their production, and not managed will make us lose this great contribution. So it's my pleasure to be here as I dive into this topic. Now, my overview of this presentation will be to look at the importance of inland fisheries, to look at the challenges of vulnerability they face, and the changing what we need to change the narratives. Yeah, when we talk about inland fisheries, the terminology varies. Some just call them artisanal fishers, or they are parts of the small-scale fisheries, which include fisheries that are done in the marine or in the coastal system. But inland fisheries are mainly done in the fresh water mainly. It could also be traditional, could be subsistence, and of course, some of the excess are also sold. The jar types include gear net, hooks, line, traps, and sometimes bad practices using chemical explosives. They use canoe to move within the water. And then mainly, like I said, it's mainly done in the freshwater system. And they can be seen, the ecosystem types include those that are practiced in the lake, the mangrove area, in the rivers, dams, and also in wetlands. So the importance of inland fisheries is very diverse. They contribute to food security, job and livelihood, healthy diet, trade, contributions to national economy. They're also very important in the recreation fisheries. And then also important in utilization. They contribute to non-food uses, which also some contributions from the inland fisheries. The cultural heritage for many that depends on the fisheries, they are very crucial. For food security, it is estimated that globally about 20.4 million metric tons of the 641 metric tons of fish based on the current FAO state of fishery and aquaculture. They contribute at least not less than 30 to 40% of the catches, landings. And then in Africa or West Africa, the inland fishery contribute up to 80% of the local production. Jobs, it is estimated about 23.5 million fishers engaged in the inland fisheries. And then they are very important in terms of national and regional trade in Africa. You see practitioners trading in moving goods, processed fish across region, particularly in Africa. And then in terms of contributions, I understand that inland fisheries is estimated to contribute about 1% of the GDP of the Indians. And in Africa, it's estimated that it's on the average about 33% to the GDP. studies have shown that in terms of recreation, the inland fishery annually is worth 190 billion US dollar. And in terms of utilization for non-food uses, they are also important in fish meal, fish oil, and ornamental fish to mention. But fish generally is very healthy, providing very rare and important omega-3 fatty acids for our well-being. Most people, most audience who are above 40 will most likely be advised to stop eating red meats and then should eat more of fish. So when you are eating your fish, you know that the inland fisheries is also contributing to you having a healthy diet. And also, in terms of cultural heritage, there are a lot of people that depend on the resources from the inland fisheries, the rivers, and other, even sometimes the gorges, where some devotees go to worship and then make their. So in terms of religion, it's very important. And also some folklores have been well developed relating to inland fisheries. And you find that in the cultural heritage is priceless. You cannot actually put evaluation into it. It's beyond just counting monetary gain. It's very huge. In spite of all these contributions, inland fisheries faces some challenges globally. These are what I will be talking about in the next slide. So the sources of vulnerability include climate change. Of course, we know the fact that the climate is rapidly changing and that the consequence of climate change particularly is the fact that many of the rivers could be flooded. We have flash flood. And then also the fishers too sometimes could be source of their vulnerability by using unsustainable practices that could tend to have negative impact on their livelihood. Also, a source of vulnerability is urbanization. People need to have schools, hospitals, and in many cases, some of the water body, the wetlands, the mangroves, where some of these fishers operate have been converted to modern amenities. Then habitat degradation is also affecting small-scale fishers. Also, there's pollution, and also sometimes some invasive species of fish have been brought inland, and this has a negative impact on the practice of the fishers. And then there's also a lack of interactive governance. In many cases, governance is top-down, and then not allowing the fishers to contribute maximally to the management of their resources. Now, what do we need to do in order to enhance the contribution of inland fisheries, starting from the top, not necessarily in this order, but importantly, we need to strengthen the implementation of the SSF guidelines. The guidelines had come to be more like a total guide on how to ensure that poverty is reduced and food security is enhanced. And of course, it's the SSF guideline preaches subsidiarity, which means a push towards where the small-scale fish, the inland fishers are also involved in the production and managing their resources. You also must also be involved in community engagement and empowerment, and also issues of human rights should be looked at. We also need to encourage innovative management practices. The inland fisheries are usually practiced within community, and therefore it's very steep in terms of traditional practices that has ensured their viability over decades. But these need to also yield to some new technology. For example, early warning system can also help to avoid the backlash from climate change dimensions. And also the fishers, instead of wholly depending on their traditional knowledge of fish population, could use monitoring devices and that kind of modernize the practice of inland fisheries. Then, like I said, there's need for their involvement in the management of the resources. Most inland fisheries suffered from top-bottom approach to governance. So their issues are often more or less decreed from the top, and they are not involved. And in many cases, the inland fishers operate in far away from the cities. They are all in the rural communities. And therefore, sometimes we don't get it right by trying to force down our knowledge on their practice. Then we should also continuously also allow reservoirs, improve the governance of reservoirs. Reservoirs, as we know, are created for other activities, not necessarily for fishing. So we need to engage non-fishers to also help in ensuring that the reservoirs are managed sustainably and that the fishers can also begin to participate more effectively in terms of enhancing their livelihood, opening of the guide and then allowing the flow of water, and when it is time to close the sluice. And all of this, the fishers should be encouraged and also be brought into limelight, and then discussed with. Then also, there's the need in order to promote sustainable development, there's also the need for market access and value chain development. And this can be explained better in terms of ensuring that the fishers have access to credit and financial services, and then also promoting fair trade among the small-scale fishers. They should be given opportunity to also extend their trade in a way that ensures sustainability. So, like I said, the researchers, sorry. Okay, there's need to promote research into activities of small, the inland fishers. The the Future initiative being funded by USAID in Nigeria is one way to do this, to help promote sustainable inland fishery development. This is a project where the PI, what we are trying to do here is to ensure that we begin to talk to those who are in charge of reservoirs. We are trying to encourage them to ensure that the importance of the fishers' livelihood and their role into food security is enhanced in the management of these reservoirs. You said funded project. In conclusion, I want to say this, that inland fisheries remain critical in the strive towards sustainable development, and in many ways contribute to many of the SDG goals: poverty reduction, SDG 1, SDG 2 in terms of reducing hunger, and then finally that states should support the millions of fishers, ensuring that their vulnerabilities are reduced or eliminated where possible. And finally, I want to acknowledge Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy, who is the founder and CEO of Bow League India, and Mr. Priyanka, who has been the man in touch with me. He's a superb coordinator, a very patient man. And then I want to thank the audience for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable time and spending time here for giving the keynote lecture. If any of the participants is having further queries, you may ask the queries in the chat box. I guess there are no queries from the participants, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
So before we continue to the next part of our sessions of the conference, now I would like to request all the participants to kindly turn on their videos for the gallery image. I repeat myself, I request all the participants to kindly turn on the videos for the gallery image. I repeat myself, I request all the participants to kindly turn on the videos for the gallery image. Thank you. Thank you all. So we'll start our technical sessions by 12:30 sharp. Before that, I would like to welcome our sessions chairs of the day, Dr. Rajendra Shivaji Gadji, Sectional Head cum Assistant Professor, Veterinary Medicine, Maharashtra Animal and Fishery Sciences University, Nagpur, India. And our next session chair of the day is Dr. Amit Ranjan, Assistant Professor, Fish Nutrition and Feed Technology, Institute of Fisheries, Postgraduate Studies, Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jayalalitha, Fisheries University, India. Dr. Sachin Onkar Kairnar, Associate Professor, Fish Genetics and Breeding College of Fisheries, Bihar Animal Science University, India. Dr. Nagendran Kumar Sharma, Dean College of Fishery Science and Research Center, Etawah, Dean Faculty of Technology Campus, Etawah, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Uttar Pradesh, India. These will be our session chairs for the next technical sessions. Before we move to the technical sessions, there are few rules and regulations for the participants. For presentation, it will be 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for questionnaire. I request every participant kindly be ready with your PPTs. And if you have any technical issues or glitches while sharing the PPT, you may share to Ms. Priyanka. We will be helping you to share the PPT. I'll be texting the WhatsApp number so that you can share your PPTs to her.
Yeah.
So we have shared the Ms. Priyanka's contact number on chat box. You may contact her if any of you are facing technical issues regarding sharing the PPT. Dr. Rajendra, could we start our session, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So now, first, I would like to welcome all the participants and joining for the day. First participant is Ms. Ms. Rajalakshmi on a topic of effects of combination of novel feed ingredients on growth, performance, feed utilization, and immune response of specific white shrimp. Ms. Rajalakshmi.
There is an error. There is a technical issue in sharing my PPT. I have sent my PPT to the number you have given.
Okay,
There is some technical issue.
रेश्मा थोड़ा आवाज कमी कर.
Sorry, sir, you were saying something?
आवाज कमी ठीक है.
The following participant will be Govindaraj, Satish Kumar, A. Monish Kumar, Kumuhi and NB, Dr. Ashok Singh Rathod, Jamila Tangarani, Sukanta Biswas. Kindly be ready with your PPTs. And I request every participant to kindly stick on to their times, 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for questioning. Oh, yeah. Ms. Rajalakshmi, I guess the screen is visible to you right now.
Yes, ma'am. The screen is visible.
Yes, kindly proceed. And if you want to move to next slide, kindly say next slide.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, and all present here. I am Rajalakshmi, PhD Research Scholar from Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fisheries University. I am going to present here on a topic, novel aquafeed formulation using sustainable ingredients for Pacific white shrimp Pinnaeus venami. Next. Aquaculture seafood is the fastest growing seafood industry nowadays. The total aquaculture production level is 94.4 million tons, and in the marine aquaculture production is 35.3. In the Pinnaeus venami, the most important species nowadays and growing in aquaculture industry, and it is the most important contributor of seafood export. In a world production level, it stands it gives the rate of 71.96 lakh metric tons, whereas in India wise, it is 10.2 lakh metric tons. And the global production of marine and coastal aquaculture reached it is 71.1 million tons in 2022. In that, the total aquatic animals alone, it is 35.3. Now, next slide. Next, please. Novel feed ingredients. Actually, why novel feed ingredients is the question first arising, right? The fish meal replacement, because fish meal is the most expensive and highly demand and high cost ingredient. Nowadays, most of the people in the aquaculture are going for fish meal. And as the population increases nowadays in world level, there is a need for fishes also for human consumption. So we are in search for some alternative ingredients. So we are going for soybean meal, and also because of this over demand and everything, no, the scarcity will be there for fish meal and everything. So we are going for some alternative feed ingredients. So we can adapt a principle like circularity principles, that is nothing but the waste into wealth. We can go for ingredients like insect meal, rapeseed meal, peanut meal, and also the waste from poultry and waste from fish waste. So that, and also recently SCP can be produced from methane gas. These are the some of the innovations and which is happening now. So we can easily utilize this, and we can go for, and we can easily find some alternative feed, novel feed. So even though these ingredients, there will be a question arising that even though these ingredients will be there for so long, now it's gaining momentum to adapt the novel feed ingredients, and there is a compulsory or the situation to adapt these ingredients in aquaculture to gain a novel feed for either fish or shrimp. Now in this my research, I have focused on the shrimp. So what are the novel feed ingredients which I have used in my study is insect meal, fish waste, poultry byproduct meal, single cell protein, broken rice, rapeseed meal, peanut meal. These are the ingredients that I have adopted. Because of this having a high content of protein and essential omega-3 long chain fatty acids. And by adapting this, the animal health can be improved, and it will be a sustainable replacement for fish meal, and the production cost also will be high. Next slide. My objective is to identify the different combination of novel ingredients and their effect on growth, nutrient utilization, and health performance of Pinnaeus venami. Next slide. Experimental shrimp and husbandry conditions. Here I have mentioned about the photographs. That is the PL I have bought, and it is nursery reared for some 1 month to gain an average initial size of 1 gram. After that, it has been transferred into the experimental tanks. That is the experimental design picture, and below that you can see the size of the shrimp at the end of the feeding trial. And I will explain detail in the following slide. Next slide, please. And that is once the seeds were stocked or bought, it is a nursery reared in a nursery tank that is acclimatized to experimental conditions for 30 days. After that, it has been given a commercial diet, that is 4 times a day. After that, once it has reached the initial size of 1 gram, grading has been done. After that, it is transferred to the experimental tanks. In each experimental tank, the stocking density is 35 shrimps. It is done in triplicates. Then it is also fed 4 times in a day. Then after that, the feeding ratio is right. It is adjusted based upon the shrimp average weight. So intermittent sampling will be done to measure about the shrimp average weight and the survival feed intake. Depending on these factors, the feed which is giving to the animal will be readjusted. And then every day, 10% of water will be exchanged. Next slide. This is the experimental design. That is, I have five diets. The diet one is just nothing but the fish meal. It consists of 20% fish meal. And diet two, it has the combination of 3 ingredients. That is poultry byproduct meal, broken rice, and a single cell protein. Diet three, it consists of insect meal, rapeseed meal, and single cell protein. Diet four, it has peanut meal, fish waste, single cell protein, and this the diet 5 has combination of all these ingredients. That is, I have given in a 3 combination, right, in the before diets. That has been given in a whole combination in diet 5. Next slide. This is the diet formulation and nutrient composition of the diet, which I have mentioned. In that, you can see about the percentage of that in the first diet, it is 20% fish meal alone. And in the second diet, the ratio of the combination, that is 29.75. And in the third diet, it is 27.43. And in the fourth diet, it is 31.63. And the fifth diet, which is the combination of all the major ingredients, that is 33.5%. And beside this is the nutrient composition. Next slide. These are the feed ingredients that I have used for the production of the experimental diet, which I have explained now. Next slide. And the results which I have, which I got from this study are, the first thing is about growth performance and nutrient utilization. From this slide, you can see that significantly higher final weight gain, average daily growth, specific growth has been obtained in the 3 diets. That is diet 1 control diet, diet 3, and diet 5. And also the least FCR has been obtained in the diet 5. That is the combination of all ingredients. And protein
relationship of Silao and USA. The first figure shows the gap is between the relationship of Silao and USA. In the case of males,
Hello, is my audio audible?
Yes.
Then protein efficiency ratio, it is a higher activity in diet 1 and diet 5. From this, we can able to say that the well-balanced nutritional profile and amino acid balance and fatty acid balance also might be the reason. And it can also be correlated with the some other parameters like digestibility and the whole body composition. And also we can estimate the separate fatty acid profile, amino acid profile in the whole body also by analyzing those concentration and profile. And also the following parameters, which the results of the following parameters also has a positive response along the result of the growth, which I have obtained in this study. The next slide. Whole body proximate composition. Here, the whole body nutrient retention, which is mainly depends upon the dietary composition, the nutrient composition of the dietary groups. That is the what diet we have been giving to the animal. Here, it has been resulted that the significantly higher crude protein and crude lipid level has been shown in the diet 1, that is control group, and diet 5, which is the combination of all ingredients. We say that it reflects about the feed digestion and how far the nutrient utilization is well observed in the animal through the diet we have given to shrimp. Next slide. Then apparent digestibility coefficient. This apparent digestibility coefficient will give the ingestion of the proportion of ingested nutrients, that rather than the nutrients which are excreted in fecus, how far the nutrients has been absorbed into the animal, and their activity and their whole nutrient utilization will be reflected through the estimation of this apparent digestibility coefficient. From this, we can able to say clearly, and this can be correlated with the growth performance also. That is in the diet 1, that is the control diet, the dry matter digestibility, crude protein digestibility, which is significantly higher in diet 1, and the combination of all ingredients diet 5, and the crude lipid, which has shown higher level in the diet 1 control diet. Next slide. And this is the digestive enzyme activities. Digestive enzyme activities, just the absorbed nutrients of how far it is broken down and taken to the all the physiological processes of the animal, and that I have measured these enzyme activities in both tissues like hepatopancreas and intestine. The first table, it shows about the results of hepatopancreas. In that, the amylase has a significantly higher level in the diet 3 and diet 5. In the protease, the higher level it has been shown in diet 1 and diet 5, and the lipase it has been shown in diet 1, that is the control diet. And whereas when it comes to the intestine tissue, the amylase which has higher activity in a control and diet 3 and diet 5, and lipase it has higher activity in control and diet 3 and diet 5. And with this digestive enzyme activities can be well, it not only supports the growth, there will be many reasons like a balanced essential fatty acids and amino acids will also be one of the reason, because if we use one ingredient, there might be a lack of any amino acids or fatty acids in one ingredient. For example, insect meal, it has it can able to elevate the high protease activity. In a recent research, one of the literature depicts that protease activity which has been very high when we use insect meal. And if some other meal like rapeseed meal if we use now, there will be lack of like lysine, methionine, some other fatty acids, amino acids will be lack. So if you use in a combination aspect, it can able to balance the nutrients by giving in a combination aspect. So I can able to depict that. Then control diet 5, if we exclude fish meal, right, we can able to replace that with a combination and it gives the same result. Next slide. Next slide, please. Before slide. This is the antioxidant enzyme activities. Antioxidant enzyme activities, from this we can able to know about the overall antioxidant status of the animal. So each ingredient have some antioxidant properties like insect meal has chitin, and the other each other amino acids also have each antioxidant properties. So when we give these ingredients in a combination mode, it will enhance the antioxidant status even more than if we give any single ingredient. In this CAT, SOD, GPX, these are mainly used to scavenge the free radicals. And these activities, by analyzing these activities, if it has more antioxidant capacity, it can able to resist shrimp from any disease or any oxidative damage. Here, the catalase and GPX has shown no significant differences. That is, that activity which is same in all the experimental diets given, which is similar to control. And the only one is that SOD which has significant difference, that is higher in the diet 3 and diet 5. Next slide. This is the immune activity. Immune activity is respiratory burst activity and prophenol oxidase activity. Actually, prophenol oxidase, which is very much important in a shrimp point of view to analyze about the immune response. Generally, the shrimp's innate immune system, it just mainly depends upon that resistance against the pathogens. So this activity can able to say about how far the immune activity which is obtained in a shrimp when we give any formulated diet to analyze. From this it has been shown that the control diet has a high level of prophenol oxidase activity, and the diet 5, which is a combination of all the ingredients, which is showing the highest level of prophenol oxidase activity. When it comes to respiratory burst, the control and diet 3 and diet 5, this shows the highest activity. This immune activity, we can also able to correlate this with the other like if we analyze gene expression, if we go for that activity, if it gives the same result, it can easily justify that from the immune and gene expression, that growth can also be correlated, and we can say this will be the best diet for replacing control, that is which consists only of the fish meal with the combination of all the ingredients. Next slide. Then the conclusion, from the overall the analysis of this what I have explained now, I can able to say that we can able to replace that control fish meal diet with the combination of all ingredients. That is, in my aspect, I have been saying that combination of plant, animal, and microbe based ingredients are crucial for achieving the enhanced growth performance and nutrient utilization in Pinnaeus banami. If we say that it can also able to reduce the environmental impact, and by adapting this, if there is any reduction possibility of any feed palatability or any anti-nutritional factors, like if rapeseed meal and all has some anti-nutritional factors, right? So if it is used alone, and even if you go for higher inclusion, that might be an issue. So even if you go for higher inclusion, if there is given in this combination board and the ratio will be adjusted, means it will be balanced. So the amino acid fatty acid imbalance will be rectified, and it will give a good fish meal replacement. And also, there has been some recent projects and all, that is a green aquaculture intensification project which has been going on in this research. They have been adapting in, they have been tested this in a sea bream, turbot and all, and they have been specifically designed to facilitate aquaculture intensification through increased circularity and resource utilization. So from this, I can able to say this can be a sustainable and novel feed for shrimp in nearby future. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Kalevani, for giving us a wonderful presenter over here. So I would like to ask Dr. Rajendra Shivaji and Dr. Amit, or having any questions to the participants, can raise over it.
Okay, madam. Thank you very much. I had a question to Raj Lakshmi.
Yes, sir.
You says in your conclusion that you are
Yes, sir.
replaced the Indian feed with the number 5 feed replacement in
Yes,
the
sir.
white shrimp. So can
Yes,
you
sir.
explain in detail? Can you explain in detail?
Actually, sir, that I in the before diets I have added only the 3 combination of ingredients. That is, it is a one that in 3 combination, one will be a plant sourced, other will be animal, and third one will be a microbial sourced. Comparing to that, it will be a different ingredients, right, sir, in the first 3 diets. And that the last in combination, I have been adding all the ingredients, which is of plant, animal, and microbial. From that, I have compared the growth and everything, sir. It has been reflecting a good health performance and immune activity and everything in the diet 5, so that I can able to say that. And also it has been giving the similar performance to the control, sir. So it is similar performance to the control, in the sense I can say that if we exclude the fish meal, and instead of fish meal, if we give this combination, it is giving the same result. So it can be a better replacement for fish meal diet, no, sir.
Okay. And
Yes, sir.
one thing which I should add in your presentation, you should
Okay.
please specify the slide number, and the background should be somewhat little faint. This is only just friendly suggestion to you. Okay. Or rest
Okay,
of the
sir.
presentation is nice. Rest of the
Thank
presentation
you.
nice, nice.
Thank you
Okay,
so much, sir.
Raj Lakshmi, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you please explain the rationale behind selecting combination of ingredient, and then telling that so that even audience can understand that what was the main rationale behind your study?
That's why, sir. Because of that, we are now the aquaculture sector has been going on for fish meal only, no, sir. If they whatever the diet, if you choose, the fish meal is the major requirement, and because of that high demand, somewhere we are going for some alternative. Usually we go for some single ingredient, no, sir. But a fish meal has a diverse. No, I mean, the nutrition profile of the fish meal is very high, sir, and we can't able to say that by replacing with a single ingredient, we can able to completely comprehend that nutritional profile of the fish meal. So in that case, if you use this combination, right, even for the we can change the inclusion level also, and we can test the level in which level it is optimized, so that we can given to Venami. And Venami, it is the growing highest species in the nowadays aquaculture. So that single ingredient, the fish meal nutrition profile will be compensated or replaced by this combination, sir. In that case, I can able to say this can be a good alternative.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, Rajalakshmi Kalavanan. So
Thank you,
then
ma'am.
we can move towards the next presenter, is going to be done by Govindaraj Satish Kumar. I repeat, the next presentation will be done by Govindaraj Satish Kumar.
Ma'am, because of some technical issue, please wait for some 2 minutes, ma'am.
Ishra. So I request now to get ready the other participants like A. Monish Kumar, Thomni, Ashok Singh Rathod. Please get ready for the presentation. Govindaraj, have you joined the Zoom link? I'm really sorry for the other participants who are kindly stay connected. I think there is some technical issues running over there. So kindly wait for just a couple of moments, please.
Any other participant which one ready for their presentation? Please give the chance.
Yes, so we can move on to the next presentation. So I would like to call Dr. Monish Kumar to present over this.
Ma'am, I have also technical problem, ma'am. I will share Priyanka, ma'am.
So may I know when it will be solved out? You need any couple of moments to take part? Sorry for the inconvenience. So we can move towards the other participants, Kumni.
Yeah.
Kumhi, I just want to share your PPT and start over the presentation here.
Is it visible, ma'am? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yeah, go again.
Yes, please carry on.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. This is Komuhi NB Peakerstree Research Scholar from Tamil Nadu Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fisheries University. My topic is on feeding time synchronizes gut molecular clock gene expression in Labiorhita in the absence of natural photocycle. Let's get into the introduction. Global population is expected to reach approximately 8.5 billion by 2030. This demographic shift underscores the urgency of achieving the goals outlined in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Combating hunger, malnutrition, and poverty remain essential for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Successful initiatives are upscaling the aquatic food industry for the global food security, nutrition, and livelihood. As per the report of Food and Agriculture Organization 2024, global aquaculture production shows a unique height and it is 130.9 million tons. Cod production, India is notably known for the cod production and it is called a cod country. Among the consumer, Rogu Labiorhita is a highly preferable species. For improving any aquaculture production, the knowledge and the biology of the species, particular species is imperative and how the feeding time influences the betterment of yield and it's provoking in the genetic pattern. Before digging into the topic, we should get clarified about what is the biological clock and where does it reside. Usually, each and every cell has such a clock which influence the gene expression and protein synthesis. These biological clock rhythmicities are expressed in the term of circadian rhythm. The circadian rhythm, the word circadian is derived from Latin, which means circa is around day and is a day. Circadian rhythm is the period of activities of the biological clock about the 24 hours which are residing in the fish body. These clocks, every organism has such a master clock which maintained by the all mini clocks. The master clock, which is present in the suprachiasmatic nucleus of the hypothalamus, regulates all mini clock reside in the peripheral regions. To study the circadian clock rhythmicity, clock gene need to be studied. Here I have seen the expression pattern of two clock gene period PER and cytochrome C or Y. This is my experimental setup. I have maintained 4 treatment and 1 control in triplicate form. The trial was conducted for 60 days. In all 4 treatment, I have maintained the artificial light, and the feeding regime is varying among the treatments. Here, the arising of question, why there is a need of artificial light? Because light and dark cycle regulates the biological clock, which plays a major role in the physiological responses of the fish body. I'm giving here a 24 hours light condition to disturb the natural biological clock of the fish body, and also how the feeding regime and artificial light regulates the circadian rhythm inside the fish body. At the end of the feeding trial, the sampling was conducted for every 6 hours in 5 time kinetics. Sampling was done for every 0 hour, 6 hour, 12 hour, 18th hour, and 24th hour. Later, the intestine is segregated into foregut, midgut, and hindgut. These are the steps I have followed in seeing the expression of clock gene. First, from the hindgut of the rogus intestine, I have isolated the RNA with high quality and integrity. Later is transformed into cDNA. Meanwhile, I have designed the primers for clock genes CRY and PR3. And then this primers temperature, annealing temperature was optimized in the gradient PCR. Later that I have seen the gene expression of the Cry3 and PR3 in Labiorhita hindgut. These are the forward and reverse primers for Rogus Cry3 and Rogus PR, and then beta actin. The quality of the cDNA was checked with the beta actin in real time in PCR. These are the photos, the amplification plot in real-time PCR. These are my results. This graphical representation of Rogus Cry3 is clearly indicating that treatment 1 and treatment 2 shows a single distinct peaks. In treatment 3, it shows a 2 distinct peaks. It is clearly indicating that in treatment 1 and treatment 2 is a single peak because it is a single time feeding. Treatment 3 is a 2 distinct peak. It is a 2 times feeding. In treatment 4, in random feeding, the molecular clock is disturbed and there is a no distinct peak is arising. While comparing this treatment into control, there is a distinct peak in the control, but there is a no rhythmicity related to the feeding time because we have maintained 2 feeding regime in control, but there is a only single distinct peak in the control. So I'm concluding that the molecular clock reside in the Rogus intestine. It is confirming that the artificial light and different random feeding regime is affected the intestinal molecular clock in Rogus intestine. The same expression pattern was expressed in Rogus PR3. It is showing that there is a single distinct peak in treatment T1 and T2, which is a single time feeding, and there is a 2 distinct peak in treatment 4, which is a 2 time feeding. These distinct peaks indicates that both Zettinger feeding time and artificial light shows a Q. This indicates that presence of molecular clock in the Rogus intestine. Comparing the treatment to the control, it shows the distance peak, but there is a no rhythmicity. This is indicating that artificial light and feeding regime disturb the natural biological clock of the Rogus intestine. I'm concluding that clock genes, Rogus CRY and Rogus PRV were synchronized similarly by both Zettinger photocycle and feeding regime in Rogus hindgut. But in natural light dark cycle, Rogus CRY3 and PR3 rhythmicity was not predicted by feeding time. Without a natural light dark, both genes anticipated food delivery cyclically. Q was appeared. And also, there was a disappearance in the absence of the both Zettinger. That is, a random feeding shows no distinct peaks. I'm concluding that feeding regime is a strong signal enshrines this peripheral oscillator in the hindgut of the Labiorhita, and also clock gene CRY3 and PR3 are synchronized by the photocycle and feeding regime is the Labiorhita hindgut. These results need to be understood with the clear relationship among the feeding regime and clock genes in Labiorhita. There is a need of further studies to be validated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kumhi. So I would like to ask Dr. Rajendra Shivaji and Dr. Ahmed any questions over to this presentation.
There is a question for you, Komahi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you please tell that, how many hours of dark and light can be maintained, and then similarly that what can be the feeding regimes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
Yes, sir. In treatment 1, there is a 24 hours continuous light condition, and then feeding regime was maintained 8 a.m. feeding, sir. Likewise, treatment 2, 24 hours light condition, 8 p.m. Treatment 3 is 8 a.m., 8 p.m. 24 hours light condition. Treatment 4, 24-hour light condition, random feeding. In control, there is a natural condition was maintained. Feeding regimes is 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. feedings.
What I'm asking, then what
Yes,
is your conclusion? How many hours of dark and light needs to be maintained?
No, sir. This is not about the conclusion of the how many light has to be maintained for the growth of the rogus. I'm concluding that there is the presence of intestinal molecular clock in the rogus hind gut. So feeding regime, if we maintain, then growth will be improvised, and also natural condition is the Zettinger that promotes the growth of the organism, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kumi. So
Thank you.
we'd like to call the previous participants who had the technical issues have rejoined again. So we'd like to call now Govindaraj Satish Kumar to present the abstract now.
Sorry for the delay, ma'am.
Yes, Satish Kumar, your screen is visible now. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Mr. Satish Kumar from Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fisheries University, and I am here to present a topic on impact of fish meal replacement with poultry byproduct meal and fish protein hydrolysate on growth performance, nutrient utilization, whole body proximate composition, and growth gene expression of striped marl Chana striata. And we know that aquaculture has increasing steadily and contributed 50.9% of the global fisheries production. And with this, 59.1 million tons were contributed from inland aquaculture production. So inland aquaculture production is the major contributor of aquaculture production. Further, the future expansion of aquaculture production requires innovation and advancement in formulated rates, because feed is the crucial component for aquaculture production. So feed is the most expensive for the intensive aqua farming. Moreover, the commercial fish diets required high protein diets, and usually fish meal has been utilized as the primary source of protein for the formula diets.
जो मीटिंग से कैसे वो शेयर होता है स्क्रीन जानता है स्क्रीन कैसे शेयर होता है जूम मीटिंग से जानता है
मैम Ma'am,
Sorry for the inconvenience, Satish Kumar. I think there is some participants who have unmuted it. I request all the participants to mute yourself when the presentation is going on.
Okay, and the commercial fish diets mainly sea bass, salmon, and sea breams required high protein diets, and it is depends on the fish meal. Because of fish meal has highly digestible protein, essential amino acids, fatty acids, vitamins, minerals, and carotenoids. However, the shortage of production and
Mr.
increase
Satish.
prices. Yes, sir. Sir. Hello, sir.
Satish Kumar, I think there are some technical issues over their side. You can continue.
Okay, ma'am. So we have to develop alternative feed ingredients, which will be derived from plant byproducts, fish and animal byproducts, single cell proteins, or macro and microalgae meals. So coming to striped marl, Chana striata. Chana striata, we know that it is the high value indigenous food fish, and consumers prefer a lot because of it has a good flavor, meaty flesh with a few intramuscular bones, and it has properties too, especially wound healing and anti-inflammatory properties. And as we know that striped marral is a highly carnivorous species, and it required high protein diets. So the protein is get from fish meal based diets. So in the commercial feed market, striped marral feed is so expensive, and it involved 80% of the production cost of striped marral production. So we have to develop alternative feed ingredients that must be cheap, locally available, and additionally it less expensive than fish meal. So we selected a poultry byproduct meal as a protein source, along with palatability enhancer is a fish protein hydrolysate. So why we choose poultry byproduct meal? We know that poultry byproduct meal is actually obtained from poultry meat processing plant, and is the waste material of poultry meat processing plants. It consists of head, neck, feet, and undeveloped eggs and viscera of poultry, and it has high crude protein content and high digestible crude protein values, as well as well balanced amino acid profile. Mostly it very close to fish meal, and some other advantages like a highly available, sustainable, and comparatively less expensive than fish meal. Various studies have utilized the poultry byproduct meal as fish meal replacer in many aquaculture fish species diets. And coming to fish protein hydrolysate, actually fish protein hydrolysate is obtained from animal byproduct obtained from whole fish or fish waste by protein hydrolysation using with acid, alkali, or enzymes from fish processing industries. And it is not also have high protein content. It has more free amino acids, peptides, nucleosides, and nucleotides. So various studies fish protein hydrolysate have been utilized as immunostimulant or attractant in many aquaculture fish diets to improve the growth performance as well as improve the health responses of fish and shellfish diets. So in this study, we have to evaluate the effect of poultry byproduct meal with palatability enhancer, that is the fish protein hydrolysate, on growth performance, feeding efficiency, and antioxidant status of Channa striata. So coming to materials and method, for this study, we purchased the striped marral from Marine Integrated Fish Farm from Tamil Nadu district, and initially the striped marral fingerlings were stocked into the nursery tank and fed with commercial diet with containing 44% crude protein and 10% crude lipid, fed 5 times to reduce the cannibalistic behavior as well as improve the survival rate of striped marral. After acclimatization period, the average same weight of fishes were stocked into the experimental cages. The experimental cage size is 1 into 1 into 1.5 meter, and they were fixed into the cement tanks. The total of 5 cement tanks were utilized for the study, and during the experimental period, the fishes were fed with experimental diets 3 times per day. And during the feeding trial, the 30% of water was exchanged for every 3 days, and the water quality parameters has monitored and maintained optimal level for the normal culture conditions of striped marral. So coming to preparation of experimental diets for the control diet, prepared using with 35% fish meal, and the following diets were replacing fish meal at levels of 25% and 50% poultry byproduct meal, and the diet 3 and diet 4 were prepared with replacing fish meal with 25% and 50% poultry byproduct meal, along with supplementation of 3.5% fish protein hydrolysate. And the diets were prepared isonitrogenous, isolipidic, and isoenergetic diets. And this is the feed ingredients were utilized for the production of experimental diets, and this is the feed composition of experimental diets. For the preparation of experimental diets, all the feed ingredients were finely ground with pulverizer and sieved with siever, and then mixed with a vertical feed mixer. Then the feed ingredients were extruded at 70 to 80 degrees Celsius to prepare the experimental diets from using twin screw extruder. And then the extruder were dried using dryer at 60 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes. And then the fish oil and farm oil were coated using with vacuum coater. For fractionate composition and amino acid analysis, the proximate composition of feed ingredient, external diets, and whole body proximate carcass composition were analyzed by following the AOAC method, and then the amino acid composition of feed ingredients were analyzed with ultra pressure liquid chromatography following the method of Ishida et al. 1981, and then the amino acid composition of experimental diets were determined with near infrared spectroscopy. And the gene expression analysis, IGF-1, insulin like growth factor 1 was measured using with RT-PCR, and this is the primer sequence of IGF-1 and beta-actin genes. And then the obtained data were statistically analyzed with SPSS software following the Duncan multiple range test for determine the significant difference between the treatments, and all the data were expressed in the way of mean values plus or minus standard deviation of 3 replicates. Coming to results, the higher final weight gain, average daily growth, and specific growth rate were observed in striped marl fed with 50% poultry bobcat meal supplemented with EPH diets. And survival rate, hepatosomatic index, and viscerosomatic index were not affected by the experimental diets. And coming to feed utilization and feed conversion of striped marl fed with ppm with or without supplementation of PH diets, and the best FCR, higher protein efficiency ratio, lipid efficiency ratio, protein retention ratio were observed in striped marl fed with 25% poultry bobcat meal supplemented with EPH diets, and 50% poultry bobcat meal supplemented with EPH diets. And there were no significant difference were observed in lipid retention of striped marl. And the whole body proximate composition was not affected in striped marl fed with different inclusion level of poultry byproduct meal and supplemented with EPH diets. And higher insulin growth factor 1 was observed in striped marl fed with 50% poultry byproduct meal supplemented with EPH diets than other diets. So this is the photo sample of final fish which I have taken at the end of the feeding trial. And coming to conclusion, so this study has demonstrated that poultry bobcat meal could replace up to 50% of fish meal without affecting the growth performance, nutrient utilization, and growth gene expression of Chana. However, significantly higher growth performance and nutrient utilization were observed in Chana fed with 50% ppm supplemented with EPH diets. So EPH supplementation is essential to achieving higher growth performance and nutrient utilization of Chana. So these are the references, and finally, thank you.
Thank you, Satish Kumar.
Sir?
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
Myself, Dr. Gadge. I had a question. In just previous slide, you said that the Chana is can be replaced with the fish protein up to 50%. Can you explain with an example that with particular which type of feed we generally recommended for 50% replacement?
Actually,
Yes.
sir, in the previous study, in striped marl, up to 40% of poultry bobcat meal replacement is possible, sir.
Yes.
So whenever we replace the fish meal with some alternate feed ingredients, the palatability is the issue, sir.
Yes.
So when replacement with alternative feed ingredients, we have to formulate with palatability enhancer, sir. That is the fish protein hydrolyzed acid, because fish protein hydrolyzed acid have lot of free amino acids and nucleotides. Usually the nucleosides and nucleotides is attractant in fish diets. So it may be possible if supplemented with fish protein hydrolyzed, when fish meal replacement with up to 50%, the higher growth performance may be possible, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Govindraj Satish Kumar. So
Thank you,
we
ma'am.
will move on to the next presentation, which is going to be done by Monish Kumar.
Share program. It's visible, ma'am?
No, Monish Kumar, we can't able to get it. Or else we can share from our side.
No, ma'am. I will. Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am?
Monish Kumar, now it is visible to all. You can go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, A. Monish Kumar from Tamil Nadu Dr. J. Fisheries University. I would talk about my research topic, effect of varying protein and lipid levels with or without addition of L-carnitine supplementation on growth performance and nutrient utilization of Asian seabass reared in recirculating aquaculture system. First of all, introduction. Why I particularly choosing Asian seabass is a high economic value species and also is fast growth and better feed conversion and also strong ecological tolerance. It's a European species. It can tolerate wild range salinity also. Its protein requirements also high, range from 45% to 55%. I particularly why this take this topic now is cannibalism difference growth and higher feed cost is a reason for the fish and shrimp farmers not to over to large scale production in sea bass culture. Actually, in sea bass in our region, in per kg 500 to 700 per kg in Tamil Nadu region. In seabass also it's a carnivore species. Okay, it's a fish diet. In the carnivorous fish diet contain the more protein source and the lipid source. In the fish meal is mostly preferred for the protein source. In shortage of fish meal and sustainability issue in the world wide necessitated to utilize the high fat diet. That's why I am choose this topic. Increase the dietary. Ma'am, slides moving, ma'am? Ma'am?
Yes, Monish Kumar, it's moving and you can go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. If increased dietary fat content, it could produce a protein sparing effect through the oxidation, also ensuring protein direct for growth. Yeah, however, excessive dietary lipid content may cause a negative effects also in abdominal lipid accumulation, metabolic imbalance, and abnormal lipid metabolism, oxidative stress, and also immune suppression, which leads to a reduction of growth performance and survival rate of fish. That's why we need additives, and also we reducing the fat deposition additives. L-carnitine is one among them. So we are well known in L-carnitine roles. Actually, we L-carnitine used in gym in human also using L-carnitine for reducing fat deposition. L-carnitine is a biological active compound. It's also is synthesized from the amino acids lysine and methionine. It can it's highly solubility in water and stability in elevated temperature. Its main role is essential for fatty acid transportation from the cytosol into mitochondrial matrix, and it promotes the beta oxidation for long chain promote the beta oxidation of long chain fatty acid to provide the energy for fish, and the productive role against lipid peroxidations. This is my experimental site in Diva Muttukadu in my experimental unit recycled aquaculture system. This is my experimental design. Control date 47 control date. Actually, my diet is 7 diet. One control date in 6 experimental 6 treatment diet. Control diet contain protein percentage 47% and lipid 10%. And the T1 T2 diets without L-carnitine diets, protein percentage reduce the protein percentage and 44% and lipid percentage 12%, and also T2 diet reducing again reducing protein percentage 41% and lipid percentage increasing lipid percentage 2% and lipid percentage 14%. T3 T4 diet same protein level, same lipid level, and only differ in L-carnitine percentage 0.05%, and also T4 diet 0.1%, and T5 T6 diets 41% protein and for 14% lipid different L-carnitine diets 0.05% and 0.1%. In the inclusion of L-carnitine diets based on the previous literature and the large mouth sea bass in and also common carp, nail tilapia. This is my formation of chemical composition of experimental diets. We are using ingredients in fish meal, in poultry byproduct, squid meal, hypro soya, and also corn gluten, wheat flour. This is my feed preparation. We and Diva in Tamil Nadu Dr. Jail Fisheries Unit, Diva also having a feed mill. Dietary ingredients were finally ground, then mixed using the vertical ingredient mixer, then extruded at 60 to 70 degrees to prepare the 2 mm slow sinking pellet with the using of twin screw extruder, and then dried 24 hours in hot oven at 60 degrees, and also stored in room temperature. In L-carnitine, actually L-carnitine is for L-carnitine supplemented rice, reserved quantity of L-carnitine was dissolved in 50 ml of distilled water and sprayed over the pellets using the vacuum coater. We are using a vacuum coater to spray the pellets to the diets. This is the chemical composition of experimental and whole body composition methods we are using in the proximate analysis. Moisture content we are carried out by hot or one gel. Protein content we are using gel thermometer. Lipid content also we are using satellite method. Grass energy we are using bomb colorimeter, and the cool fiber also using fibroblast equipment. This is a proximate composition of my experimental diet. This is a fatty acid composition of my experimental diet. Then experimental animals. Actually, I procured from the Seabus Seeds in Rajiv Gandhi Center of Aquaculture in Mailadure, Tamil Nadu. We are acclimated in 8. We are acclimated in 8 to 600 liter polypropylene tank, and until the reach of 5 gram. The fed and commercial date over a period of 4 weeks. After 4 weeks completed, we are graded to contain the individual average weight of the 5 gram, and also distributed in 21 tanks per tank. Each tank where 50 pieces were distributed. During the experiment, the water quality was monitored daily. Coming to the result and discussions, my first objective is the growth performance and nutrient utilization. This is my final sampling. These are the growth parameters we are using. We are analyzed the nutrient utilization of the fish. Coming to the growth performance, actually in weight gain and feed conversion was significantly different and significantly increased in weight gain is significantly increased in controlled and T4 diet, and also feed conversion ratio was significantly decreased in T4 and controlled diets. This is the image of the weight gain, control diet and the T4 diet significantly increased, and also feed conversion protein efficiency also increased in control and T4 diet, and feed conversion is also decreased in control diet and T4 diets. This similar growth performance observed in T4 and control diets. It is therefore in the 0.1% content will improve the protein sparing effect, by utilization of lipid from the diet. This is the whole body composition of the
ये
APH.
खोल दो यार, ये बहुत मोटी है।
This is the whole body composition of ASNC. Moisture and crude protein and as no significant difference observed in, and only observed significant difference observed in crude lipids, and control diets significantly decrease in controlled diets and L-carnitine supplemented diets. And good lipids increased in T1, T2 without L-carnitine supplementation diets. This results may be due to effect of L-carnitine supplementation, effect of L-carnitine on fatty acid transportation for the energy maintenance. My objective is fatty acid profile. My fatty acid lipid extraction was done in a floats method and also determined by using the gas chromatography. This is a whole body composition. In saturated fatty acid, no significant difference were observed. Then monounsaturated fatty and polyunsaturated fatty, the L-carnitine supplementation diets L-carnitine supplementation diets were significantly decreased in compared to other without L-carnitine supplementation diets. Next, we move on. Next slide. Hematological and biochemical parameters. Before the hematologic parameter, we fasted 24 hours and anesthesia using MS-222, and blood samples were collected in the caudal vein using the 1 ml syringe. Then collected blood samples were transferred in the heparinase tube. And the heparinase tube means reduce the blood clotting. Stored and also stored in immediately stored in 4 degrees Celsius. This is hematological parameter results. Hematological parameter results significantly not different in hematologic parameters. Biochemical parameters in glucose are significantly observed in any other diets. In cholesterol and triglyceride only we are observed in significant difference. Actually, in high lipid content increase the cholesterol and triglyceride levels in blood, and also L-carnitine significant reduce the cholesterol and triglyceride levels compared to diets without supplementation of L-carnitine diets. These results, same results were we are finding in same results were consistent with the results in the grass carb, silver bears, and also common carb. Then antioxidant enzyme, the total protein is in the total protein in the liver was determined by using a Bradford method, and the liver sample was taken from the each two pieces. And then homogeneous passport buffer, and then centrifuged in 3000 rpm, 20 minutes and 4 degrees Celsius. The SOD and catalyst observed in following methods. Antioxidant response in SOD and catalyst significant difference were observed in T4 diet and control diets. These results may be L-carnitine. These results may be L-carnitine in the effective proteins against lipid peroxidation. Coming to the conclusion, based on the conclusion, L-carnitine supplementation is particularly 0.1% with 44% of proteins and 12% lipids promote growth and reduction of lipid content in the fillets, and also its impact in whole fatty acid profile and hematologic characteristics and engage the antioxidant enzymes and also promote the beta oxidation. Based on the results, it can be concluded dietary supplementation of L-carnitine improved the protein sparing effects. This is my additional information. Based on the experiments, I have analyzed in the two experimental diets, 2 diets. In control diets, I have based in 2 diets. In control diets, another one 44% of protein, 12% lipid, 0.1% carnitine. This cost around per kg 105 in 44% of protein, 12% lipids, 106. In the outcome, actually, in global fish meal production has stagnating more than 30 years, and also it's might now even be maybe decline also. In control diet, we have used in 40% of fish meal, and also uh, in L-carnitine supplement T4 diet we are using 35% of fish meal. In control diet we have 105. In T4 diet we have per kg feed 106. So it's possible to reduce the fish meal usage. Maybe it's sustainability issue and also low availability. It can use these methods. So it's possible to reduce the fish meal usage with the cost difference 1.6 per kg. This is my research articles published in Animal Feed Science and Technology, NAS rating around 8.5. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manish Kumar. So I would like to ask over the session chat any questions over the participant.
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Sir, yes, sir.
Hello, Manish Kumar.
Yes, sir.
I had a question that
Yes, sir.
can you explain me the addition of L-carnitine, how
Yes, sir.
it significantly increase the protein levels and lipid levels with the uh, real-time feed in the given specimen.
So actually, L-carnitine use in fatty acid reduce the fatty acid deposition, sir. Because in our human also we are using in gyms, sir. In fatty acid deposits, reduce the fat, sir. That's why
Reduce the fat.
yes, sir. We are need in sustainability. See, we need in high fat diets, sir. In high fat diets, in case we high fat diets. Metabolic issues, some metabolic issues, growth performance will decrease, some issues is coming, sir. That's why we are, if in case we have add the L-carnitine diets, L-carnitine, we reduce the fat deposition, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I thank the participant of Monish Kumar. So we would like to pass over the next participant, Ashok Singh Rathod, to over the presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So the topic of my presentation is emergence of resistance to commonly used anthelmintics and evolution of anthelmintic efficacy of a polyherbal drug in nematode parasites of goat. This was a work I did during the course of my PhD thesis, and I'm going to give a short presentation on this. Firstly, a brief about me. I am an ex-Army colonel. I retired from RVC, that is the Remount and Veterinary Corps, where we deal with Army horses and the canines which are used for detection of explosives and for the purpose of tracking and all. And simultaneously, along with my Army role, I also happened to get a chance to continue my further education. And during the course of my service only, I did my master's and PhD. And apart from that, I have been a keen horseman, and I have won several medals in horse riding at national and international levels. I am also a judge of these horse events empaneled by FEIA. So the introduction. Helminths are the most common and serious problems affecting the small ruminants over the world, and to such an extent that they are responsible for 3 to 8% of the weight loss and 28% of death in small animals like goat, sheep, and all. The common nematodes of small ruminants are mainly Haemonchus, Ostrategia, Trichostrongylis, Nematoderas, Esophagus, Trichuris, Strangolites, Duostrobum, Cuperia, etc. And they may result in various pathogenic effects like anemia, arthritis, etc. Haemonchus contractus is considered as the most common amongst these, and it is the most highly pathogenic one, which sucks the blood and main cause of anemia in small ruminants. So the study was done with FAMACHA technique and targeted selective treatment was done. FAMACHA system is an affordable system where we use a scorecard divided into 5 segments from 1 to 5, which has a color code, and we match that color code with the lower eyelid mucous membrane. And like the color code 1 means the animal is normal, and color code 5 means the animal is highly anemic. So this saves a lot of time. Otherwise, if you keep collecting blood from all the samples and start estimating hemoglobin, it will be very time consuming. So I use a FAMACHA technique to select the herd. And as per Van Wyk, it results in 58% reduction in the number of treatments required. So anthelmintic resistance in GI nematodes is a very common problem, which is being faced not only in India, but worldwide. And like Haemonchus, I already mentioned, is the most predominant one, which shows a lot of resistance to benzimidazoles, which are the most commonly used anthelmintics in the small ruminants. The selection of goats using FAMACHA scorecard are representation of that. Now, use of herbal anthelmintics. The plant products are becoming more popular than the synthetic drugs nowadays, and a lot of research is happening on them. It is mainly because of the synergistic effect which the various plant compounds have, and also they don't cause any resistance. Now, medicinal plants exhibit anthelmintic properties through different phytochemical compounds like alkaloids, tannins, glycosides, flavonoids, etc. And however, the study on anthelmintic efficacy of plant products requires further research, and there is a lot of scope for that. So the source of animals which I selected for the study were the local goat from the farms of district Udham Singh Nagar, Pantnagar, and I selected the animals having FAMACHA score between 3 to 5 for the prevalence of helminthosis in the Tarai region around Pantnagar. And total 24 goats, adult goats were selected, aged between 9 months to 5 years, weighing 10 to 30 kgs body weight. And the egg count, like egg per gram count, was more than 200. Those were the goats which were kept for the study. Before the trial, I conducted a pilot study so that the safety of the polyherbal formulation which was used on them could be ascertained. So the study was conducted on 3 goats to rule out any adverse effects, and also a in vitro evaluation of the polyherbal drug using adult worm mortality assay was carried out. After the in vitro trial, the in vivo trial was done using a dose of 5 gram, 6 gram, and 6.5 gram per 30 kg body weight on each of the 3 goats. And finally, after the trial, a dose rate of 6.5 gram per 30 kg body weight was finalized based on the results obtained in the safety trial and the pilot study. Like for safety reasons, the maximum dose of chemical should not be more than 1/10 of the 50% lethal dose of that particular chemical. So the adult worm mortality assay, concentration of polyherbal formulation and time taken in the adult worm mortality was studied. And with 100 mg per ml concentration, there was total mortality in 2 hours. And with 50 mg per ml, there was total mortality in 4 hours. And the same was for 25 mg per ml also. So we can see that at 4 hours interval, The concentrations of 25 mg per ml, 50 and 100 resulted in total mortality. However, with 10 mg per ml, the mortality was only 2, that was 20%. This is a representation of the adult worm mortality test. And the experimental design which I followed was, I divided these 24 animals into 4 groups consisting of 6 animals each. And the group 1 was given fenbendazole at the rate of 5 mg per kg body weight orally. Group 2 was given ivermectin at the dose rate of 0.2 mg per kg body weight orally. And group 3 was given the polyherbal formulation at the rate of 6.5 gram per 30 kg body weight orally. The composition of the polyherbal formulation was ethanol extract of vidanga, that is Embellia ribes, plus seeds and neem leaf, pumpkin seeds, and kalijiri seeds. And the collection of blood and fecal sample was done on 0 days, 7th day, 14th day, and 21st day. And 0 day, like the age, sex, weight, and all was noted, and the identification tags were put on the neck. The ingredients which were used had the history of efficacy, and based on previous research only, the 5 ingredients were selected with, and the synergistic effect of each other was also seen before finally homing on to these 5 ingredients, like Palash seeds, Putia monosperma has the proven record of being a good anthelmintics in small ruminants. Kadanga, Embellia ribes, neem leaves are very commonly used, kalijiri, and the pumpkin seeds. So the study was carried out in 3 different phases. In the first phase, ethanolic extract was prepared for further use. Second phase, the extracts were used for the in vivo anthelmintic screening against the gastrointestinal nematodes and in vitro tests against the adult worms. And in the third phase, the phytochemical analysis of the extracts was performed for the presence of major phytochemical groups. The ingredients were purchased from the local market and were tested at the standard referral laboratories. Now, processing and microscopic examination of the fecal samples. The fecal samples collected on 0 day, 7th day, 14th day, and 21st day. 8th day was pre-treatment, and 7th, 14th, and 21st was post-treatment. So 1 gram of fecal sample was added with 14 ml of saturated salt solution, put in McMaster counting chamber of volume 0.3 ml. The eggs were counted under 10x magnification, and total number of eggs counted were multiplied by the dilution factor 50. And percent efficacy was calculated as given in the slide, 100 into pre-treatment minus post-treatment upon pre-treatment. This is a depiction of the nematode eggs seen and the larval culture during the coproculture. So the therapeutic and anthelmintic resistance study showed that how we calculated the resistance of the drugs was based on this. The drug was considered effective if it reduced the egg count by more than 95% and lower confidence limit of more than 90%. It was supposed to be moderately resistant if the egg count was between 60 to 95%, and it was supposed to be severely resistant if the reduction in egg count was below 60%. So this is how, the results which we obtained after the trial. Like you can see in all the groups at 0 and 0 day, the EPG was more or less same. Group 1 had 2016 mean, group 2 2191, group 3 2133, and group 4 1941. And gradually during the course of the treatment, at the 21st day, we can see that maximum reduction is seen in group 3, which is the treatment group with polyherbal drugs. And at second place, it is group 2, which is the group which was treated with ivermectin. And as we can see, the group 1, which was treated with fenbendazole, has not given a significant result, whereas the group 4, which was the untreated control, is more or less same. So based on the EPG count, we have calculated the FECRT at 21st day post-treatment. And the mean at 21st day post-treatment was 2016 for group 1, 2191 for group 2, 2133 for group 3, and 1941 for group 4. And accordingly, the FECRT fecal leg count reduction test percentage was 59% for group 1, 85% for group 2, 90% for group 3. So the interpretation can be that fenbendazole is resistant and was least effective amongst the 3 drugs which were used. And group 2 ivermectin has shown suboptimal efficacy. And the group 3 drug, that is a polyherbal formulation, was effective against the nematodes. And the prevalence of infective larvae in coproculture was also done. And accordingly, the most resistant nematode was found to be Haemonchus. The pooled fecal sample were used for the coproculture, and at 0 day, the prevalence of Haemonchus was 68 to 85%, Trichostrongylis was 8 to 20%, Esophageostomum was 5 to 8%, and Strongyloids was 2 to 4%. Whereas on 14th day, there was reduction in most of them except for Haemonchus, which was prevalent almost from 0 to 97%, just showing that it is the most resistant of the gastrointestinal nematodes in small ruminants. So finally, the summary and conclusion would be that EPG has significantly reduced after treatment on day 21 with the polyherbal formulation and ivermectin. And on the basis of hematobiochemical and examination and FCRT, it is found that the combination which we used in this, the polyherbal formulation of Vedanga, Palash, Neem, Pumpkin, and Kalijiri was most effective in GI nematodosis in goats and can be a good alternative to chemical enthelmintics. And planned grazing, high plane of nutrition, early diagnosis by FAMACHA, and use of herbal enthelmintics can prevent the drug resistance. Mostly the drug resistance happens because the farmers generally keep pumping the enthelmintics every now and then, and due to non-availability of a qualified vet also, they consult a local veterinary dresser, and due to the frequent use of these commonly used enthelmintics, the problem of resistance is happening, and which has become a menace now in that belt. And more or less, it is also happening all across the country. So, polyherbal formulation used in the present experiment was found to be effective in vivo as well as the in vitro trial. And there was significant improvement in the post-treatment values of hematological parameters like hemoglobin, packed cell volume, total erythrocyte count, and total leukocyte count. The serum biochemicals, total protein, albumin, globulin, Ag ratio, and glucose also improved significantly. And serum electrolytes like sodium, potassium chloride, oxidative stress related parameters were also improved. And they were comparable to the normal healthy goats on day 21 after treatment with ivermectin and the polyherbal drug. And there was significant increase in superoxide dismutase, glutathione peroxidase, and catalase, and decrease in MDA malonaldehyde in the goats on 21st day post-treatment with the polyherbal formulation and ivermectin. And Haemonchus contractus is a primary cause of GI nematodosis in the goats of the Terai region of Uttarakhand and is responsible for development of enthelmintic resistance. Treatment with fenbendazole at the rate of 5 mg per kg has shown severe resistance. Use of chemical enthelmintic is not a solution for the control of GI nematodosis in goats. And rampant use of commonly used enthelmintics may result in development of drug resistance, generating important public health issues and economic losses in the production industries. Herbal medicine remain one of the most common forms of therapy widely available throughout the world. And thus, we need to conduct further studies and further research on these herbal enthelmintics. Thank you.
I have a question for you. You have shown that combination of this polyherbal drugs along with the ivermectin has given that maximum maximum benefit out of all the combination that you have tested. The final you are telling that you can go only with the polyherbal medicines, not with that ivermectin and other things. Could you please substantiate this point?
Yeah, ivermectin has also become a very common drug, and generally overuse of it has also resulted in resistance. We have had studies done on ivermectin also, where there have been cases of resistance to ivermectin in various forms. So that is why it is recommended to switch over to herbal drugs, or we can alternate between herbal and conventional drugs, so that we can overcome the menace of resistance.
Thank you so much, sir. So we will move on to the next presentation, which will be done by Jamila Tangarani.
Yes.
I repeat, Jamila Tangarani to go over the presentation. Last call to Ms. Jamila. Are you with us?
Rosni, can you do one more thing, that you can please ask the presenter to stick to the time, because we are just lagging behind the time. We have many presentations left, but we have very less time remaining.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll give you a reminder for every participant after 8 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next presentation, sir, as Jamila is not responding. Our next presentation is by Sukanta Biswas.
Yes, ma'am, I am present.
Yes, sir. Just give us a moment. We are sharing the PPT.
Okay, ma'am. Priyanka, ma'am, please share my PPT because I have some network glitches.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just give us a moment, please.
Okay, ma'am. So, just may I start, please, sir? Chairman, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, respected chairman, co-chairman, my fellow dignitaries and participants. Myself, Dr. Sukanta Biswas, from West Bengal University of Animal and Fisheries Science. First, I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for giving me this valuable opportunity to present in this August International Conference, Hybrid Conference on Veterinary, Fishery and Husbandry. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, sir, my topic of presentation is study on knowledge-based adoption behavior of Garol sheep farmers in Sundarban regions of West Bengal. Next. Sir, as you know that Sundarban is a World Heritage Site, which is very unique and famous for its diversified beauty, extinct and indigenous species, and surrounds in the coastal regions of state West Bengal and also some parts in Bangladesh, but we will confine our study in West Bengal region. So that is why, sir, considering the hardship of this beautiful Sundarban region, where various livestock species-based farming systems have existed, and especially in our study, we have taken the sheep husbandry. And considering the sheep husbandry, there is a unique breed of sheep that is called Garol breed of sheep, which is the most primitive, prolific, and profitable, but as well as the viable source of livelihood means. of Sundarban regions in the state of West Bengal, sir. And as you know that as there is a frequent cyclone is occurred in the Sundarban area. Along with the extreme rainfall and hot, humid climatic condition, which is not at all suitable for the sheep husbandry practices. But sir, this Garol sheep, this primitive Garol sheep varieties, which is exclusive for our West Bengal region, particularly in Sundarban region, is set for its footprints in spite of all the odds and difficulties in this functional area. Next, ma'am. So, sir, the Garol sheep, as you know that, as a animal husbandry expert, we all know that the Garol sheep breed is unique breed, which is known for its high adaptability as well as prolification and fecundity rates, which has a multifaceted utility for meat, wool, milk, and skin, and which forms an essential and very inevitable livelihood means in this marshy land of the Sundarban area. And so the Garol, the name is typical in its characters because the name of sheep breed is Garol sheep, which originates from a colloquial Bengali slang term, that is stupid. That means these breeds of sheep have some typical behavior pattern, like they are very innocent, they are foolish in attitude, and that may be the reasons behind the name. And that is why the colloquial name Garol sheep is now is accepted globally as per our standard nomenclature of National Genetic Diversity Board. And that is why the Garol sheep breed plays a vital role in sustainable livelihood means of these marginal and landless farmers, rural youths, and as well as farm folks of this, especially Sundarban areas of the state. And with this backdrop of fact, we have designed our present study mainly focusing on the knowledge-based adoption behavior of these Garol sheep owners in the Sundarban regions of the state. Because this is a purely extension-based adaptive research study, survey-oriented. So next, we are moving towards the materials and methods part of this study. Next, ma'am. So the materials and the materials methods and the investigation we have carried out purposely in North Chobbish Parganas and South Chobbish Pargana district, because these two districts under state of West Bengal is predominantly covered under the Sundarban regions, and that is why these two districts are taken into consideration, as well as the concentration of these typical Garol sheep breeds is high in particularly selected blocks of these two districts in our state. And that is why both the districts, as they have some high potential to conduct this research on the knowledge-based adoption behavior of Garol sheep farmers in Sundarban regions of West Bengal. And specifically, we have drawn our sample encompassing both the district, that is from North Chobbish Pargana district, we have taken the Sandeshkhali 2 block, and in South Chobbish Pargana district, we have taken the Basanti block, because these two blocks are predominantly covered in Sundarban area. And for this study, we have taken total 200 samples, and from each block, we have randomly selected, considering the highest populations of these Garol sheep breed, we have taken 2 villages, and from each village, we have taken 50 samples. So that we have taken total 200 samples for our survey. Next. So in this regard, so that is why then we have purposely taken our sample because the sampling was taken for our study, which was chosen based on the concentration of the Garol sheep population in the selected area. Next, ma'am. And the data. The data was collected through a pre-tested and pre-designed semi-structured interview schedule, which we have prepared for collecting the data. And after collection, the data was tabulated. Next, ma'am. The data was tabulated and analyzed through various statistical tools like frequency percentage, mean SD, t-test, and correlation analysis to examine the various interrelationship among the independent and dependent variables. And our study primarily focused on assessing the knowledge and adoption level of these Garol sheep farmers, along with the proposed strategies to embrace the new techniques over the traditional practices. Next, ma'am. So next, so we now are moving towards our result discussion part. As we have told that we have done the analysis through various statistical tools like percentage analysis, mean SD, t-test, correlation. So we will
sorry to interrupt you, sir. Kindly try to wind up your session, please.
Yes, ma'am. I will just wind up within 4 to 5 minutes. Next, ma'am. So for the t-test, where we have done the significance of difference in the mean value. Next, ma'am. Significance of difference in the mean value of some selected socio-personal characteristics of sample in North and South Chobbish Pargana district under this study, where we have analyzed various independent variables, relationship between various independent variables, and the two dependent variables we have taken. That is, one is knowledge level, another is adoption behavior. And here, under this t-test, the study found that the calculated t-value, next, calculated t-value with respect to the dependent variable, that is first dependent variable. Next, this is the analytical result part. Now I am in the discussion part. So, sir, from this tabular value of study, the t-test we have done, which indicated that the calculated t-value with respect to our first dependent variable, that is knowledge level, in sheep husbandry practices, which was lower than the critical value at a significance level of 1%. So this indicated that there has a statistically significant difference between the mean values of the dependent variable, that is knowledge level, with respect to our two districts, that is North and South Chobbish Pargana districts. Similarly, the table also found that the calculated t-value, next, ma'am, in respect to the dependent variables, that is our second dependent variable, that is adoption behavior, which was 1.907, which was also same as the critical value of 1.907 at a significant level of 0.5%. So this indicated that there was a statistically significant difference between the mean value of the dependent variable. Next, ma'am. Next, Priyanka, ma'am. Next. So next, we have already discussed this part. So we come to the next result part. That is the correlation analysis. Correlation, here we have done two correlation analysis between the two dependent variables along with the independent variables. That is, first independent variable is dependent variable is knowledge level, and second is adoption index. So where we have found that, next, ma'am, that in our North Chobbish Pargana district of the study area, it has been found that there were a significant relationship between the knowledge level of the farmers, next, and the independent variables which we have selected for this study, in which the occupation, caste, education of the livestock owners, land, house, innovation proneness have been recorded significant positive relations, while the mass media and personal cosmopoliteness has been recorded significant negative correlations with the knowledge level. That is our first dependent variable. Sorry. Or similarly, in South Chobbish Pargana district, we have found that the correlation coefficient between the knowledge level and the following the independent variable like age, occupation, next, caste, education of the livestock owners, family type, family size, land holding, house and farm powers have significant positive correlations, while personal localites have significant negative correlationship with the dependent variable. Next, ma'am. So from this analytical study, we found that there were a highly significant relationship between the adoption behavior and innovation proneness in North Chobbish Pargana district, while in case of South Chobbish Pargana district, there has been a positive significant correlation between the independent variables and adoption behavior of the study. So the analytical study suggests that the older sheep owners likely possess valuable experiences in sheep farming, while the younger farmers tend to have more knowledge about the sheep farming, as well as occupation, exposing them to the outside world to acquire the greater knowledge, whereas higher caste is associated with a shift away from traditional mindset, which contributing to improved knowledge in sheep farming, as well as the higher education levels correlates with the increased knowledge and larger family size offers more exposure and information exchange in the joint family setup. In addition to that, the access to improve agricultural implements signifies better economic status, enhance the capabilities in sheep farming. Well-constructed house also provides the infrastructure which is very much needed for efficient sheep management, reflecting a farmer's commitment and supporting a positive learning environment. So the correlation with the personal localizedness suggests a shift in communication pattern, with farmers being less likely to engage in farming related discussions with the local community. Next, ma'am. Next change. I have just I will conclude it in 1 to 2 minutes, because this is my last table. That is the constraints. Table number 4. Please change my slide. So the constraints faced by the sheep farmers in both the district of Sundarban region. Here, the survey study highlights the numerous opportunities and challenges in sheep farming. While there are multiple opportunities for farmers to engage in the sheep farming, which also encounter various day-to-day challenges. Here in this table 4, we have observed that notably 20% of the farmers in both the districts faced a primary challenge related to the insufficient marketing facilities, which impeding their effective sales. Similarly, the second most prevalent issues that is affecting 17% of farmers, which involves livestock losses due to disease epidemics, which presenting the significant threats. The third is the transportation limitation, because as we know that Sundarban area is a very interior area, which poses a notable obstacles for 14% of the respondents, resulting in livestock losses before reaching the livestock department. And additionally, 13% of the farmers expresses concerns about the non-availability of veterinary services, which further complicated by the lack of information about the organized camp. So from this analytical study, this comprehensive understanding of sheep owners' challenges, which can recommend the various targeted interventions and policies to address these specific issues in both the district of study for promoting sustainable sheep farming practices and their holistic livelihood in better sustainable way in the adopted area. So with this, I am concluding my presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the valuable opportunity. Now, if anyone have any questions, I am listening.
Is there any government subsidy or support in the states to support these farmers, those who are involved with the sheep farming?
Yes, sir. There are some subsidies like National Livestock Mission, sir. But many a time, sir, these are not reaching to our livestock sheep farmers, particularly in this region, sir, because this is a very flood-prone, cyclone-prone area and remote area. And that is why this Garol sheep farming, with its unique inbuilt capacity, they serve their livelihood purpose in better way. And if the government can support better helping hands with financial support and other technical support, then they can better adopt their sustainable livelihoods with some economical sustainability, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sukanta Biswas. We would like to move to the next presentation, Elangovan Prabhu.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, Prabhu, you can go ahead.
Can you please confirm whether it is in slide share mode?
First, you to just move on the slide so that I can check it out.
Okay. Shall I proceed, ma'am?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Prabhu from Tamil Nadu Fisheries University, and I'm here to present my research on the dietary tryptophan requirement of juvenile type 2 marl Channa status based on growth, whole body composition, hematobiochemical responses, and muscle growth related gene expression. So everyone knows that striped marl is the important aquaculture species, and it is a high value fish also. due to its taste, it's a good protein content, amino acid and fatty acid profile, and its pharmacological values. But currently, our fish farmers are struggling to develop culture technology for striped marl because of the unavailability of nutritious feed, as well as its cannibalistic and aggression behavior during its early larval stages. So while formulating feed for striped marl, so these are the basic parameters and these are the basic criteria that we must focus on, which includes the nutritional requirement of marl and the feed acceptance, the digestibility of feed, the feeding behavior of marl, and feed formulation, which type of feed formulation we are going to do, and the which software we are going to adopt for the feed formulation, and how we are going to prepare the feed, whether it is extruded or pelletizer, and what is stability of the feed, and what is the shelf life of the feed, and most importantly, the cost of feed and environmental impact. So in addition to this basic criteria, we must also consider the reducing the aggression behavior of the marl through nutritional intervention, because the main issue with the culture of marl is the cannibalistic nature and its aggression behavior. So through the supplementation of tryptophan, so that is the essential amino acids. So the essential amino acids are essential for regulating key metabolic pathways that are essential for growth, reproduction, and muscle growth development. There are 10 essential amino acids that are required by fishes, which includes arginine, valine, histidine, isoleucine, leucine, lysine, and tryptophan. So tryptophan is an essential amino acid which includes increase growth and feed efficiency of fishes. So the main key characteristics of this tryptophan is the supplementation of tryptophan facilitates the biosynthesis of serotonin. So this serotonin will block cortisol that is produced in the brain of marl, so that we can reduce the cortisol level and we can reduce the aggression behavior. So this will directly minimize the cannibalistic nature, and the energy that is used for the aggression behavior will be used for somatic growth, and we will get a high production of marl. So this is the methodology that we have adopted. The Channa striata juvenile were purchased from a local fish hatchery that is near Chennai, and the feeding trial was conducted in the indoor aquaculture unit that is available at TNJF Chennai. So the experimental hoppers has been placed inside the cement tank, that is favorable condition for the culture of marl. And we have used best mix feed formulation software for the experimental diet formulation, and the feeds were sinking feed that were prepared using the pelletizer available at TNJF feed mill at Mutakadu, and we have used vacuum coater to enrich the tryptophan in the experimental. And we have used a hematological and biochemical analyzer for analyzing the hematological and biochemical parameters. We have used gel-dal salt fiber analyzer and near infrared spectroscopy for analyzing the proximate and amino acid composition of experimental diets, as well as fish carcass. And we used quantitative real-time PCR for muscle growth related gene expression, and we used SPSS software to process the data. So this is the ingredient composition that we have followed for the preparation of experimental diet. The first diet, tryptophan 1 diet, that is control diet, has been prepared without inclusion of tryptophan, and the 4 treatment diets have been prepared by including tryptophan 1, 2, 3, and 4 gram per kilogram of diet. So all these feeds are prepared by following the nutrition recommended by National Research Council 2011. So this is the amino acid composition of the experimental diet. After preparing the experimental diet, we have used near infrared spectroscopy for analyzing the amino acid composition. So the control diet, that is the tryptophan 1 diet, had 3.1 gram per kilogram of tryptophan that is from source of other ingredients. And tryptophan 2, 3, 4, and 5 diet had tryptophan at 4.8, 5.6, 6.7, and 7.6 gram per kilogram of tryptophan. And this is the growth performances and feed utilization that we have analyzed at the end of the feeding trial, that is the 60th day. So we found higher growth performances in fish fed tryptophan at 5.6 gram per kilogram of diet compared to other experimental diets. And the lowest growth performance we have observed in fish fed control diet. So we have used second order polynomial regression analysis to assess the exact tryptophan requirement of Chana's diet. So through the second order polynomial regression analysis, the optimum dietary tryptophan requirement for Chana's diet was found to be 5.8 gram per kilogram of diet. So at the end of the feeding trial, we have assessed the whole body proximate composition of the fish carcass. So we found no significant difference in the whole body moisture, crude protein, crude lipid, and fat content of the striped marl. Similarly, we have analyzed the whole body amino acid composition of the striped marl, and similarly, no significant differences were found in the striped marl fed different inclusion of tryptophan. Similarly, we found no significant difference in hemoglobin, leukocyte, erythrocyte, hematocrit, MCV, MCH, MCHC of striped marl at the end of the feeding trial. We have found a significant difference in biochemical parameters, especially low glucose and cortisol levels were found in fish fed tryptophan at 5.6 and 6.7 gram per kilogram of diet. So this is the results of relative muscle growth related gene expression. So the muscle growth related gene expression were found to be higher in fish fed 5.6 and 6.7 tryptophan. Similarly, the highest relative expression of myogenin were found in fish fed 5.6 and 6.7 gram per kilogram of diet. So myostatin is the negative growth regulator. The down-regulated myostatin level was found in striped marl fed 5.6 and 6.7 tryptophan levels. So this is the conclusion. So through this trial, we have found that striped marl has efficiently utilized the tryptophan and it improves the growth performances. The tryptophan influenced the biochemical parameters. It also increased the muscle growth related gene expression. And the more especially, we have found the dietary supplementation of tryptophan significantly reduced the stress response of marl that will be helpful for increasing the growth performance rather than wasting the energy for aggression behavior. And the optimum dietary tryptophan level was found to be 5.8 gram per kilogram of diet. So this data can be used by the aquafeed formulator for developing cost-efficient and nutritious feed for striped marl Chana diet. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Very nice presentations. One quick questions for you, Prabhu.
Yes, sir.
Can you please tell that why this tryptophan only you have selected? Why not other amino acids?
Actually, tryptophan is the major amino acid that is responsible for the production of serotonin. For example, we can select other amino acid like arginine, so that will be used for other purposes. That is also is reported to reduce glucose content, but the main the first major amino acid for reducing aggression behavior is tryptophan. That's why we have selected tryptophan, especially for the carnivorous fish like Marl. So we can use the
Okay.
same approach for sea bass. That is also having the same issue. That is also having cannibalistic nature and aggression behavior. So there are several studies that is taking care for reducing this cannibalism and reducing stress in sea bass also.
Okay.
And
Did you do some behavioral study that you find that after addition of this tryptophan has reduced their cannibalistic behavior or this some aggressive behavior in the fishes?
oh, we now by observation only we are came to know. We did molecular work, that is only the cortisol content in the blood. So and
Okay.
by observation we had some idea that something is different from the normal behavior of the marl. So if you see normally the marl, when you give feed, there will be a fighting nature in between species. So while giving the marl incorporated, tryptophan incorporated feed, we found that something different, and the fishes were found to be calm in nature. That is inside the hoppers, where we did experiment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Is there any questions? Any other questions from participant, please?
I guess there are no questions from the participant side, Mr. Prabhu.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I convey my thanks and regards to Dr. Rajendra Shivaji and Dr. Amit Ranjan for chairing the session up to now. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Sachin Omkar Kairnar and Dr. Nagendran Kumar Sharma for the rest of the session as a session chair. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us and sessioning the chair. Dr. Sachin, are we having you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Shall we go ahead with the presentation, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Dr. Nagendra Sharma, sir. Okay, sir, we'll move on to our next presentation. Our next presentation is by Dr. Samarjit Singh. We are not having Samarjit Singh on the line, sir. We'll move into the next presentation. It's by Ms. Anisha K. on a topic of gender-specific growth dynamics and biometric indices of Scylla olivacea hubs from the Cochin Estuary, southwest coast of India. Ms. Anisha, are we having you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, kindly share your screen and start with the presentation, please.
Is my screen is visible?
No, not actually.
Okay, I just try to make it. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible.
Good afternoon to all. My topic is gender-specific growth dynamics and biometric indices of Scylla olivacea from the Cochin Estuary, southwest coast of India. Scylla olivacea is a commercially important portunate crab. They are typically associated with mangroves and they found to be distributed throughout the tropical to temperate zones of the Pacific and Indian Ocean region. India is the first amongst the live mud crab exporting in the world, and this increasing demand for the mud crab threatened the existence of their population. And in this context, the biometric indices are considered to be crucial for the assessment of its population growth. Moving to objectives, the biometric indices like size, frequency, distribution, carapace width weight relationship, and condition factors, different condition factors like allometric condition factors, Fulton condition factor, and relative condition factors studied in my work. The materials and methods, my study area is the Cochin estuary. In the map, we can see that the 5 different sampling sites we selected based on the active mud crab landing centers, and the data we collected from June 2020 to May 2023, a 3-year sampling, and a total of 4,138 crabs comprising of 157 males and 1,981 females, measured for different morphometric data. And in the case of males, we usually measure the carapace width, carapace length, weight, and its chelar prepodas length and chelar prepodas weight. But in the case of females, instead of chelar prepodas length and chelar prepodas width, we usually measure the abdominal width and abdominal length. The statistical analysis done by our software version 4.40, and by using these different equations, first one is a Lagrange nonlinear equation. Weight can be calculated by using this. Weight equals A into carapace width raised to B. It is in the nonlinear form. We can be transformed it to linear form. Log the weight equals log A plus B log carapace width. And the full condition factors we calculated using this equation. First one is the Fulton condition factor, which is calculated by Kc equals 100 into weight divided by carapace width raised to 3, and the allometric condition factor calculated using this equation, Ka equals 100 into weight divided by carapace width raised to B, and the relative condition factor, it's the ratio between the observed weight and calculated weight. Calculated weight we can calculate it by using the Lagrange equation. Moving to results, the table shows the different biometric parameters between the male and female crabs, and female of Scylla ulvaceae. It's provide the mean and standard deviation value. Comparing the male and female, we can find that the male is slightly larger and heavier than the female. And moving to the graph, it shows the size frequency distribution of Scylla ulvaceae. In this graph, we can find that the 105 to 115 size class is dominant in the case of pooled and in the case of female. But in the case of male, it is much slightly larger size class is dominated in the fishery. Next is the carapace width weight relationship, and the scatter plot depicting the relationship between the carapace width and the weight of first one is the in the males male Scylla ulvacea's regression plot, and second one is the female, and third one is the pooled data, both male and female pooled data. Here we can see that the equation, linear equation, weight equals minus 4.145 plus 3.212 into carapace weight. This is the linear equation. This is the b value. This b value is based on this b value we can say the growth of the crab. If the b value equal to 3, we say that it is in isometric growth condition. If the b value is greater than 3, it says positive allometry, and its b value is less than 3, it is the negative allometric growth. In this case, we can find that the male it shows the positive allometric growth, but in the case of female it is the negative allometric growth. When we pool these data, we get a positive allometric growth. And moving to the different condition factors, these condition factors mainly used for assessing the overall condition and well-being of the crab. It shows wide range condition factors. In case of females, it is slightly different than the males. Moving to the summary and conclusion, the male crabs, male Scylla olivacea crabs shows the positive allometric growth. But in the case of female crabs, it shows a negative allometric growth pattern. The B-value for the carapace width weight relationship in male is 3.2, but in the case of female, it is 2.8. The significant deviation from an isometric growth pattern observed in the study. These gender specific variations we can see in the growth of male and female. And these gender-specific insights and the pooled data equations are a robust tool for the estimating the individual weights based on the carapace width. This high R-square value underscore the reliability of these models. The condition factors indicate male have a slightly higher and more consistent condition than the females. A wide range of condition factors in females indicate more variability in their growth pattern and overall health. An application of these biometric indices are the carapace width weight relationship provide insight into the Scylla olivacea's growth pattern and support the population assessment. And this is useful for the precise biomass estimation and the effective fisheries management. The condition factors assess the crab health and its viability, and it's also essential for the sustainable fisheries management. High variability in the condition factor in the case of females suggests a targeted conservation for the females to ensure its population balance. These are my references, and I acknowledge my Cochin University of Science and Technology for providing the necessary and for BC for the financial funding. Is there any questions?
Hello.
Hello.
Anisha,
Sir.
just at the end, you have told that condition factor plays a good role in crab health and viability, right? In
Yes,
your
sir.
study, you have studied 3 different types of condition factor:
Yes.
Fulton, allometric, and relative, right? And
Yes.
your study is of nearly of 3 years, right?
3 years.
So please explain which one is the best within context to crab.
Sorry, sir. Which one is?
Which one is the best when we are studying crabs? You have studied all 3, but which one is the best?
Crab shows an allometric growth. Normally, it's a positive allometry or negative allometry. Mainly in the case of males, it's positive allometry. So we can use the allometric condition factors to explain more for these crabs condition, and it's more useful. But most of the studies are based on the Fulton condition factor. It's in Fulton condition factor, the B value they gave it's as 3. No, in crabs there is no isometric growth. It's an allometric growth. So I recommend and I suggest mainly the allometric condition factor.
Then you have calculated the relationship between carapace width and weight relationship.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes.
So whether it will affect during the maturity period in case of females? If yes, how will you able to justify the relationship then? Because B value will be different during that maturity period, right?
Yes, sir.
So how will you justify that?
We use a different wide
I am
population.
saying my question is that you say you have calculated carapace width as well as weight relationship, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
you have shown very good graphs also. You have shown B values, it is around 0.8 or something. But in case of maturity, female will be more fatty, right? So that time, how it will impact?
At that time, they use most of the weight is much higher in maturity stage. We mainly use combined population in juveniles to matured and spend one all are in our population in my study population. And I am not studied much only about that matured one. There is the difference in matured crabs.
So in future you can study on that also. right?
Okay, sir, I will try
So
to.
it will have a very good study on that, because there will be very much difference where this formula or this calculation will not be applicable, right?
Yes, sir.
Something different you have to go.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Hello. May I audible, Anisa?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, first of all, your presentation is a very nice.
Thank you, sir.
You just shown some statistical result in your paper.
Sir.
I think you have summarized this in male calves. So this positive allometric growth is there.
Yes, sir.
Even in female calves, this negative allometric growth is there.
Yes, sir.
So, what actually you want the significance of this positive as well as the negative allometric growths? Am I audible?
Not it's.
Actually,
Please repeat.
you shown in the results that for the male calves you have shown the positive allometric growth.
Yes, sir.
Females it is negative. So
Sir.
ultimately, what is the significance of this positive and negative allometric growth for males and females?
Male crab is much heavier. It's if 1 unit of carapace with increase, its weight is increased more than 3 unit. That's why male crab is mainly we prefer for the people are preferred. The fishermen prefer. If they get the small and female crabs, they return back it, and it take male crab, it's much heavier. We get a much bigger and higher crab, much bigger and large size crab for the live export. At that time, this crab is helping, and we also want to conserve the females. And I already said that the size class in the fishery dominating in the fisheries, female is very less. Very small size class is we can see in the fishery. We can give more importance and more protection for the females because they are not grow as much as that females.
Good. That is your PhD work, no?
Yes, sir. It's a part.
It's a part of your PhD work. Very nice. I think there is any question for the audience. Please, if you have any query, raise your hands or you can just say. No, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Anisa. Very
Thank you,
nice.
sir.
Very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anissa. So I also thank the session chef. And I would like to move on to the next presentation from Dr. Kailash Chandra Yadav.
I'm audible.
Yes, Dr. Kailash Chandra, you can go over it.
Screen share visible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you can proceed it.
Okay. Thanks to all. Thanks to all organizing committees who provide me better opportunity to present here my work in the International Conference on Veterinary Science and Veterinary Fisheries and Animal Husbandry. Thank you to all. Good afternoon. My presentation based on the biodiversity, funnel biodiversity, interfunnel biodiversity of Uttar Pradesh tribal, and basically focused on the district Lakhimpur Kheri. Tribal is the one of the major area of the Uttar Pradesh. But in case of Indian scenario and fisheries, the ichthyophanal and fisheries is one of the important and major part of the all our whole animal diversity, mostly in the chordates, because it have 34,300 species in overall chordate diversity. But in Indian scenario, India is the mega biodiversity hotspot which have 3,400 species, which contributed about 11.72% of the diversity contribution in the global biodiversity. In Indian contribution in case of economical and GDPs, the contribution of fisheries in Indian total GDP is 1.07%, while in agriculture GDP is 5.34%. And Uttar Pradesh, having a large, one of the largest state of the biodiversity in conditions of biodiversity, like 124 species, 74 genres, and 28 families. It's contribute about 14.11% of the Indian freshwater diversity. And now in about study areas, it is one of the important and biodiversity as well as conserved area of Uttar Pradesh, because the Lakhimpur Kheri is the largest area-wise district in Uttar Pradesh. It have largest aquatic resources like several rivers, ponds, reservoirs, etc. In case of rivers like Sarda, Gagra, Shariyu, Gomti, Gerua, Shweli, Kanwa, Ulu, etc., and wetlands and ponds, tanks, and others lakes. In Ghagra, in case of water contribution in Ganga river system, the Ghagra contribute the largest amount of water per annum is about 94.5 billion cubic meters. This district also has protected forest area like three most important part of the Indian scenario, like Dudhwa Tiger Reserve, Katania Ghat Wildlife Sanctuary, which are famous for the conservation of Ghadial and Ghadial breeding centers, and Kisanpur Wildlife Sanctuary, that's very famous for the conservation of the leopard and tiger. This is the area of Raigad Lakhimpur Kheri. Like it is a area basically depends on like the from Bareilly to Gorakhpur, but it is a middle scenario. Lakhimpur is the middle part of the contributed in the major area of this Raigad, and it is a border of Nepal. So migration of many of the rivers which are came from the Nepal to connect with the Ganga river system. My study sites, which are we have collected data from the these sites like Sardanagar, Veera, Palia, Maskai, Srinagar, Pambi, Torara, and Pachpedi Ghat, Mewaganj, and Ul. During my study, I have found lots of changes in the different sites and biodiversity, because in case of near about the forest river, most of the catfishes are founded, but in case of non-conserved areas like the common fishing areas, only car fishes were catch out by the fishermen. In this study, we found that 9 orders, 21 families, and 17 species. In this celery formation, Cyprinium farmers is the major family which have contributed the largest biodiversity in the total biodiversity of Raigad Lakhimpur Kheri. That is 42% of the total contributions of the biodiversity. While second one is the largest is Salarian farmers, that is to contribute 28% of the data biodiversity of total biodiversity. And third one is a passive harvest. These three families are the major families which have contributed in the biodiversity of the tribal in Uttar Pradesh. While accept it is one of the other major part of the exotic species which are came from the outside of the Indian countries like EMCs, Chennai, our silver carp, common carp, grass carp, amur carp, Clarias very finest, big head, etc. These are the lot of species which are came from the outside of countries, but nowadays it is cultured by the farmers because due to the high growth and disease resistance and high profitable conditions. So it also came from the cultured area to the natural areas and contribute in the biodiversity of tribal. In this, after the whole study, we found that in conclusion, the area which have the conservation sites that have lot of the diversity of fishes, but in not conserved site is the very less, and the capturing conditions, the percentage which have came to the in the conserved site is high than the cultured site. But in based on this study analysis about the biodiversity of Lakhimpur theory, the conclusion on the most of the species found in the list found, which indicated the degradable status in the biodiversity, because many of the habitats which are declining solely, and the breeding ground of the species are most of them disturbed by anthropogenic activities and the climatic changes. So it's need the proper action and regulation to challenge it for the funnel diversity conservation through the several aspects. In the reduce the fishing capacity and the manage the mesh size of the gears, and also maintain the fishing time. Use of the various fishing gears and the nettings in the natural water bodies with the proper manners without extra effort, which is degradation of biodiversity resources. Reduce the anthropological activities, management of the natural water resources with the benefits of biological resources in the equitable manners, and also conserve fish biodiversity through the aquaculture, production, and technology. But accept it, the one of the major factors which are directly related to the ectofunnel biodiversity in the aquatic areas, mostly of the lakes, ponds, and reservoirs. Wetlands, that is a pesticide and other pesticide, herbicide, insecticide, organophosphate and organochlorides, which are used by the farmers in their croplands. That croplands pesticide and other harmful chemicals came out in the water bodies by the rainwater. That is mixed with the and directly distribute and create harmful effect for the all over the biodiversity. But when we try to do the aquaculture, we can maintain the biodiversity by the ranching, by the aquaculture production, and the breeding and induced breeding and spawning of those species which are declined tremendously through the various harmful activities. When we go through the applied aquaculture and ranching system, then we can maintain, we should maintain the biodiversity of this, because it is a very important area of the whole Uttar Pradesh and which maintains the largest biodiversity in India. Thank you to all.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So back to the session, sir. If any other questions with the participants.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kailas. I think he is first presenter from our academic partner university, Chandrasekhar Azad University, Kanpur. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
First of all, I would like to share with you that how much time you have to spend for the study, especially in this particular Tarai area, that is Lakhimpur Kheri, for this study.
Sir, 23 months.
About 3 months you have to waste. Okay?
Yes, sir, 23 months.
23 months.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very nice. Now the only one more question is that what are the measure or the invasion or the neutralization and the naturalization of the ecofauna in this Tarai belt region?
Sir, most of them people's those are most of the people's population live in the rural areas, but those peoples are not going for the culture system. They are directly depend on the capture, and capture they use most of them net are the like drag net, cast net. They do not maintain the mesh size. They captured fingerlings, fry, and advanced fry, and also mature fish. When they captured the fry and advanced fry and fingerlings, they can't convert into the brooder. And when they cannot convert into the brooder, then how can breed and produce the next generation? Because most of them decline factor which for the declining of bird state is the extra fishing. Extra fishing is the one is the major part, and second was the most of the part is deforestation as well as disturbance in the natural water bodies. Because lot of the Indra Canal, Indra Dam is also situated in the Lakhimpur Kheri, so which provide a lot of water in the other state as well as states in India. So it is several of the aspects which create also a lot of activities and pollution in the natural water bodies.
So is it any impact, fruitful impact of your study specifically to the fish farmers in your this Lakhimpur Kheri region?
Yes, sir. It is not only for the Lakhimpur Kheri region, sir. It is also depend from the Bareilly to Gorakhpur, sir. Like Pilibhit, Bahraich, Gonda, Basti, Ambedkar Nagar, and Gorakhpur.
Okay, thank you for your good presentation. Now I request to the audience, please, if you have any query or the question, you can ask to the presenter. So I think there is no more query. Thank you, Dr. Kailas. Now we come to the next presenter, please.
Welcome. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we'd like to move on to the next presenter, Irveme Hussain. I repeat, Hussain to go over the presentation. Okay, I think there is some technical issues from their side. So we will move on to the next session from Dr. Sandrinath Kumar. Dr. Sandhya Kumar, are you here? I repeat, Dr. Sandhya Kumar to take this presentation now.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Satan Kumar होगा मैम. Dr. Satan Kumar.
Due to some technical. Carry on. I request to the host, please carry on. Dr. Satan Kumar is available.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Audible.
Okay.
Ma'am, presentation is there.
Just a minute, sir.
Yes.
Just give me a minute.
Yes. Yes, audible, ma'am.
Oh, yes, doctor, you can go ahead.
Okay, okay. Yeah, thanks, ma'am. Today delivered lecture presentation is to study the variation in milk composition in buffalo in different season of the year. Next, ma'am. Next, present time study in 2015 buffaloes in district UP, Lakhimpur Kheri district, and about 1 year. 1 year dividation is 5 seasons: summer, rainy, autumn, winter, and spring. And randomly 5 blocks selected in district all over district, and each block selected in randomly 2 villages. And 2 villages each village selected in 25 farmers. Farmer selected is a land size of land holding capacity: landless, no land, or yes, small farmers 1 to 2 hectare, and medium farmers to say 4 hectares, and large farmer more than 4 hectares. And present study of the butter milk composition. Next. Buffalo contributes significantly to Indian GDP, 49% of total milk production in India, and about bird 15% of Indian Indian present, and Asian. Buffalo is divided into 2 types: farm buffalo, water buffalo. Water buffalo is chromosome 15%, and farm buffalo is chromosome number is 48%. Next, highest. ये हो चुका मैम. मेथड मटेरियल 2015. नेक्स्ट आगे. Next, showing up data in milk yield and butter percent, as percent, protein percent, and lactose as milk solid, and highest butter content in rainy season in a small farmer, followed by medium, large, and marginal and landless, and lowest in spring season in medium farmers, followed by large, small, and landless. Fat content is highest in summer season in small farmer, followed by medium, large, and marginal and landless, and lowest fat in rainy season in large farmer, both medium and similar observation, followed by small farmer and marginal farmer and landless. Protein content is highest protein content in the winter season. Two in small and large are both similar observation, followed by medium and large, and lowest protein content in autumn season. Medium and large both are similar observation, followed by small and marginal and landless. Lactose content highest in during summer season in small farmer, followed by medium, large, and medium, large, marginal and landless, and lowest in rainy season in a small farmer, followed by medium, large, similar observation in under two farmers. Yes. Next.
नहीं आओ alternating का होगा आओ directly आओ
ये मैम हो चुका for butter. Next. And as each milk, no different significant difference among the all seasons. Similar observation were noticed by the noticed by the year, followed by all farmers, and total solid milk is significantly higher in summer season, by spring and winter and autumn and rainy. Similar observation where uh, and SNF is significantly higher in summer season, followed by spring, rainy, winter and autumn respectively. Similar observation were noticed by Sudhakar et al. 2000. Similar. Next हो गया. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Satyen Kumar, for a very nice presentation. And the topic of the presentation is also very important. That is the variation in the male composition.
Yes.
Is it any variety of the buffaloes for which you have to be studying?
Variety. Yes, ma'am. Sir.
There are number of varieties in the buffaloes are there. Okay, in our
non
state, Godavari.
नहीं 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 non descriptive breed होती है, non descriptive breed. विलेज लेवल पर नॉन डिस्क्रिप्टिव ब्रीड नॉट कहीं कहीं पे सर हमको लगा कि मुर्रा भी थी, कहीं कहीं पर नीली रावी भी थी, लेकिन सिमिलर अब कहीं कहीं पर इस तरीके से करेक्टर नहीं मिल रहे थे, लेकिन ये था कि नॉन डिस्क्रिप्टिव वीडियो दिखती.
Okay. So, what important technique you have to use for this studying this composition, male composition, etc.
वो थ्री फेजेस सिलेक्शन, थ्री फेजेस हम जो हमारा स्टडी का मटेरियल थ्री फेज में था. फर्स्ट फेज में मैंने सेलेक्ट किया, देन सेकेंड फेज में उसको इम्प्रूवमेंट फीडिंग किया. तो
Okay,
हमने जो
very nice,
पाया.
Dr. Satyendra Kumar. Thank you very much. You are from Chandrasekhar Azad University?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you know that is our academic partner for this conference?
Yes.
That's nice. Very nice. Thank you, Dr. Satyen Kumar. I think there is any query from the audience, please. Okay, now I request to the host, please carry on this presentation.
Sure. So the next one will be done by Rajapal Singh. Dr. Rajapal Singh, are you available here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
kindly
ma'am.
have your PPT and go
Good
over to.
evening, ma'am. And all of participants.
Presentation. क्या लिखा है मुझे बोलना पड़ेगा.
I request Prajapal Singh to start the presentation.
Ma'am, slides show me problems.
So if you're facing any technical issues, you can share the WhatsApp number so that we can report from our side to share.
Yeah, continue the next one, I think.
So we would like to call the next presentation. As they are facing some technical issues, we can move on to the next presentation from Kuldeep.
Kuldeep.
I repeat myself from Kuldeep from Chandrasekhar Azad University to take over this presentation now. Sorry for the inconvenience. I think there are some technical issues from both the side. We will move on to the again from the Sandeep Kumar from Chandrasekhar University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur. Sandeep Kumar, are you available here? I repeat, Mr. Sandeep Kumar, to take this presentation from you. Hello. I repeat, Sandeep Kumar, to take this presentation. Are you available here? Okay, we can move on to the next presentation. Whoever is ready. So we will continue with Jayanta Bhattacharya. Sir, I think you are available here. So to kindly share your PPT and move on to your presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, just a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Just a minute. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. This is Jayanta Bhattacharya from Viswabharati University, West Bengal. So, my topic is effect of incorporating full-fat black soldier fly larvae meal in meat-type chicken diets in the lower gut short chain fatty acid profile, intestinal morphology, and intestinal lesion scores. So this is basically to see the replacement of antibiotic growth promoters in the broiler chicken feed. As you know, that demand of animal protein is increasing, and there are some challenges as well, like the antibiotic resistance and the residues are the common problems, and that is putting pressures to reduce the usage of antibiotics in the feed as well as in the treatments. So using this antibiotic growth promoters is a traditional process to add in the feed to improve the gut health in the chicken so that we can get the better farm economy and to reduce the infections in the farm. But from 2006 onwards, the EU has put a ban on several antibiotics, especially in the feed. Though there are some usage in a farm level, but in EU there is a ban to use the antibiotic growth promoters. And EU is followed by several countries. Even in India, there are a lot of talks, and different NGOs and the government agencies are thinking to reduce the usage of antibiotic growth promoters, and they've already regulated few antibiotics. So my research topic is how to find out the alternate solutions which would be sustainable, which would be organic, and there will be no untoward effects on the human food chain as well as in the animals So this black soldier fly larvae, which is a rich source of protein, not only protein, it is having some super nutritional values, like it contains the medium chain fatty acids, lauric acid, which is a very good gut health improvement, especially in the lower gut. And also it contains the chitin, around 6 to 8%, which is a very good immunomodulator for the gut health. So considering these, and from the secondary research, we understood that there is a possibilities to use the black soldier fly larvae meal in the poultry diet, and we can replace antibiotics along with some nutritional value additions. So that was the objective is to investigate the effect of adding 1%. Now, question is that why 1% of full fat black soldier fly larvae meal? Because as of now, I know that there are so many people from the aquaculture background. The black soldier fly larvae meal is extensively, or there are a lot of studies in the aquaculture circuit, but the cost of production is very high because it is a labor intensive activity. So is not a scale of economy at this moment for the chicken farms, because chicken farm there is a cutthroat competitions in the economy. So I am trying here to optimize the inclusion but minimizing the cost of production. So that my study was that 1% I would include in the diet, and then I'd see that whether antibiotic growth promoter can be replaced or not in terms of the gut health, like that the intestinal health parameters, and then in the intestinal lesion scores. So we procured the black soldier fly larvae meal from a group that was in Chennai, and that was produced in a standard method. They normally use the chicken waste as well as some kitchen waste or organic waste, and they, in a standard process, they grow the larvae, and then they harvest the larvae, and then they go for the oven drying. And by that way, they reduce the moisture at the level of around 10 to 11%. And we collected the larvae meal, and then we went for the analysis to the proximate in the lab, as well as we have done the amino acid analysis by the biochrome analyzers, and then we have done the fatty acid profiles. We found that there is a very good amount of crude protein, which is around 42% on dry matter basis. And then there is a ether extract is 31%. Out of that, 53% is lauric acid. So it's a very fantastic source of lauric acid. And you know that lauric acid is one of the good medium chain fatty acid to control the Clostridium in the lower gut. So this is the profiling of the black soldier fly larvae. And the diet was, there's three groups. One is the control, second is AGP group, and third is the BSFLM group. So in all the groups, 3-phase diets, starter, grower, and finishers. And the diet was composed of the soya meal, corn, full-fat soybean meal, corn gluten meal, soybean oil, rice bran, along with some standard feed additives as a basal diet. On top of basal diet, I mean in the control diet, we added the AGP for getting the AGP group diets, and then BSFL we have replaced soybean meal with 1% of black soldier fly larvae meal, and we maintained the iso nitrogen as well as isoenergetic the formulations for all the diets, and the diet was formulated by using the Alex software. Then we divided the birds in three groups: 180 DOC male birds, Venkov 430Y, of average body weight 42.52 grams on day 1, and assigned randomly in three groups, each 60 birds, and it was a sex birds. Only male birds we have taken in this study. And on 42 days, we collected the samples. The 6 birds in each group were randomly selected and sacrificed for sampling. And part of the intestines, like duodenum, jejunum, and ileums, were dissected and collected aseptically. Digestion were aseptically collected for microbiological and gut metabolite studies. So following parameters like cecal short-chain fatty acid profiles, intestinal morphology, and small intestinal lesion scores, these 3 parameters we studied, and all the data were collected, tabulated, and analyzed in SPSH by one-way ANOVA, followed by post-hoc 2-key test between the groups. So this is the So the result in the cecal short-chain fatty acid profile, we have seen that there is a significant improvement in the black soldier fly larvae milk group in terms of acetate or isobutyrate, butyrate, isovalerate. So there's a significant improvement at 5% level. And this is because maybe the black soldier fly larvae is helping in the growth of the microbiome, especially the probiotic in the lower gut, which is helping to express the metabolites, all those short-chain fatty acids. Second, this is the intestinal morphology. So this duodenum, jejunum, and ileum, these three parts, we did the histomorphology. We measured the villi height and creep depth and the VH to CD ratio. In the jejunum part, there is a significant improvement in the villi height and then the creep depth as well as villi length and creep depth ratio. So again, this is probably because of the lauric acids and the components of the BSFLM, which is improving the gut health. So these are the intestinal morphology. We did the morphometric study, and these are the intestinal lesion scores of different parts of duodenum, jejunum, and ileum. And we did the small intestinal lesion scores as per the standard process, where we have seen that the serosal and mucosal congestions of the cranial part of the intestine was found to be nearly normal in the control and BSFL group. On the serosal side of the gut, around 16.7% of the sample of the AGP group had abnormally dilated blood vessels, and 16.7% of the BSFLM sample continued anomalous contents such as the excessive slime, water, gas, greasy features, or a mix of these contents. In comparison of mild intestinal thickness or thinness was found in 33.3% of the samples from the AGP and the BSFLM group, compared to minor intestinal thickness or thinness in 16.7% of the sample from the control group. So BSFLM, when used in the part of to replace the soybean meal, would change the composition of the cecal microbiota. Especially, it has upregulated or it has improved the growth of the gut positive microbes like probiotics. Because of that, there is a improvement in the short-chain fatty acid profile in the cecum. Epithelial cell renewal occurs at the depth of the creep, and higher villi heights are linked with the improved intestinal absorption of the nutrients. The study showed that the BSFL group had considerably larger villi height in the duodenal part of the part than the control and AGP group. Regarding the coccidial gross lesions, though there's no anticoccidial program was there in the field, but we have seen that there's no coccidial incidences in any groups. In terms of intestinal lesion scores, it was discovered that the BSFL group generally maintained the better intestinal health, both in the cranial and caudal part of the intestine. This is most likely caused by the high amount of lauric acid in the full-fat black soldier fly larvae, which probably stops Clostridium perfringens from growing, and which is the pathogen for causing the necrotic enteritis in the chicken. So, as a conclusion, I can say the study provides some scientific evidence that using the full-fat black soldier fly larva meal in broiler diets can support the gut health when removing antibiotic growth promoters in the commercial broiler chicken. And BSFL meal improves the lower intestinal health due to the increased production of short-chain fatty acids, maintains the better intestinal morphology, and reduces the gross intestinal lesions. These findings highlights the potential of BSFL meal to enable reduced antibiotic usage in intensive broiler production systems, and we can go for the antibiotic-free chicken productions or the organic chicken productions. And it is a more sustainable and is a actually renewable protein sources, we can say, which could be adopted in the commercial activities. So, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. So I just need to ask, is there any question to the participants?
Thank you, Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya. Your presentation is very nice, and you suggest about the BSFL on the basis of your studies and parameters. So now simply I would like to share with you that how this BSFL meal seems to be one of the most promising alternative feed resource.
One second, sir. Can you repeat 1 second, please? Hello.
How this BSFL meal seems to be one of the most promising alternative feed resource.
Yeah, it is a fantastic superfood for the animals, irrespective of any species, I would say. Even for a lot of research going on. And US and Europe, there are so many startups that are trying to produce the black soldier like meal as a meal for the body. And not only that, there are some startups that are coming up with as a the top up or the topping of the black soldier fry powder, the human food. This is a very good source of amino acids and very ideal source of all essential amino acids. Not only it contains very good profile of fatty acids, basically medium chain fatty acids like lauric acid, linoleic acid, and glutamic acids, or acids which are very good for your cardiac health, for sleep health, or for the as anti-aging. So it would be the game changers not only for the animals, for the human. Constraint is there the large scale productions and the scalability. So scalability is a key factor, and another factor is the climatic factor. But the good thing is that in India, so our climatic condition is very much favorable for the growth of the black soldier fly, not like US and Europe because that is a temperate zones. But in our country, we can grow and grow the black soldier fly and produce. And labor is also comparatively. I have visited countries. I have seen that even in US also there are a lot of startups, but they are struggling because of the scalability. But here there is a scope. I think that it would be a very good, and there are a lot of startups coming up. Even Godrej has invested. There are so many new the entrepreneurs coming. So it is a, I think that we can think that it is a game changer in the animal industry.
Very nice, Dr. Bhattacharya. I request to the audience, please, if you have any query in this regard. Very nice presentation, very elaborate presentation. Informative also. So I think there is no more query, please. Thank you once again, Dr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you.
I please request to the host, invite to the next presenter.
Yeah, so we would like to call upon the past participant Sarvamangal Verma from Chandigarh University to present this.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Verma, you can share your PPT and go ahead.
It is visible, my PPT, ma'am?
Yeah, we can get that.
Okay, ma'am. Let's present. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Sarv Mangal Verma from Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Today, I am presenting a presentation on the study on preparation of flavored milk from the blend of cow and goat milk using strawberry and vanilla essence. There is an introduction. Introduction. Milk is an almost ideal food. It has high nutritive value. It supplies body building proteins, bones, and for bone forming and mineral and health giving vitamins, and furnishes energy giving lactose and milk fat. Milk, sugar, flavor, and occasionally food coloring are used to make flavored milk and sweetness. Undergone an ultra high temperature treatment and doesn't require the refrigeration. It can be created by the combining milk and flavoring in home or restaurant. Milk that have flavor added to them are referred to as a flavoring milk. When milk is utilized, the final product of must have be milk for fat content that is
at least as high as minimal legal standard for the milk market milk. Raw goat milk help in healing a lot of disease. It is used to improve the platelets count in the blood during the dengue and other viral diseases. It has antibodies and considered as an natural cure for the jaundice as well. Cow milk is a good source of calcium. Milk consumption cause the more health risk to young ones to whom whole cows and milk can contribute to deficiencies in several nutrients, including iron, essential fatty acids, and vitamin E. But it's very high in vitamin D and may result in hypervitaminosis. There is an awesome objectives to study the effect of the different to fat on physiochemical qualities of the flavored milk and to determine the effect of the different level of sugar on the physiochemical qualities of flavored milk. So the material methods of this presentation is the present investigation entail the study and preparation of flavored milk from the blend of cow and goat milk using strawberry and vanilla essence was carried out in the Dairy Technology Laboratory on the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur. Cow and goat milk was collected from the dairy from Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture Technology, Kanpur. And some other materials and methods, the details of the technology program, procedure, techniques, and methods of the described below. The standardization of procedure. There is a two types of milk, which is blend cow and goat milk, and fat level 3.2%, 3.6%, and the last is 4.0%. There are three types of sugar level which is used in this practical 6% fat, 6%, 7%, and 8% sugar level. There are two flavoring agent, strawberry essence and vanilla essence, and stabilizer 0.2% sodium alginate. And there is a packaging material, glass bottles, which is used for the packaging of the flavored milk, and the storage temperature 5 degrees Celsius, and total observations is 18 and replication is 3. Total number of samples is 54, and design which is used in this practical completely randomized design. There is a factor studies. There is factors to be studied: physical qualities, flavor, color, and appearance, sweetness, and overall acceptability. There is a physical qualities which is studied in this spectrum, and chemical qualities which is moisture percentage, protein percentage, lactose percentage, and sucrose percentage, and last is as percentage which is studied in this total practical which is found in flavored milk. And other material is used, which is material many included the ingredient required for the optimization of composition, processing parameters of flavored milk. These are the raw milk, cow milk, and goat milk obtained from the University Dairy of CSA, University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur, and muslin cloth, which is clean new muslin cloth used for the purpose of milk filtration. There is the two color, pink color and lemon yellow color, which is used for this flavored milk, and which has to be good grade essence. There is a strawberry essence and vanilla essence purchased from the Nawabganj market from the Kanpur. Sugar, clean crystallized sugar purchased from the Rana Market, Company Bagh, Kanpur. Packaging material used 200 ml capacities of the glass bottles were used for the flavored milk during the investigation. There is some result. The effect of the various factors on the flavored milk were analyzed for the organoleptic qualities, flavor, color, appearance, sweetness, and overall acceptability. And chemical qualities, there is a fat percent, protein percent, lactose percent, sucrose percent, and the last is as percent. The data thus obtained were analyzed in factorial completely randomized design. And the study revealed that the physical quality of the flavored milk prepared from the blend of cow and goat milk with the strawberry essence, 6% sugar level and 3.2% fat level of the flavored milk was found better as compared to the other treatment combination within fresh day. The chemical qualities of the flavored milk prepared from the optimum level of strawberry essence, 6% sugar and 3% fat level treatment combined found optimum percentage of moisture, fat, protein, lactose, sucrose as was found better as compared to other treatments and combination. It is therefore recommended that the good quality of the flavored milk can be prepared by using strawberry essence with a 3.2% fat level and 6% sugar level. And there is a conclusion, which is the data obtained on the basis of sensory physiochemical qualities of the flavored milk prepared from the blend of cow and goat milk with a different level of sugar different level of fat, and 2 types of essence, strawberry and vanilla. Overall suitability of the flavored milk was found in sample 6% strawberry essence, which is the best as compared to other treatments. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarvamangal Verma. Thank you for your presentation. So I just want to ask, is there any questions over the presenter from the session chair?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sarvamangal Verma. Once again, you are the presenter from our academic partnership university, Chandrasekhar Azad University. So thank you so much. Your topic of presentation is the preparation of the flavored milk from the blend of cow and goat milk.
Yes, sir.
Using strawberry and vanilla.
Yes, sir.
So simple, I have a query. Can I directly feed to the cow and goat this strawberry and vanilla? Then is it any difference between this kind of the milk directly, or you have to prepare it artificially?
Sir, can we use directly goat and cow milk directly after using strawberry and vanilla essence? Because of the flavoring agent, we use for the more flavoring agent, because using quality of the milk increased by the using strawberry and vanilla essence. So, sir, can you repeat please your question?
Okay, only one more simple query I have. Have you think of that? What is the lifetime of this flavored milk and the natural milk? Is it any difference between these two?
Yes, sir. We increase the lifetime of the flavored milk using the stabilizer 0.2%, which is increased life more than 2, 3, 4 days or 7 days.
You want to say that is maximum 7 days.
Yeah, without any refrigerator. Yes.
Thank you, more Varma. I request to the audience, please, if you have any query. No more query. Please, host, I would like to request, please announce that they have to be confined only 10 minutes for the presentation. Okay, the time management is quite essential for this because I have to engage in some
We will
other activity.
inform them.
Okay, so thank you so much, Varma. Now I request, please, ask to the next one.
So I request to the next participant, Dr. Harshit Singh, to take over this presentation now.
Yes, yes, I'm ready.
Sorry for the interrupt, sir, and I request all the participants kindly finish up your PPT within 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Edwin.
Yes, sir, you are much pretty audible. You can go ahead.
Hello. So, good afternoon to all organizers, participants. Now I am going to present the
I think the slides are not visible. Please, you share your slides on this screen. Dr. Kailash, please try to share the screen.
share the slides on the screen.
Sir Mangal, I think you close your slides, so please. Sarmangal Verma, are you audible?
I am audible.
So please close your slideshow.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Right. Now it's correct. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Please go on.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, sir, kindly go ahead.
Okay. Now I'm presenting on the role of extension education system for sustainable fisheries. What are the innovative extension approaches for development of fisheries and allied sectors and present in the context of present need of the fishermen and fisheries, it is very important to face the current challenges in food production, nutrition security, social transitions, and growing climate uncertainties. So, on the contrary, an Indian fishery has achieved a big leap in fish production during the last 7 decades. Today, India shares about 7.7% of total global fish production and has established dominance in global fisheries scenario as the third largest in total fish production and second aquaculture production with an average annual growth rate of 14.3%. Now, it is the renowned extension system for the sustainable fisheries. The role of extension fisheries cannot be ignored and fisheries and allied sectors. So there is a need for a strong extension system because a strong extension system is the key to bring the desirable changes to meet the present day challenges related to sustainable fisheries. So the extension system plays a critical role in empowering the fishers and stakeholders to make fish farming more participatory demand-based. So it is very important to improve the profitability and fishery that can overcome the emergency challenges and concern. So um, it means to develop a synergetic pathway for enhancing productivity. And it is also important to produce the quality produce in order to sustain production. And present scenario, the extension system in SSG a transformation from technology development to the market revenue expansion. Now, I discuss about the advanced extension techniques for technology dissemination and fisheries. It is need at the present time that the advent of global competitiveness and market liberalization, we need to be strengthened with innovative extension techniques to tackle the entire challenging fishes and fishery sector. Many different models for transfer of technology have been tested, and these are the some extension methods have been tested and validated for the fishery sector. Fish farmers suffer from lack of access to appropriate services like credit input market extension technology sector. Therefore, it is very important to make the participatory technology development and participatory extension approach emerge as a part of integration of the interdependence model. So there are 7 types of extension approaches, in which the first approach is asset-based community development (ABCD) approach, and this approach intends to development of the community involvement of the community based on the principles of identifying the mobilization of individual and use of community assets. This approach is optimized in nature because the focus is on what to produce and process by the community rather than the problems of the community. The focal point of this approach is asset and not the need of the community. And fishery, this approach gives a greater emphasis on reducing the use of external inputs and on a high degree of social mobilization. The assets of the poor, either social or physical or financial as well human, cannot be utilized to bring sustainable livelihoods and fisheries. So, a number of different fisheries related activities. There are some key features of this ABCD approach. There are 5 criteria. Number 1, individual. That means if the individual has got certain assets, traits and qualities.
And association is also must. It means the group of people working with a common interest is critical to community mobilization, and institutions help the community capture valuable resources. The physical assets are also must for the development of any extension efforts like land, etc. Funds, connections, we interaction with the people and institutions is also must. Next, this is the asset-based community development events model. Is building a community vision and plan, mobilizing asset, mobilizing activities and resources, appreciating what is good, organizing and initiating group and making capacity and assets. Next approach is RAS means Rural Advisory Services. It refers to all the different activities inform the services in the demand of farmers in the rural settings. RAS must be designed to provide the information related to the farmers and organizations and business management. It is the diversified actors involved in extension and field advisory services, public or private civil societies, knowing the need of research, these farmers, producer organizations, fishermen, cooperatives, and rural communities. In the case of aquaculture, large, medium, and small scale fisheries need different types of RAS support. The large aquaculture farms are mostly self-led and need not regulatory support. Medium-sized farms need mobilization and facilitation support in addition to regulatory support. The small aquaculture farms need more education and input provision alongside facilitation. Third approach is first we discuss about beneficiary areas helps in which areas is providing management business development support. It is a support for the better understanding the market and led to the fish and fish products. It links the fishers to the other stakeholders, creating platform to facilitate interaction and sharing among the various stakeholders, exploiting ICT to provide fishers with a range of information, facilitating the formation of effective use and also collaborative data acquisition to strengthen the demand and supply. Promoting institutional ecosystem to enable and support small scale fishery. This is the model of this type of approach in which the farmers, other farmers, a organization, Institute of Extension, ICR, state universities, and extension workers, KDT, agriculture, builders, NGO, media, etc. And we are farmers, traders, processors, wholesale, and the third model is village system of extension approach. It is an integrated and holistic extension approach where community participation is prioritized for sustainable technological interventions in the fishery. This emphasizes on involvement of stakeholders in the process to converge their activities to the street in the food value chain, meeting with the producer to consumer. It is an action research taken up and research formed based on the principle of leveraging the activities, investment, and resources. This is economical, viable, ecological, competitive, and socially acceptable. In this, the cluster of villages is adopted as a model, and the success of which is later replicated to other villages also. The village is developed as a community village, belonging for a particular community in the market. There are some principles for this approach, like promote self-government and all that. Fishing, research. Second, skill improvement and leadership development and all that fishing community. Establishing local store for pluralistic convergence of multiple stakeholders associated with the sector and encouraging the market opportunities to come commodity use village development. This is a model for this approach in which there is a model village indicators, evaluations, the rural development, field development integration process, the government department, ICR, institutions, NGOs, and international development organizations. The socio-economic, there are infrastructure domain, socio-economic domain, farming domain, socio-cultural domain, ecological and environmental domain. Next approach is farmers field school, the FS approach. In this approach, there is an alternative to the top-down extension approach and fisheries sector. This aims to build research capacity to analyze their production system, identify their problems, and face possible solutions. This is a learning by doing approach. In this approach, there is an innovative, participatory, and effective learning approach. Fielding is being organized. There are some principles. You see that there is a field with a learning place, emphasize hands-on and discovery learning. Farmers become expert, integrated in learning, defined doing it better than learning. Experiences are the start of linked to actual field situations, participating model evolution, decision makers. Next, farmers field school approach. This is the conceptual framework. Next, what are the principles of this approach? Forward.
Sorry for the interrupt, sir. We request you to kindly finish your slots soon so that other participant can connect.
The next is market-led extension. Extension specialists need to take a more proactive approach than only transferring into technology to farmers. This is the income double approach. In this approach, ICT tools are being used. This is a model for market-led extension. Next is digital extension approach. In this approach, ICT was introduced as a part of agriculture extension reforms. It is effective for the innovative extension approach. In this approach, there is a computer-based web portal in every state, Kashi, and other portals. In this, the use of internet, mobile system. The last approach is disruptive extension approach. Recently, a new extension technique is a disruptive extension approach comes into line, which is considered as an innovative extension approach that creates a new paradigm for extension. It is an entrepreneurial oriented sustainable extension system that can be able to transform the link in the food chain from farm to fork, pond to plate, and plate to dough. It is the combination of different innovative extension systems like ADCD, CRD, MBS, and blended with suitable balance and approaches. There are some principles. It is important for the government, agriculture, growing interest among the stakeholders, resolve the source of conflicts, cost effective mechanism, ensure commitment to resource management, and this there is provision of community social insurance, maintaining the sustenance of the technology support for custom having tools. Encouraging the farmers scientists interaction for technology development, assessment, and application to farmers. First approach. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for presenting over it. So, is there any questions over the presenter from the session chat?
Thank you, Professor S.C. Singh, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think Professor Singh has given a very important presentation, that is extension education system. Because it is in the morning, I have to share that it is an important mandate of any agriculture university. In addition to the teaching and research, the extension is equally important. So whatever the innovative approaches they have suggested in extension, especially to reach to the fish farmer, is quite appreciable. And he is one of the senior most faculty of this Chandrasekhar Azad University in extension education. So I am thankful, Professor Singh, once for presenting this very nice idea that how we can apply this role model, especially this extension education in sustainable fisheries. Thank you so much. Now I request the host please invite to the next presenter. And I request to all the presenters, please wind up this presentation within 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks to our organizers. We will take it. Okay, thanks, sir.
And thank you so much, sir. So as per the Santa first, I would also tell the same thing that we would like to wind up the session and the abstract presentation will be taken only for 10 minutes. It's a kind information to all the participants to wind up the session within 10 minutes for all the participants. So we would like to move to the next participant from Dr. Dhruv Kumar from Chandrasekhar University. I repeat, Dr. Dhruv Kumar to take over the session now. I think there are some inconvenience, technical issues from his side. So we will move to the next presenter from Dr. Tangadurai. Mr. Tangadurai. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible much enough. Kindly share your PPT and try to wind up the session within 10 minutes of your slot, sir.
Sure, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. We can be able to see it. You can continue.
Very good evening to one and all. Today I am going to present about the new virus has been reported in India, that is mud crab virus. This could be a new threat to Indian mud crab fishery. Is it or not? We'll see into that. Before to that, just a brief introduction about the mud crab. Even though mud crab is so valuable, one of the most traded seafood, the inconsistent success in the larvae culture and the dependence of the wild caught fish, it's always drawback for the mud crab culture to be successful. So the focus has been shifted to the rearing of lean wild crabs for the crab fattening. If you can see the Indian export in 2022, 22-21, India exported around 12,000 million and half tons seafood, but it has been drastically reduced in the 2021 due to this mud crab virus. If you see what are the diseases that has been affected the mud crab, like MCRV, MCTV, SBV, muscle necrosis virus, WSSV, PSV, MCDV. These are the reoviruses that has been infected the crab till now. If you see that SSRV, this is a crab reovirus. It is coming under the crab reovirus. Mostly the reovirus affecting the crab has been classified into crab reovirus, cardoreovirus, and castoriovirus. The one we're going to see that mud crab reovirus is coming under the crab reovirus. Okay, let's deep into that. First of all, this mud crab reovirus, called as Stilla reovirus, due to the target species. That's why it's called a sleeping disease. Why? Because the infected crab shows weak and sluggish movement, and it's highly pathogenic. The first occurrence of the MCRV has been reported in the Stilla paramomus in China. So if you see in China, it's reported in 2004. But in 2022, there is an occurrence reported in India that has been reported by the Shavani et al. 2007 et al. In Tamil Nadu. If we talk about the pathogenicity, it is giving up to 80% to 100% mortality in the mud crab farming. It has been transmission to the enterically as well as via body surface of the mud crab. The most affecting was the nerve, Stilla serrata and Stilla paramomus. If you see the mortality rate, the infection stage are more than 90 days, it's showing the huge mortality rate. If you can see in the graph. What about the distribution? Where that MCRV has been occurred? You can see in 2004, as I mentioned before, it has been reported in China. But the same thing, the same virus has been reported in India, that is 2022. There is huge gap between this. How come it has been detected in India? So that there is a chance it could be a more virulent or less virulent, or we'll look upon to that. First, we'll talk about the genome. The double-stranded RNA virus, icosahedral, non-enveloped virus. Its total length is around 24 base kb, and it's 17 nanometer diameter and 12 linear genome segments. As we know, it's a double-stranded RNA virus, so it is like more prone to mutation. And also, like it can become either due to mutation like I virulent also there could be a chance it could be virulent less also. What are the clinical signs that has been occurred? It is widely called as a sleeping disease because the infected crabs will show weak and lethargic and sluggish movement, and there will be exhibited loss of appetite and a lack of response to the stimuli in behavior and a discoloration of the carapace. You can see in internal examination, the infected crabs will show the empty intestine, atrophied hepatopancreas, and loose gills. You can see in these pictures. And histopathology. In these target organs are connective tissues, hepatopancreatic cells, gills, and intestines. This will show the cytoplasmic infusions in the connective tissue and the hepatopancreatic cells. These are the transmission microscope observation. This is the diagnostic method that has been developed for diagnosing the MCRV virus. And there has been RT-PCR method has been developed by 2008. That's the same like anti-lamp detection methods developed. If you talk about why this virus could be a new threat to Indian population, like in 2007 it has been reported in China. It is like giving the huge mortality in around 80 to 100% in the mud crab farming. Mostly in China they are farming the Scilla paramomus. But in India, India mud crab farming has been mostly Scilla cerata and Scilla olivacea. So in Tamil Nadu, the east coast, there is which are nearby mangrove areas, there has been mud crab farming. Here in 2022, there has been huge mortality has been observed. After checking that causative agent, it has been successfully isolated as successfully identified as mud crab virus. That has been in research showing the 100% mortality within 20 days. What are the incidences other than the Pichavaram in Tamil Nadu? You can see in Andhra Pradesh, there has been huge has been occurred. Same thing in Pichavaram. That's in some eastern coastal areas of Finland. Cage culture has been cage culture mud crab farming has been infected by MCRV. What are the prevention and control measures has been there? Well, there has been no direct treatment has been developed for the virus, especially MCRV. You can see there only the increased surveillance and monitor the wild crab stocks to prevent the possibility of reverse transmission, screening reverse in the broad stocks at the hatchery level, biosecurity measures. These are the only things we can control the reverse. What are the studies has been till now? The reverse infection has been reported in crab 1960, that is the virus. The MCRV infection, Scilla paramomus, has been reported in the China. So there is so many studies have been done about the diagnostic techniques and the structure of MCRV dosing. And now we talk about the new threat, whether it can be a new threat or not. Hello? Yes. Sorry, is it audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can go ahead.
Why it could be a new threat is it is very highly pathogenic to aquatic organisms, and it's caused the huge economic losses, and it's producing 100% mortality. And the first ever mud crab virus outbreak has been reported in India in 2022. As we know, in India, the mud crab farming is mud crab is the most traded and seafood there. If this MCRV has been giving more mortality, means it will impact the economic level in substantial level. So also in recent years, the pen culture systems of mud crabs in the coast of India have been facing the mass mortality. A large number of mud crabs are infected by MCRV, but do not show any typical disease. This is the one major problem we are having in MCRV observation. If you can see, the infected crab will show the sluggish movement, and also it won't show the very typical symptoms. So it's very hard to diagnose. And also it has been widely present in the mud crab farm. If we talk about this pathogen, in India it has been showing us a very highly, but at the same time, In China also, the new epidemic strain also has been reported. It is showing the less virulent compared to the Indian strain. So what are the future aspects? So this thing is that MCRV could be a new threat to mud crab fisheries, mud crab farming. So we have many studies have to be undertaken to understand the structure, purification, detection, and crab innate defenses. So until now, there are not any treatments to control this process. The complete viral genome sequencing, the mode of transmission, pathogens, MCRV, and other economically important crustaceans. If the study has been done, it will be more ideal for the further investigation. By this, we can prevent the MCRV outbreak to save the mud crab farming loss. These are the references. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So I just want to ask if there are any questions over the session chairs.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Thangadurai. Very nice information and very informative presentation from fisheries point of view. I have simple one query with you that you have a presentation in context of this China mostly.
Yes, sir.
But I think recently this mud crab revirus outbreaks in polyculture pond in Andhra Pradesh was reported,
Yes, sir.
which was result in heavy economic losses.
Yes,
So what are the simple method of prevention and control of this crab revirus?
Yes, sir. Actually, I mentioned actually the thing is there is no direct treatment has been developed for MCRV. So only thing is based on the biosecurity measures and the crab do this before the early diagnosis. This is the only things we can prevent the MCRV outbreaks.
I think, have you any evidences that this virus is some area prone?
Sorry, I couldn't able to hear you.
Okay, well, but still, whatever the information you have provided, really they are very useful for this farming community, especially in fisheries sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Thandurai K. Now I request for the next presenter, please, to the host.
So thank you so much, Dr. Tangadurai. So we would like to call upon the next person from Vikas Kumar Chandrasekhar to present over you. Mr. Vikas Kumar, I repeat myself to start your share your PPT and start this session over here. Sorry for the inconvenience. I think there is some technical issues from our side. We can move on to the next person from Dharmendra Salakni from Chandrasekhar University to take part in this present. Dr. Dharmendra Solanki, are you here? Kindly unmute yourself and start sharing your PPT. Dr. Dharmendra Solanki, kindly unmute yourself and start sharing your PPT. Okay, so we can just move on to the next person who is available with ready with your PPT. I think Dr. PKS Baduria is also facing a technical issues. We can call upon Kumihi to share your PPT and start a presentation.
Okay, ma'am. In regard this Dr. PKS Baduria.
Yes, sir. I think he is not also available.
Myself is also this part of this presentation. So, in a brief, I would like to share, because in the morning our keynote talk, the most of the part of this study I have to present it in the morning. But the basic information I would like to share with the audience without any kind of the PPT, etc. This study is basically concerned to the influence of this climate change, especially on the fisheries. So I think the climate change is not only an issue to be discussed in this aquaculture or the farming community, especially in fish farming, but it is a global issue. It is not only affecting this fisheries sector, it is affecting as a whole. So in this particularly what I have to study that what sort of the remedies are there. Okay, if climate change is a stable phenomena, it is not in control to anybody else, but how we can mitigate this issue. For that, with the collaborative aspect of Dr. Bhadoria, I try to install the solar pump, especially for the feed, I mean, getting the water for the pond supplies, etc. So this is only the remedy we have to suggest it in this paper. And in the morning, I have to cover up all sort of the art aspects related to the climate and how this is influencing to the aquaculture and some other kind of the farmings are there. So in this particular, whatever the renewable energy sources are here in a one very informative presentation I have to see in the morning, that the coming future is just to use the renewable energy sector from energy index parameter. So this renewable energy directly we can use the whatever the working area in which we are working, it is solar prone. So we can maximum use of the solar energy can we take for this farm implement, especially in the fisheries. So why not we have to replace whatever the implements or the general electricity ornaments we are using for this pumping purpose, definitely we have to require to rechange it. I mean to use this as the non-conventional energy. So definitely we can minimize the CO2 emission, which is especially responsible or the majorly responsible for the climate change issues. This is ultimately the aim of this particular paper to be presented at this international conference in fisheries scenario. Thank you so much. So I think one more presenter is also added at last. You can just announce his name.
Sure, sir. So the next presenter will be going ahead with Dr. PKS Badureya. I hope he is not available here. So we can move over to the Kumihi to start sharing a presentation and take over the session now.
There.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am, you can go ahead. We can see your slide over here, so you can start presenting it.
Good evening, honorable present here. This is Komuhi NB Pigastry, research scholar from Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fisheries University. I'm so happy here to present the topic on pattern of digestive enzyme activity during ontogeny development in Chana strata.
Just a minute. Yes, yes. Now it's okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. Let's get into the introduction. The global population is expected to reach approximately 8.5 billion by 2030. This demographic shift underscores the urgency of achieving the goals outlined in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Combating hunger, malnutrition, and poverty still remain essential for achieving the sustainable development. Successful initiatives are upscaling in the aquatic food industry for global food security, nutrition, and livelihood. As per the report of Food and Agriculture Organization 2024, global aquaculture production is about the super high, and it is about 130.9 million tons. Out of this, snakehead species contribute 1.1% of the world aquaculture production as per the report of FAO 2024. Chana strata is also known as striped marl. It is economically important air-breathing freshwater fish. It has a great demand for the consumption for its appealing taste and flavor, low intramuscular spine, and medicinal properties. It can survive in low dissolved oxygen, and it can tolerate to high ammonia. But there is a constraint for availability of seeds and feed for the Chana strata. It is commercially cultivated in Thailand, Taiwan, and Philippines. Overall, aquaculture production strives for higher productivity at minimal cost. but it relies on the larval rearing and larval production. Larval stage is the sensitive and crucial stage. Their survival, growth and development, disease resistance is mainly highly influenced by the nutritionally balanced diet. While coming into the diet, there is a classification of natural and artificial diet. It shows in natural diet, it shows a low sustainability and difficult to maintain the culture, and it can easily affected by the environmental parameters. While coming into the artificial diet, it can supply all the essential nutrients with high stability form, and it is a highly sustainability. It can easily transport and can store for a long time. For developing the artificial diet for the larval stage, we should know about the food and feeding habit, nutrient requirement, ontogenic development, and biological and molecular mechanism of a particular species. During larval rearing, after absorption of yolk sac, endogenous to exogenous feeding, we should make strategies for the successful larval rearing for a weaning. For the successful weaning strategies, we should know the ontogeny development. Ontogeny development can study through the histological studies and then enzymatic activities in the larvae. Ontogenic development of digestive enzyme has been used as a physiological indicator of the digestive process, nutritional condition of the fish larvae, and can also reflect the functional development of the gastrointestinal tract. A better knowledge on the physiology of nutrition during larval development is essential for understanding of larval nutritional need. This is the broad outline of the work. I have collected the samples from fertilized egg up to 30th DPH, and then analysis of digestive enzyme. After the interpretation data and statistical analysis was done using SPSS 22. These are the photos I have taken during sampling. There are 5 digestive enzyme I have analyzed according to this protocol from amylase, trypsin, chymotrypsin, total protease activity, and pepsin. Study of the digestive enzyme during early larval stages may also help in optimizing the rearing technology, identifying limiting factors, optimizing the feeding practices, and determining the appropriate time for weaning of the fish during early developmental stage. These are the results. I have analyzed 5 digestive enzyme from fertilized egg and then 4th DPH, 7th DPH up to 30th DPH. There is a distinct peak in the 7th DPH and also 20th DPH for the protease enzyme activities. This graphical representation is clearly indicating that digestive enzyme activities of Stana striata in early larval stages from fertilized egg up to 30th DPH. There is a slight increase in the peak of 4th DPH, that is the emergence of enzyme secretion during the exogenous feeding. And also distant peak in the 7th DPH, it is clearly indicating that there is an emergence of ontogeny development in fish larvae. And during the 23 DPH, there is a distant peak for the protease enzyme. It is clearly indicating that the well-developed ontogeny is happening in the 20th DPH of the fish larvae. During the 7th days post-hatch, and protease is showing distinct peak at 20th DPH. Hello. According to the Rocky Kumari et pancreas and the stomach. These results are similar to our justification because protease is showing peak at 20th DPH. It is clearly indicate that we can follow the weaning strategies from 20th DPH. This is the preliminary study in the project title Nutrigenomic Study of Feed Development for Larvae of Striped Marrow, Stana striata, funded by the Department of Biotechnology. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. So I would like to move on to the session chat if there is any questions over the presenter.
So I request to the audience, please, if you have any query, you can ask. really a very important presentation, that is the digestive enzyme activity. No. I think there is no more query. Please you invite to the next speaker, please.
Sure, sir. I think we are get connected with the Dr. PKS Baudiria. So I would like to call upon Dr. PKS Baudiria to share his PPT and take on the session.
Good. Ma'am, I shared the view of Dr. Bhadoria because I have the joint paper. So I have done it. This has been over, please.
Okay, sir. So we would like to call the past participant. I would like to inform the session chair. The slot number is 6. So they had some technical issues and they just joined now. So we would like to call now Jamila Tangarani to take the session. Ms. Jamila Tangarani, are you available here?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Can you please share my PPT, ma'am?
Sure.
Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, you can go ahead. Ma'am, kindly go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jamila, and I am Assistant Professor in Tamil Nadu Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fisheries University. I am presenting our research titled Effects of Dietary Selenium Supplementation on Growth Bioaccumulation, Antioxidant Activity, and Gene Expression in the gift strains of Nile tilapia. To provide, please next slide, ma'am. To provide some background, today aquaculture supplies more than 50% of world's seafood. Tilapia is the second most cultured fish, and the Nile tilapia, Oreochromis niloticus, is one of the most commonly farmed tilapia species. The gift strains of Nile tilapia, that is a genetically improved farmed tilapia, is a selectively bred fish developed by the ECLAM with 12 to 17% of the weight gain improvement in each generation. And also it shows a rapid growth, high survival rate. And also it is called as aquatic chicken. And it can ability to produce in confined environment, and it has high good meat quality and a high market demand for fillet. And it is farmed in more than 120 countries. And during the year 2020, the production was 6.9 million metric tons. And also it is expected to increase to 7.3 million metric tons in 2030. Please next. Now, high-density aquaculture models are practiced to increase the fish production. As a result, it leads to the formation of reactive oxygen species, that is ROS, in high stocking densities and cause chronic stress, growth depression, and also affect the welfare of the farmed species. So now various research are conducted to enhance the antioxidant capacities and growth performance of fish. Next. Now, the selenium is a vital trace mineral in the biological system, and it has a significant role in growth, antioxidant, and immunity system. In the growth, it regulates thyroid hormones and impacts the growth hormone. In antioxidant mechanism, it boosts selenoprotein synthesis like GPX, SOD, and CAT enzymes. And in immunity mechanism, it supports the synthesis of antibodies by B cells. And also selenium helps to mitigate the damaging effect of oxidative stress by neutralizing the free radicals and reducing the lipid peroxidation. So it helps to improve the growth performance and also disease resistance in fish. Selenium in the fish feed should be supplemented in the correct dosage because it should not exceed the recommended level. Selenium deficiency lead to the disease, and the excess means it can cause toxic to the fish. So it is crucial to determine the ideal dietary selenium level. Next. So for the research purpose, we procured gift tilapia fry from the Tamil Nadu State Fisheries Department farm, and they were acclimatized in FRP tanks for 1 month. And during this period, commercial feed was given. After the acclimatization period, acclimatization and the rearing period, the average body weight of 4.5 gram of a fish, 15 fish were taken and stocked in the 30 FRP tanks. Means it is 150-liter capacity. 5 replicates were maintained per treatment. After the 60 days of period, samples were collected for the various analysis like proximate analysis, enzyme analysis, selenium accumulation, and gene expression studies, hematological analysis. In the enzyme analysis, we did digestive enzymes like protease, amylase, and the lipase. Metabolic enzymes, ALT and AST were done. In antioxidant enzymes, SOD, GPX, and CAT enzymes were done. Next, ma'am. Here, 6 isonitrogenous and isocalorific experimental diets were formulated, and by adding the different concentration of inorganic selenium, that is, sodium selenate was taken as inorganic selenium was taken as a selenium source at different levels of 0, 0.25, 0.5, 1, 1.5, and 2 ppm level. After the preparation, the feeds showed the selenium level as 0.79, 1.05, 1.30, 1.80, 2.25, and 2.80 in prepared feeds. So the fish were fed with the ad libitum feeding 3 times per day. Next slide, ma'am. So in the statistical analysis, we did 1-way ANOVA followed by the 2-case test for the comparison, and polynomial orthogonal contrast analysis was used to identify the trends of relationship, either linear or quadratic. Polynomial second order regression analysis was carried out to find out the optimal dose of selenium. In the growth and the feed utilization of the Nile tilapia, the result showed significant performance of tilapia growth because the initial average weight was 4.5 gram, but after the 60 days of the trial, we observed 100 grams in all the treatments in 60 days. Here, the survival rate was 95% approximately in all the treatments. The weight gain was significantly higher in fish fed at 1.8 mg per kg of diet. And also it showed both linear and quadratic trends in final body weight, weight gain, and also in specific growth rate. According to the second order polynomial regression analysis, the optimum selenium requirement of juvenile gift tilapia was 1.83 mg per kg of diet. Next. In enzyme activities, the activities of protease, amylase, and lipase in the liver and the intestines showed significant difference among the treatments. Fish fed at 1.8 mg per kg of diet showed significantly higher level of amylase, lipase, and protease activity in both liver as well as in the intestine. 1.8 mg of diet fed groups showed significantly lower level of AST and ALT activities in the liver. ALT showed both negative and linear quadratic trends, whereas AST followed a negative quadratic trend with increasing level of selenium supplementation. In the antioxidant enzyme activities, the fish fed at 1.8 mg per kg of diet groups, supplemented groups, showed the higher level of GPX and CAT activity. 1.3 mg per kg of selenium supplemented groups showed highest level of SOD activity. CAT and SOD activities showed positive quadratic trends, while GPX showed both positive linear and quadratic trends with increasing level of selenium supplementation. Next. In the hematological studies, the fish fed at 1.8 mg per kg of diet showed positive linear and quadratic trends in hemoglobin, leukocytes, and erythrocyte count and hematocrit value. Next, ma'am. 0.79 kg of diet fed groups here showed significantly higher level of MCH. MCH showed negative linear and quadratic trend with an increase in selenium supplementation. The MCHC levels showed a negative linear and quadratic trend with an increase in selenium supplementation. There was a significant decrease in serum cholesterol and triglyceride levels in 2.8 mg per kg of diet group and showed negative linear and quadratic trends while increasing the selenium supplementation. Next, ma'am. In the whole body chemical composition, there were no significant difference in whole body composition. Next, ma'am. In the selenium accumulation, the liver showed a higher concentration of selenium compared to the muscle tissue. Selenium in both muscle and the liver tissues significantly increased when the supplementation level increased with a positive linear trend. And also, fish supplemented with 2 mg of selenium per kg diet had the higher selenium levels in their liver and the muscle. There was a strong correlation between the dietary selenium and selenium content in the fillets. Next. This is the relative gene expression level of growth and antioxidant genes. The levels of expression of the growth promoting and the antioxidant genes such as MyoD, myogenin, and myostatin 1, SOD, and CAT, and GPX. The MyoD and myogenin genes expression was highest at 1.8 mg per kg of diet. The MyoD gene showed both positive and linear and quadratic trends with increasing selenium supplementation, whereas myogenin gene showed a positive quadratic trend. The relative expression of CAT and GPX gene was higher in fish fed at 1.8 mg per kg of diet. And also it showed positive quadratic trends. Fish fed at 1.3 mg per kg of diet had a higher level of SOD gene expression. It showed both positive and linear quadratic trends. Next. This is the conclusion. This study provides the valuable insights into the effect of dietary selenium in the supplementation of genetically improved farm tilapia. And also the dietary supplementation influenced the antioxidant defense system as well as the growth performance. Fish liver and the muscle selenium level was increased while increasing the supplementation of the selenium level, and also indicates the possibility of the producing selenium fortified gift tilapia. So to achieve the optimal growth performance and also the antioxidant capacity, the recommended level of supplementation of the selenium as a sodium selenate as a 1.8 mg per kg of diet. Thank you.
So I would like to move on to the session chat if any other questions with the presenter.
Dharmesh Solanki, please try to share your PPT and presentation, whatever you have, please, soon. Ma'am, we have to proceed. I think he's not able to connect. Am I audible, Joshua?
Sir, you are much audible. I would like to call the Dharmendra Solanki to share his PPT and take over the session. I think he got some technical issues again. So we would like to go with the other past participants who are. So now we'd like to call Remy Hussain from Chandigarh University to take over this session and kindly share your PPT and start your presentation. I repeat, Hussain to kindly unmute and share your PPT.
चाय मिल जाए तो परेशान हुए I request to M.A. Hussain if he is interested to present, please.
Yeah.
M.A. Hussain, I am audible.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So you are interested for present?
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes. Why not? You can continue.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're pretty good audible. Kindly start with your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're much audible enough. Kindly start.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon to chair and co-chair and distinguished guests and participants. I'm going to present my technical paper, the disposal of the battery waste in the aquatic environment. Myself from the Agriculture University, Chandrasekhar Azad from Kanpur. I'm presenting here my technical paper. So before going to title, the disposal of the battery waste in the aquatic environment, uh, some of the points that should be in mind for that to about the environment, and that another corner of the environment is the aquatic environment. And if we think about the aquatic environment, definitely our thoughts goes towards the pollution in the aquatic environment. If think about the pollution, definitely how it comes from the aquatic environment. So we will see the basic point of waste is disposal, and another uh, further the disposal is contrast with the battery waste, which is so toxic. So again, definitely the toxicity will be affect that particular aquatic environment. So we will discuss these points in my technical paper. Uh, so before that, I'm going to just to introduction for the battery waste about the. So actually, there is the detailed study was conducted to characterize and removal of the heavy metal from the battery waste. These batteries actually contain the several heavy metals such as cadmium, copper, lead, mercury, nickel, or zinc. Actually, these all are hazardous to human health and environment, and even also the aquatic animals and fisheries. But actually, if we see the development, or we can say we required that development due to explosion of the population that requires development, and even we can talk if we see the development basically based on the powers, and power, if we see towards the power, or we can say we definitely arrange the backup of that power supply. If we see the power supply, or we see the corner of that backup of that power supply, again we talk about the batteries. Or if we see, the batteries are using for power backup. Definitely, it will create some pollution, or we can say toxicity in the environment, or we can particularly we can say the aquatic environment. Actually, wherever the waste generation, definitely it will move the water bodies, and if it moves towards the water body, it will include in the food chain. So it is so important topic to discuss the disposal of the battery waste in the aquatic environment. As we see, the awareness of the increasing the water pollution implies the studies concerned after the water treatment before disposal, and removal of the heavy metals from the industrial waste is the primary importance, especially for the battery waste that contains the toxic metals like cadmium, zinc, chromium, copper, and lead, and it ways to move water bodies through from the industries such as the metal plating industries, cadmium, nickel, lead acid batteries, and pigments, sterilizer, whatever different type of the industries. Ultimately, if there are a number of the heavy metal, they move toward the water body. And specifically, we can talk about the lead acid battery waste that contains the lead as the primary metal, as the lead storage batteries in the aqua solution, or that aqua solution generated the waste water and from the battery manufacturing portion of the industries, and that ultimately moved towards the water body. And if we talk about the poisoning, particularly in the toxicity of the lead acid disposal of the waste from the lead acid batteries industry, that is specifically in the toxic concept. In the human being, the poisoning may be result in the gastrointestinal, hematological, and cardiovascular disorders, while the low level of toxicity is associated with the decrease in intelligence. It is the if we talk about the low level, the toxicity, they definitely decrease the intelligence, impairness, and neuro behavioral development, stunt growth, and decrease hearing capacity in the human being. But these effects may also can be observed in the uh, aquatic environment. Particularly, this photographs is the brain of the carfish caught from the area of the polluted water, and the second figure, that brain of the carfish caught from the area of the polluted water of the heavy metal, showing the meningitis, and here the showing the glosses. So these two figures shows in the effects of the heavy metal in the aquatic environment particularly. Similarly, the heavy metal toxicity also observed in the aquatic species of the gills of the tilapia fish exposed the rear or reared in the area of the heavily polluted with water, and the same the gills of the tilapia fish expose the heavy polluted waters. These observation as seen in the figures. Similarly, in the this figure number 4, it is also we are seeing here. These are gills of the talipias, which are is another diagrams of the figures as the skin of the fish reared, and the area of the heavy metals, and the kidney of the carfish, and again is the carfish. So these are the figures which are shown in the my PPT. We move toward the material methods. So we are here in this particularly the how to we can treat the battery waste before disposal of the aquatic environment. So we have used different technologies and some of the methods or some of the techniques that are shown here. So we have used as absorbent that absorbate also the lead materials, and low cost absorbent as a Absorption study is carried out the batch process and the column process. In the batch process, pardon, and the batch process also or observe on the effect of the pH. As the pH we have observed in the 10 ppm, and this is the one parameter, and effect of the adsorbent dose again is the another parameter we have taken for the absorption studies. And the breakthrough capacity is the exhaust, how take up that particular heavy metals by adsorbent, that the capacity can be observed by the breakthrough capacity, so we can easily understand the capacity of that adsorbent to remove that particular heavy metal. Removal of the PB is the here the capital letter, actually the lead acid battery waste that contains the different chemical contents. And now we will reach to the resultant discussion, the effect of the concentration, and we have the maximum absorption of the lead at 10 milligram per liter as a removal of the that adsorbent, as shown in the table also. So this is the maximum percentage is the 92 at that 10 ppm. The effect of the pH also discussed here in figure number 2, and the percentage of absorption is minimum at pH 2.4 while the maximum is at pH 6 as a 99%, as in the table. So we are seeing that pH 6 as a 99, and more than pH 6, as we increasing the pH, the percentage removal is constant. The effect of adsorbent dose. The adsorbent dose is also shown in this figure. This is the maximum percentage of the as a 19.6. And the absorption studies can be analyzed with the help of different type of the isotherms as a technical parameter that evaluated by through the graphical methods developed by the Langmuir and the Freundlich. So these are the graphical representation that maximum level and then decreasing, and after that the concentration of the 60 milligram per liter, the graph is moving straight, just showing as the similarly the absorption percentage versus initial pH. As we increasing the pH at the level of 6, again the absorption will be as shown as the constant. That should be you can say it is a parameter that we will decide which type of the adsorbent should be used for particular removal treatment process. Adsorption percentage of the adsorbent dose as the parameter of the dose and percentage absorption. So again, at that trending of that line is shown for the adsorption studies. A Langmuir isotherm that is drawn between the concentration and the adsorption capacity take up, that the regression coefficient of that study is 0.98. That is represent the best fit line for that particular adsorption studies. Similarly, the Freundlich isotherm also is observed here, and Freundlich isotherm. The breakthrough capacity also recorded here for removal of the lead. And similarly, we can also study the recovery of that lead from the aqueous solution by the adsorption. So these are the study. So now we reach to the conclusion. In the present study, the characterization, we have characterized that acid battery waste, the aqueous solution of unglazed porcelain as a adsorbent, and we can utilize for treatment of the field containing the industrial effluent of the similar as the synthetic waste for the concentration of the lead, and for the maximum removal. And the result shows the maximum efficiency is 99% and achieve the optimum pH is 6. And unglazed porcelain used as an adsorbent, that dose is the 400 milligrams, and that removes up to 96% of the lead from the lead acid battery waste. Now the references, these are the references we have used for particular studies. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain. I think you have a very nice presentation. But I think being a faculty member, you just try to wind up the presentation within time allotted because it's a
Oh, yes,
good quality of the presentation is to be concerned. No doubt you have the material content in so large. Okay, so but it's very good. Really good presentation is there. And only one query I would like to share with the participant that you know that this disposal of this battery waste in aquatic environments contaminate the water.
Yeah.
And the cause water pollution ultimately. So is there any alternative conventional source of power which you can use in order to reduce this water pollution caused by disposal?
Actually, whenever we talk about the development, so there will be a key source for the power supply, or we can say the power backup is actually based on the either solar power or the lead acid battery waste or dry batteries. So we can replace by it the solar, that we can say solar panel and on-grid system that can be utilized by the uh, power supply for the other consumers.
This is okay. You have very good information, especially for this aqua farming. And I really thankful that one of the faculty member from the Chandrasekhar Azad University, who is the co-host of this international event in the South Africa. So thank you, Dr. Hussain. I think there is any more query for audience side, you can ask, please. Otherwise, I request to the host, please wind up now this or the conclude this session.
Sure, sir. Hope we covered all the presentations from the participants. If any other participant joined late due to some technical issues, your floor is open here. So kindly unmute yourself and tell that if any other presentation is pending, so that we can wind it up.
Sure, sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, can you kindly know your name, please?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. I think Dr. Arun Kumar have joined now. Dr. Arun Kumar, I request you to complete your time by given time.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon. Distinguished guest, my colleague and my friend, thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself, Dr. Arun. I am here to today share my topic, microplastic abundance, composition,
Please,
distribution in water
sorry.
sediment.
Dr. Hussain, please you skip your presentation first because we are not having the slides of Dr. Arun Kumar. Dr. Hussain, please skip your PPT presentation.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Is my presentation with you?
Dr. Nagendra Kumar, sir, shall we continue with the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Is my presentation showing? Hello, ma'am.
Please go on. Dr. Arun, please go on.
Yes, sir.
Plastic are synthetic and semi-synthetic organic compounds that are malleable and can also migrate in solid state. The plastic word is derived from Greek word that means capable being shaped or molded with the term meaning molded. In world, 90 billion tons of plastic are produced a single day. In India, generate almost 26,000 tons plastic per day. And China export 1.7 billion plastic to India. Microplastic, what is the definition of microplastic? The plastic which size is less than 5 mm is called microplastic, And properties, microplastic consists of carbon and hydrogen atoms bound together in polymer chains. In other words, such polymeride, diphide, PVDC, and tetra, bromo, bisphenols, etc. are also present in microplastic. The two sources of microplastic, first is primary microplastic and second is the secondary microplastic. Primary microplastic include microbeads which is found in personal care products and plastic pellet. And secondary, it is found breakdown of the large plastic materials. It enter environment directly through any of the ideas in the wastewater system from household, unintentional loss from spill during manufacturing, transport, abrasion, during washing, rounding, etc. And secondary source of happens when large plastic undergo weathering through exposure for the light, wave action, and abrasion of ultraviolet radiation from sunlight. Source of microplastic, there are different sources of microplastic like sewage treatment plants, cosmetic industry, clothing, manufacturing, fishing industry, packaging, and shipping. These how much plastic waste do we produce? According one scientist predict his 1952 to 2015. In 1952, almost 1950 100 almost 1-2 tons, and 2015 more than 400 million tons. If you talk about which sector is the producing most plastic, this is the plastic packaging sector producing 140 million tons of plastic, after the followed by a textile industry. And this my research is the materials and method. The present study was conducted in Gir Somnath district of Gujarat. We are followed three. We targeted 3 samples for water, sediment, and fish sample. In water sample, we take 5 liter water from Hiran 2 reservoir and filter through the plankton net. And sediment sample, we take 1 kg from 3 side, and college laboratory, and fish sample, we take observe the microplastic concentration in fish body monsoon and post-monsoon season. This is the overview of satellite image of my site 1, site 2, site 3. Microplastic is how we insert microplastic from water. We bring we follow scientific method, and we filter water with 5 microplastic, and after filter the oxidize.
I think there are some technical issues from our side. We can just wait for a couple of moments. If not so, we can end the session.
So, I think the presentation of Dr. Arun Kumar is having any technical issue, or he has been completed.
No, sir. I think he faced some technical issues from his side.
Okay,
So
okay.
we can end up this one from his side.
Okay. So
We
we have
can
to
just
go to
wait for
the
a
next.
couple of moments.
We have to go to the next presenter, if anyone.
Sir, I think we have covered all the presentation from the
Okay.
participants.
Yes.
So we can just wait for a couple of moments for Arun Kumar. If not so, we can wind up.
Okay. So may I summarize this session now, Joseph? So now we have to summarize this session.
Sure, sir, you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, the organizers, especially from the BioLeague family. I am really very happy that our number of oral as well as the poster presentation is going on in this technical session, which is to be chaired by undersigned, by me. I think once more we have to highlight it that what is exactly the meaning of this veterinary, fishery, and animal husbandry collectively, and why we have to choose this topic, especially for this conference. There are so many papers I have gone through this oral presentation. So one of the concluding remark in this special session is that if suppose we are concerned to the aquatic species, then this aquatic health management is a very, very important issue. If we are not able to cover this part of this aquatic health management, like this important viruses are there, different type of the diseases are there, different type of the feed formulations are there. So by keeping in the view, I have to conclude that this aquatic health management should be taken on a priority basis, especially to develop the fisheries production. This is one of the thing. Now, next, I would like to share that the objective of this international conference on a veterinary, fishery, and animal husbandry basically is to create the global forum that brings together professionals, researchers, and experts in this area of their expertise. So, since morning, I have been constant touch as a keynote speaker, as an organizer with the BioLeague. I have seen the very, very interesting keynote talks from South Africa, India, and the different type of the researchers as well as the presenters from India and abroad. This special objective, whatever we have to be decided, it we have to achieve. What will be the recommendation finally is to be published. That will definitely beneficial not only to us but for our younger generation, those especially who are involved in the fisheries sector. No doubt we have the less presentations related to the veterinary in this conference. Definitely, when we have to come up later, we will try to include it. So, this particular initiative is really a crucial for this overcoming multidisciplinary gaps and fostering a comprehensive understanding of the relations between the animal health and aquatic ecosystem. And that has to be covered by all sort of the presentation since morning to the evening, that's leading to a novel research outcomes. And really, this conference serves as a breeding ground for investigating these relationships by bringing together the experts to explore the interconnections between the animal health, environmental sustainability, and aquatic biodiversity. And our so many presentation is to be covered all these aspects which we have to be just summarized before you. So finally, in this technical recommendation of this session is a very fruitful session. Not only the oral, but our new researchers have presented it well, and I really appreciate the presentation of Bhattacharya. He is from West Bengal, I think, and another presentation of our young scholar, that is Anisha K.A., on this gender-specific growth dynamics, which is a very important part just to develop in the fisheries sector, or we can say it is a biotechnological application in area of fisheries. I think on behalf of the BioLeagues and the organizers, these are my few words to congratulate you for this successful event. And for the further proceedings, I request to the BioLeagues family that I am in a constant touch with them. And if any query or the things which we have to require on a Chandrasekhar Azad University, we are always ready because I'm a academic partner of this important event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving a wonderful speech over here. So I think we have completed our session. So now we can wind up it. So I would like to thank our session chairs, Dr. Sachin Onkar Kanin from Bihar Animal Science University, India, and Dr. Nagendra Kumar Sharma, Dean from the Faculty of Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Uttar Pradesh. So now we can give a vote of thanks and we can end the session, sir. So on behalf of BioLakes, I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers for their presence and contribution to making this conference a more informative and interesting session, and the participants to take out time from their busy schedule to grace the event. It's been a pleasure for being with all you today, and I thank one and all for the patience. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all once again. Have a good day. Thank you.